Our main character Kim Sin has a rather unfortunate fate, as his life is filled with nothing but darkness. He never experienced what family love feels like. His mother passed away early, and his father was always drinking and gambling, never caring about his children. Even after he married her, she didn't care about him at all. Instead, she mocked and looked down on his background so much that he had to kneel and beg for a divorce. One day, his father borrowed 1,000,000 won from him to invest in cryptocurrency. Although he didn't trust his father much, he eventually decided to lend him the money. Unfortunately, before they could get rich, his father passed away in a traffic accident. One day, he casually checked his father's and his cryptocurrency investment app, and was surprised to find the account balance had risen to 250 billion. In just a moment, Kim Sin, once a poor guy at the bottom of society, suddenly becomes a billionaire with a huge fortune in his hands. Let's follow along to see how Kim Sin's new life unfolds. The story begins with a heartbreaking scene. A well-dressed young man kneels on the floor, crying miserably, begging, "Please, I'll rely on you in this state." "Divorce me," he said, bowing his head in front of his wife. The girl immediately accepted his request. "All right, divorce, I agree. Then in that case, what can you do for me?" she said while using her foot to lift his chin in a gesture of utter disdain. His eyes brimmed with tears, ready to fall. Though filled with deep resentment, he bit his lip tightly, not daring to utter a word. He recalled his hard life in the past. "I hated my father, a man who always reeked of alcohol, bringing liquor here, liquor. Every day, if he isn't drinking, he's gambling. The father not only neglects his kids but has never provided for their living expenses. Every time he comes home from work, he finds him completely drunk, muttering all day, saying, 'I told you to bring me the alcohol.' Even so, I still didn't cut ties with my father, because he is my only remaining relative. An evening at Samgyeopsal restaurant, he had to work tirelessly day and night as a waiter. 'Could I get another bottle of soju? Yes, I'll bring it right out. Could I have a wet towel? Yes, please wait a moment. The restroom, you go outside then head to the second floor of the building on the left. I do all kinds of part-time jobs because if I don't, it would be hard to make a living." Even though sometimes he feels extremely frustrated when customers ask or request something, he always responds calmly, "Yes, I'm coming right away." A customer hesitated and asked, "Excuse me, my son spilled some water. Could you get me something to clean it up?" He stood frozen when he saw the image of a father gently taking care of their son. "What is this, my boy? The water splashed all over my face." The boy laughed cheerfully in response. "But it's so much fun." He walked up and answered the father, "No problem. Let me wipe it for you, but sometimes I can't help feeling jealous of others." After a long day of work, he returned to his old house. As soon as he walked in, his drunken father spoke harshly, "Sinna, lend me 1,000,000 won." The guy gaped in shock at the huge sum, 1,000,000 won. "Do you know how big 1,000,000 won is?" He immediately said, "That's why I'm asking to borrow from you. I'll pay you back many times over." Lately, something called cryptocurrency has emerged, and everyone is buzzing that it will become the currency of the future, with the promise of making a lot of money. He was angry, bluntly expressing his opinion that the money earned through sweat and hard work is now far more important than that uncertain money. The father called out, "Sin." Then he held his hand tightly and began pleading, "Trust me, please, okay?" He bowed his head and said gloomily, "I know how awful I've been lately. All I do is get angry and act like a madman. So give your father this chance. This father wants to change." Sin's face remained cold as ice, showing no emotion in response to his father's words. He still tried to show his determination to make his son believe, "Please, just give your father one last chance." The thought suddenly popped into his mind again. I also knew, absolutely no lending. Can't trust dad anymore, but let's say, we can go back to normal. After much hesitation, he still chose to place a fragile bit of trust in his father. "I know now. I still want to believe in you one last time. I will lend you the money, Dad." After successfully convincing his son, he joyfully hugged him. "Thank you, Sin. Thank you for believing in me. From now on, we will become tycoons." However, not long after, before he could become a tycoon, he reunited with his wife in heaven. Sin stood bowing his head in front of his father's portrait. "The passing of my father was due to a traffic accident. I heard he slipped on a slippery road and passed away instantly. The sadness of losing a loved one, mixed with a strange feeling of being freed from chains. Now this house is missing another person, and the family meal now only has Kim Sin alone. I am lonely again." He sat there smiling aimlessly, thinking about how strange his life had been. Sin was eating while watching TV. Today's show seemed pretty interesting. "Hi everyone, I'm content creator Dabak. Today, I've invited a remarkable young person who's achieved incredible success at such a young age." The shy young man sitting next to me introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Lai Hu." Dabak began asking questions to the guest. "May I ask what kind of work you do?" He honestly shared, "I work in the investment field." The guy, while chewing loudly, had to admit the talent of this young man, such incredible success, so young and already bought a house? Debak curiously asked, "What is your current net worth?" Kim Sin was startled and spat out his noodles in shock when he heard the amount of money Lai Hu had, which was about 40 billion kwon in Korean currency. Even the host couldn't help but marvel at such a large number, feeling quite envious. "So, where exactly did you invest?" Lai Hu didn't hesitate to share. "I think everyone might have heard about it once. Already. That is investing in Bitcoin." Kim Sin suddenly remembered something. Cryptocurrency. "Is this the cryptocurrency I invested in with Dad? Has it grown that much? How about we check it out?" He immediately opened the Ratbit app. Debak asked Lai Hu a fun question. "What if it wasn't just a year ago, but you had invested when cryptocurrency first appeared 6 years ago? How much would your money have grown?" He laughed and replied, "I also used to imagine that a lot. Back then I had no idea the price of cryptocurrency would rise like this. If I had invested 6 years ago, as you said." Kim Sin began feeling dizzy, lightheaded, with ringing in his ears, and sweat pouring down like rain. At least it will increase 2,500 times. All he could think about now was money, money, and more money. The catchphrase of those investing in cryptocurrencies is always hoping for it to go up, up. They all want their profits to increase manifold. After carefully checking the amount of cryptocurrency he had, Kim Sin still couldn't believe the number he saw, 250 billion. Kim Sin's current assets, as he sat there stunned like a fool, thinking it was all just a dream, and from this very moment, his life seemed to turn a new page. Kim Sin rode his bike through a big neighborhood. While pedaling, he thought, "I don't feel anything, even when the cold wind blows." "You were happy. Who could have imagined that I would end up with over 200 billion dong?" Suddenly he opened his dry eyes wide, thinking at home, "I am so worried about the stock market that I can't sit still. Every 1 or 2 minutes, tens of millions of dong fluctuate, so I can't take my eyes off it. If the price rises by 10 million won, I feel so happy I could dance. If it drops, I feel like the world is falling apart." Finally, yesterday it went up to 8 billion, an amount it would take me 40 years to save. But in a moment, if I sold it right away, I probably wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. But is that the right decision, if I sell while the price is still rising? While cycling, he thought a lot. Quickly returning home, opening the door, Kim Sin calmed himself. "Stay cool. I am living a life dependent on house money. Even if the price drops a little, it is still a large amount of money, so I must not rush." Suddenly he looked out the closed window, his face unable to hide the anxiety and unease. Then he turned on the computer, mumbled to himself, and checked one last time. Looking at the computer screen, Kim Sin's face turned pale, mouth agape in shock. "Oh my God, just this morning, the amount was clearly 2.355 million. I just stepped out for some fresh air. And now it's 200 million. If converted to Korean won, it would have increased to 22 billion. Kim Sin was terrified by the massive numbers. Meanwhile, at a major hospital in the city, the hospital director scratched his head in confusion and asked, "How's the ophthalmology department in Busan doing?" Others responded, "They had decided to introduce the demo of the surgical equipment next week," he continued. "But recently, the performance on the Busan team hasn't been very good. Who will be in charge there during the demo?" One person spoke up. Previously it was assistant An Chang-jin, but suddenly something came up at his house, so he probably won't be able to go. People started asking, "So, who will replace him to go on that business trip?" At that moment, Kim Sin raised his hand and said, "Director, I'll go to Busan." He asked, "Assistant Kim, are you okay?" While thinking to himself, "Your eyes look tired." Kim replied, "I'm fine, but was thinking, I haven't had a good sleep over the weekend. Maybe a business trip will help clear my mind." The director said, "If Assistant Kim goes, I'll feel reassured, but we still need one more person." Just as he finished speaking, a voice replied, "Me. I will go with him." The speaker was Sue. Seeing her excitedly take on this task, he blushed. The director said, "Miss Sue." Others quickly raised their hands. "Director, I'll go too." "No, I'm the team leader, so I should be the one to go." He replied, "2 people are enough, so Assistant Kim and Sue, do your best." Kim Sin happily thought, "Going with Sue, huh?" On the highway, traffic was bustling. She drove while he said, "Thank you for giving me a ride." She said, "My car is still good. Last year I inherited the car my brother used to drive. He said to sell it cheap because I'm his little sister. It's been a long time since I went back to Busan. It's really fun. You're surprised. Your hometown is in Busan," Sue replied. "Yes, when I first joined the company, I used to go back often, but since I started practicing coffee and joined study groups, I've gone back less." He thought to himself, during her free time, Sue is so disciplined, so different from everyone else's world. Dreams and hopes, things like that, can only exist when people see a level of possibility or have a stable quality of life. I've never been attached to things that are unattainable. But ever since I acquired a huge fortune, I suddenly became curious. What kind of world does someone with as much money as me live in? When they arrived, the sun was setting. Two people stopped, bought 2 cans of drinks. He handed her one and said, "Hey, the doctors only go to Sue A, right?" "It must be tough for Sue A to be with me all the time," she replied. "Not at all. The seniors are very enthusiastic in guiding me." Her face looked like she had something to say but hesitated. Then she asked, "Sunbae, I wonder if you could go to the shopping mall with me." He was surprised. "Shopping mall?" Sue A blushed and explained, "I haven't been back to Busan for a while, so I took the chance to go shopping. There's something I want to tell you." Kim Sin thought the shopping mall might help clear his mind. Then he replied, "Sure, let's go." At the shopping mall, 2 people walked into a men's clothing section. He was surprised. "It's cheaper online. Why buy it at the mall?" Sue suddenly said. "Senior, go check out the clothes." "I'll buy you a set," you ask. "Why are you buying clothes for me?" She blushed even more. "Well, I was going to ask you for a somewhat unreasonable favor, so just think of the clothes as a bribe." He said, "Just tell me what you need help with." She hesitated. "Well," he continued, "I can afford to buy clothes at places like this too. Just say it." Sue lowered her head, stammering, Can you pretend to be my boyfriend in front of my parents?" Kim Sin was shocked. "What boyfriend?" She explained, "I have a younger sister, and she already has a boyfriend, so my parents keep urging me to bring a boyfriend home to introduce." "Can I ask you that?" He blushed shyly. Then she arranged to meet her parents at an upscale restaurant. Aunt said, "Sue is smart but still very immature. She was so stubborn when she was little." "You must have had a hard time dating Sue A," she said shyly. "Mom." The aunt continued asking, "I heard you work at the same company as Sue A, and you replied, 'Yes, ma'am.' How did you get close to my daughter?" he asked. "Well, when Sue A first joined the company, I helped her with the work, so we gradually became close." She said, "I see. Eat more." He smiled. "Thank you, ma'am. Looking back, I met my ex-wife's family last spring." "Chaegwon and her family, you remember that meeting?" her father asked. "What do your parents do for a living?" You replied, "My parents passed away." He asked, "So did you grow up in an orphanage, or were you raised by your grandparents?" You answered, "No. When I went to university, my father was still alive." He continued, "So that's it. You live alone in an apartment. Didn't you inherit your parents' house? Did your siblings get any house?" "What? No house. But I heard the company's salary is high. The bonus isn't much?" "You know Chaegwon gave us money, hopefully after the wedding. Each month you can just give us 50, he replied. "Of course, that's the way it has to be. I will treat you both like my own parents," he said. "That's the way it should be." After getting married, I tried to treat them well, but it didn't go smoothly. Things are much better now compared to back then. Auntie saw that you were quiet for a while and asked, "Is the food not to your taste?" You replied, "No, it's really delicious." You keep thinking, I am someone who has been married before, assuming I didn't become wealthy, and if the value of money didn't support my self-esteem. Then, after the 4 finished their meal, 2 of them said, "We'll head home now. You 2 enjoy your date." He bowed his head. "Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, ma'am. Take care." The aunt whispered to Sue, "Sue, you don't have to come home tonight, okay?" Kim Sin stood watching the scene, wondering, "So can I play Sue's boyfriend?" She said, "Mom, Dad, come in quickly." She laughed and replied, "Look at you." "Kim, I think the first child being a girl would be better." She felt helpless. "Let it go, Mom." Kim Sin smiled, not knowing how to respond. In his mind, he imagined Sue holding his arm. "How are you today? As long as Sue is happy, Kim Sin's current assets have risen to 310 billion. A moment later, at the beach, Sue bowed sincerely and said, "I'm truly sorry. I realized I had been shallow and made a big mistake." He quickly reached out to help her up, his face a little awkward, and asked, "Miss Sue, why did you suddenly do that?" She recalled his expression during the meal and replied, "I was watching your face the whole time. Maybe because of me, some unpleasant memories were stirred up in you. You hear that and are briefly surprised, thinking, is she concerned about the fact that I was married? Then you say, it's okay. It's not Sue's fault." He continued, "Your parents are really nice and the food is great, so you don't need to apologize." But she still silently exhaled and tucked her hair behind, saying, "Even so, I still feel guilty." He saw her like that and said, "Well, how about you show me around Hyundai? This is my first time in Busan." She asked back, "Hyundai, huh?" Then she paused for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll make a plan." She then turned her head and muttered to herself, "Should I go eat honey eel? No, I just ate, so he's probably still full. If only there was somewhere to rest halfway. That would be great." Seeing her like this, The person next to her raised a hand as if to stop her and said, "Miss Sue." Seeing her remain silent, not hearing him call, he could only helplessly look at her and sigh. She's as stubborn as her mother says, right? Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she glanced to the side. Then she pointed in that direction and asked him, "Senior, is that okay? I'll lead the way." He looked in the direction she was pointing, confused, and asked, "Which one?" After seeing that, his face suddenly changed in disbelief as he asked, "Huh." According to Sue's direction, there was a fortune-telling tent. He said in surprise, "A fortune-telling shop?" At that moment, in the fortune-telling tent, the old woman's voice steadily echoed, "Your fortune is bright and good. She is talented and puts in a lot of effort. She receives much affection from those around her, and will encounter much luck in life." Sue, hearing that, immediately felt happy and asked, "Really?" The old lady continued, "But you once missed an opportunity." She was surprised and asked again, "What did I miss?" The woman replied, "Perhaps you already know. You can't seize luck if you lack courage and hesitate." Hearing this, she glanced at him and casually replied, "Oh." You quietly broke into a sweat, thinking to yourself, "Maybe I understand these words now." The old woman continued, "But don't worry, that luck will return and be even greater than before." She asked again, "Really?" The old woman replied, "It's very good luck, but it won't be as easy to get as before." You just sat there motionless, quietly observing. She's been saying nothing but nonsense. Clearly, fortune-telling can't be trusted. Sue suddenly turned to him and said, "Now it's your turn. You refuse. Fine, I won't watch." She kept persuading, "Since you're already here, why not take a look? You seem like a brave person." He replied, "I don't know. I'm not curious about anything." Sue did not ask anything else, she replied, "Yes, I have asked everything." Hearing this, the old fortune-teller's eyes showed a slight change. Then she spoke again. You're destined to starve." Her words left him completely stunned, his mind full of questions. She looked at him and continued, "You've been through a difficult and deprived childhood." Hearing this, he was surprised. How did she know? Then the old woman sighed again. "But someone with such great fortune, oh, I'm too jealous to say anything." He repeated in confusion, "Fortune?" The old woman said again, "Even if you just sit still, luck will find its way to you. However, let's say you travel around the world and gain a lot of experience. You will seize all the great luck. A night breeze blows in, making the tent's curtain flutter, while you still stare blankly at the old woman. She said, "Just live as you want, and whatever you do will succeed like now." You asked, "Good luck? Is it really that good?" "Then what about romance?" She replied, "Romance." He quietly thought, "A life of poverty and hardship used to be all too familiar to me. So I always lived in worry about money." You held out your hand. The old woman carefully examined it and said, a moment later, after watching, you pulled your hand back, feeling cheerful, thinking, "I don't know if what she said is true, but either way, it's good, so I'm happy." Then you turned to the old woman and said, "Thank you for your kind words. How much is it?" She immediately replied, 200,000 kwan. Hearing the price, he couldn't help but be startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, his face suddenly changing color, silently exclaiming, 200,000 kwan. 200,000 won is what I spend on clothes and travel expenses for the entire year, but I couldn't avoid paying, so reluctantly, I handed the money to the old lady. After leaving the fortune-telling shop, the two walked along the beach. Sue asked, "Do you want to try honey-braised eel?" Then she turned around, grabbed his arm, and continued, "The next stop is enjoying honey-braised eel at the Hyundai market. Since acquiring a massive fortune, I've always been concerned. If you have money, what can you do? Does having a lot of money really bring happiness?" Until now, the exact answer hasn't been found, but at this moment, he just stared blankly at the girl in front of him who was pulling his hand, then gave her a gentle smile and thought, "I'm starting to look forward to life ahead." In the night, under the dim light from the tall buildings, the waves kept crashing against the shore. 4 days and 3 nights in Busan ended like that, and I returned to Seoul. You nervously gripped the computer mouse tightly in your hand. His eyes showed a bit of panic as he sat in front of the computer in a room littered with discarded bottles, staring at the screen, mouth agape in shock, then silently cursed himself. Too dumb. If he had sold earlier, he wouldn't have lost 2 billion. A moment later, his face relaxed a little with admiration. "I was really wise to be patient. In just an hour it went up to 3 billion. Oh, this time it's 4 billion. Then he let out a long sigh. Sin sat there holding his head in exhaustion, thinking, "After coming back from the business trip, I've just been watching the kid constantly. Looking after him all week has drained me." He squinted at the situation ahead, hesitating, to sell or not to sell. Better check one more time. At the building where Kim Sin is working, colleagues in front of him were chatting excitedly. "The apartment you're living in has gone up by more than 3 billion, right?" This must be what it feels like to make money. The housing prices in Pankyo are also rising, aren't they? Real estate investment is indeed the best, he thought to himself, feeling utterly exhausted. With dark circles under his eyes, he sipped the coffee in his hand while listening to them talk, thinking, looks like I won't be able to sleep today after all. Then he glanced at the people in front of him and thought, it's already gone up to 400 billion. Can it go higher? Maybe it's time to consider selling. Suddenly someone turned to ask him, Assistant Kim gets to go to Busan with Sue A, that's nice, right? He waved his hand and said, what's nice about it? It's for work. The other person replied, yeah, of course, it's for work. Then he gave him a confusing wink and continued, but it's still better than going with us, right? He turned his head to avoid the other man's gaze and said, I'm no co-man. Another person suddenly spoke up. Captain Ann, stock prices have been rising quite a bit lately, haven't they? He replied, even so, it's still a long way before we recover the initial investment. Compared to stocks, Bitcoin is now more popular. Hearing his words made me a bit uneasy and startled. The other person said, the price at the beginning of the year was 1 million won, but early investors have already made 8 times that, Captain Ann exclaimed in shock. 8 times, so if you invest 10 million, you'll get 80 million? Shouldn't we invest quickly then? Another person chimed in. That's right, nothing is more foolish than missing a chance to make money when others are making it. The three of them kept talking. I'll probably take money from my negative balance to invest, one person asked. Are you sure? Then I have to buy a little too. Another person chimed in. Me too. You stood silently on one side, listening to their noisy chatter. Then he gave a faint smile. The face became dark and somewhat unpleasant, thinking, Bitcoin will rise even more. I'll wait a little longer. Right now, Kim Sin's current assets are 400 billion. He quietly thought, Bitcoin might rise even further. His colleagues are also paying attention to the cash flow now, and more people will invest in cryptocurrency later. Let's wait a little longer to see. After getting home, he stared intently at the computer screen, watching the price chart fluctuate constantly, and in the end, it dropped to the bottom. He held the mouse in his trembling hand, unable to hold back his amazement, starting from $7,500, and now it's down to $6,300. His face turned pale with worry, drenched in sweat. He was utterly shocked to realize that the total loss, when converted to Korean currency, was 60 billion won. Transitioning, he now holds a cup of coffee, sitting on a bench, looking up at the sky and exhaling a sigh. Then he exclaimed, what a beautiful day. He looked at the dry tree in front of him, feeling dejected, thinking, 60 billion is equivalent to 145 years of my salary. Attaching it to the tree to replace the leaves would be fine too. You unconsciously tighten the phone in your hand, hesitating inside, wondering if I should sell now, right? It's over 340 billion, stop being greedy and sell it. Thinking about it, he said, sell. But before he could finish his sentence, a voice startled him, and he looked over. What are you doing sitting here alone? It was Captain Ann and Kim Sang-ki. You stammered in surprise, calling his name, Kim Sang-ki. He responded, confused, yeah, Kim Sang-ki, your colleague here. Why are you so startled? He then glanced down at the phone screen in your hand. The screen was displaying the window of RateBit. He laughed and said, Sin, you played Bitcoin already? His words made him freeze instantly. Captain Ann chimed in. Oh, Assistant Kim plays Bitcoin, Sang-ki asked again. How much did you put in that you look so gloomy? He awkwardly replied, about 340, though he said that, in his mind he added, but the word billion has been dropped. Kim Sang-ki heard that and said, that's reasonable, it'll increase soon, so just wait. He sighed and replied wearily, how can it increase? Didn't you see how the price dropped sharply yesterday? They listened to you for a while. Then they looked at each other and smiled. You were shocked and asked, what's going on? Why are they laughing? Sang-ki opened his phone and said, you're really slow on updates. Then he handed the phone toward him and continued, hey, here's today's news. He looked at the phone screen in front of him, mouth agape, silently exclaiming, prices are rising again. He was so happy that tears welled up in his eyes, feeling secretly fortunate, so lucky. Kim Sang-ki patted his head like a senior and said, let's go. Anyway, don't be discouraged, just keep waiting, now is the time for real growth. You looked at him with distrust, thinking to yourself, what makes him so confident? If the price drops any further, I might be doomed. Captain An spoke up. Sang-ki, how much did you invest? He replied, I've put in 5,000 already. Captain An added, I only put in 500, my savings are gone. He glanced intently at the two of them talking, thinking to himself, maybe I should just hold on a little longer. A few days later, the Bitcoin fever hit the world hard. The news is all about it. Bitcoin surpasses $12,000. The virtual currency price keeps soaring. The Bitcoin investment craze is global. It's rising again. This morning it surpassed $13,000. Crypto miners, the slaves of the 21st century, crypto millionaires emerge. The number of college students and high school students investing in Bitcoin rises. Young people invest in Bitcoin to become dragons. Bitcoin skyrockets to $15,000. Bitcoin is a better store of value than gold. News about Bitcoin is constantly updated and fills various media channels and newspapers. The price of Bitcoin has risen. The current value is $19,000. Current financial assets of Kim Sin are 1 trillion. You can't believe the truth in front of your eyes, stammering. 1,000 billion. You were horrified by the number in front of you, turning pale, eyes and mouth wide open as if they couldn't open any wider. You clutched your chest in disbelief, thinking, is it real? 1 trillion? Did I really make this much money? You stood frozen, still in disbelief, letting out a few laughs. Then he bowed his head and gave a faint smile. Then he clutched his chest and sighed several times. After calming down, he frowned. His face became extremely serious as he thought, stay calm, only when it's sold will it truly be mine. His hand was now drenched in sweat and he mumbled, this is really the moment to make a decision. He hesitated, sell it or just wait a bit longer. He held his head, thinking with difficulty, what should he do now? A dark thought began whispering in his ear, idiot. Of course we have to wait a bit longer. Why would you want to go down when the cash flow is rising? It's only been a few days, and the amount has increased by hundreds of billions. Just sitting around, you can still earn hundreds of billions. Are you planning to miss out on this opportunity? Don't worry unnecessarily, now is the time for ambition. You were blinded by this ambitious thought and mumbled, right. Just wait a bit longer. He moved the mouse, intending to close the cell window. Suddenly, a phrase from his father came back to him, waking him up. Sin. Today I will definitely win. He immediately turned around. Looking at the portrait of my father. You stare intently at the photo placed on the cabinet. Sin heard his father's words clearly in his mind again. Sin, do you trust me? If I win today, I'll buy you new clothes and a new bag. Sin, lend me 20,000 kwon. There's something called Bitcoin that just came out lately. At that moment, he smiled lightly and said, I've got the answer. It's decided. Kim Sin's current assets remain a mystery. Transition, SUA is sitting and typing on the computer. Done, she stretched her body for a moment. She turned around, saw no one, and thought, Assistant Kim still hasn't come to work, or maybe he's on a business trip somewhere. Then she came to hand in the report to her superior and said, Captain Ann, here's the meeting transcript you requested. Ann took the notebook and said, You've worked hard, Sue. She suddenly remembered something and asked, Today Assistant Kim is on a business trip. The captain replied, You did well. No, today he took a day off. She worried, thinking, Why take a sudden leave? Nothing bad happened, right? Hopefully nothing serious. Over here, suddenly the elevator doors opened, and inside was a man. Then the man walked into the car dealership. The staff greeted him and asked, What model are you looking for? The man replied, I'm not sure, just here to take a look. Suddenly he saw a sleek white supercar. He asked, What car is that? And the staff replied, It's the newly launched model. The staff continued, It is an Italian sports car model Fiori 458, equipped with a 4.0L turbocharged V8 engine, all-wheel drive system, and 642 horsepower. This model is suitable for city commuting, sports driving, and track racing. He put his hand behind his back and said, All right, I will take that car. The staff replied, Sure, how would you like to pay? You handed over a white card, leaving the staff bewildered. It turns out the president was Kim Sin. He cheerfully told the staff, I'll pay it all at once. You remember, look at your father's picture and say, Thank you, my father. You continued, Thanks to my dad, I was completely alert. Then you moved the mouse and clicked the sell button. The price of Bitcoin was $19,000. That day, Kim Sin sold all the Bitcoin he owned for $1 billion. Owning 1 trillion in cash, becoming a wealthy person. You said, however, what to do with this money here. Back to reality, the waitress said. Thank you for choosing our brand. We will inform you when the car is shipped. The female staff bowed to greet him, thanked him, and wished him a safe journey. You are walking down the street. Then suddenly stopped. His face showed worry as he thought, It's over. I've lost 490 million won. He recalled the past and thought to himself, just a few days ago, he was trembling in fear over 200,000 kwon, and today, this is the first time in his life he spent such a large amount of money. Back to reality, he patted his chest, adjusting his breath. You look at the note I wrote and say, well, it's done now. You happily said, the things I want to do when I have money, I have fulfilled my college dream. You continued, let's see, next is, you looked at the high-rise building and said, it's a luxury apartment. Then he went to meet the seller. Seeing a customer, the staff greeted him. A female employee in a black shirt said, welcome, please come in. The staff next to her quickly added, what type of property are you looking for? You walk in, holding a suitcase and say, I want to see the apartment for rent, take me to one that's spacious, new, and has a view of the Han River. The employee whispered to the person next to him, He's looking for a luxury house, director. The director nodded in agreement with her words. The director said to you, I will take the guest right away. Upon arrival, he was surprised to see what was in front of him. The director cheerfully said, This apartment complex was completed last year. The one we are about to visit is 60 square meters in size and the rental price is 25 billion. She walked with him while talking, mentioning a flower garden along the walkway, a water park at the central square, and other community amenities like a swimming pool, with each area having different facilities. You hear the staff's introduction and think to yourself, only the rich live in a place like this. She calls you back, inviting you this way. The apartment is on the 11th floor. Arriving, she entered the password at the apartment door. Both stepped in to take a look. She asked the customer, Does this space meet your expectations? He stared blankly for a moment and stammered, Yes, it's fine. He thought to himself, It's so spacious, running and jumping freely must be nice. Both walked into the kitchen. The director said, The interior is fully equipped, and everything is top-notch. He looked at the dishwasher in front of him and wondered, A dishwasher? It's not like this is a restaurant, why would we need it? Both continued moving toward the restroom as the director continued the introduction. There's one restroom in the bedroom and one at the end of the hallway, so 2 in total. He glanced around and thought to himself, The restroom is bigger than the one at my current place. He asked, There aren't any insects here, right? The staff cheerfully replied, Yes, sir. Since we're on a high floor, not even mosquitoes can be found. After hearing this, he felt relieved inside. Amazing. No wonder people like buying apartments. You reach a door and keep thinking, even if there are mosquitoes, it's fine. You open the door surprised. In front of you is an incredibly beautiful view, exactly $1 million view. You admire it and say, It's amazing. The director said, What do you think? If it's too big, we can check another place. Before he could finish, he quickly replied, This place works. He turned and said, I'll sign the contract right away. Then, he signed the contract, thinking to himself, There's a saying, if you're not happy, consider whether you're short on money. I've missed out on a lot because of money, but now I'm rich, so I don't have to anymore. The staff looked at the contract and said, We've confirmed everything. You can move in right away. How would you like to pay the deposit and the brokerage fee? He thought to himself from now on, after answering the staff, I will pay the rent in one go. She asked again just once. He opened his suitcase and said, All the money I'll pay in cash. Both employees were stunned by the huge amount of money. The one in black stammered, Cash. The director pointed at the amount of money and said, You already brought the money earlier, right? You suddenly remembered and continued, Oh, and, he said, Please help me issue a cash invoice for the brokerage fee. Then he thought to himself, I will fulfill all my dreams. Seeing this, the 2 employees stood frozen, not knowing what to do. The female employee in black asked, What should we do with this money, ma'am? The director with a confused look said, I don't know either. I'm scared. At this moment, Kim Sin's current assets are 1 trillion. Transitioning to the tea room inside, Yeop asks, How did you find the restaurant yesterday? Was it good? The woman replied, Yeah, both the food and the atmosphere are great. He said, I know an even better place. She asked curiously, A better place? He walked up to her and said, The night view there is really beautiful. She was a bit surprised and asked, Oh my, why the night view? He asked back, Do you want to know? He continued, So tonight, before he could finish his sentence, Sue opened the door, startling both of them. He turned around looking confused, then stammered, Sue, you shouted, Miss Sue? She nodded as she heard him call her name. You jumped back a few steps. Sue moved toward you. The voice full of menace called his name, Yoseob. He made him scared and stuttered, Yes. Sue's face turned serious. She said, By any chance do you know where Assistant Kim Shin's house is? Yop panicked when he heard that and replied. He said, Why are you asking about Senior Kim's house? Sue looked down and then replied, I want to check on him. Assistant Kim said he was sick today and took the day off. I'm worried if he's seriously ill. Yop was a bit puzzled upon hearing that. He thought to himself, A regular colleague in the company is worried like this. After thinking for a while, Yop spoke up. I don't know where his house is either. Let me ask him. Son A, hearing that, was quickly relieved and thanked Yop. Yop picked up his phone and texted Senior Kim saying, Senior, are you sick? After work, Sue and I are planning to visit you. Are you okay? Senior Kim quickly replied, You and Sue, that's sudden. After that, Yeop texted again, saying he was sick, so Sue was very worried about him. Senior Kim replied, It seems I've made everyone worry. I got it. I'll send you the address. After texting, Yop told Sue that he said we could come. Sue couldn't contain her excitement and replied, "Really? Thanks, Yop." At this moment, Yop had a feeling, he thought to himself. Could Sue be interested in Senior Kim? The two had changed into warm clothes and went to Senior Kim's house. Sue's face was filled with happiness. A reporter asked Sue, "What do you think about Senior Kim's house?" Her face then turned red, imagining the senior's house. She answered, "Assistant Kim's house, huh? Since he lives alone, he's probably in a small apartment. He's a tidy person, so the house would also be very neat, and there's also the image of him cooking." Then the reporter immediately asked Yop, "What do you think about Kim Shin's house?" Yop, confused, asked, "Are you asking me?" After that, Yop replied, "Let's see, he is probably still living in the villa he lived in before the divorce. Is he the frugal type or more of a minimalist? That's how I feel. Well, let's go there and check it out." At this moment, the area looked very peaceful, extremely gloomy. Yop and Sue arrived, but they were both shocked to see Kim's house. Senior Kim then spoke up, "Everyone has worked hard, come inside. Actually, I am not sick, sorry for making everyone come here. The house is a complete mess." Kim Shin carries a box and continues, "Since we're moving, it's a bit chaotic, but please make yourselves at home." Yop covered his mouth and thought to himself, "What is this place that looks like a warehouse? Does he live in a place like this? And that bad smell since earlier." At this moment, Kim Shin continued, "Sorry, it smells a bit, doesn't it? It's not the smell from the house, but from a leaking drainage pipe nearby. Even though the ventilation is on, the smell doesn't seem to go away, huh?" Sue curiously inspected the walls, while Kim Shin continued, "Sorry, I didn't mean for everyone to see this." Yop responded, "Sorry for what? On the contrary, I should be the one apologizing." Sue checked the walls for a moment and whispered, "A semi-basement house? I've only heard of it. Is there really such a shabby place?" Then she looked at her hand and continued, "After the divorce, has he been living in a place like this?" She teared up and continued, still living alone. Yop stood behind, watching Sue grow up, feeling utterly powerless, unable to do anything, and just remained silent. Then he sighed and walked over to Senior Kim, saying, "Senior, are you moving? Let me give you a hand." Sue also told me too. Seeing the two people helping him, Senior Kim spoke up, "Your clothes will get dirty, is that okay?" Yob responded, "This is nothing. Is this all the luggage?" Senior Kim just smiled without saying anything. It was already dark, and everyone had finished helping with the house cleaning. Sunbai Kim spoke up, "I really appreciate both of you so much." At this moment, they are unloading things from the car in the middle of the car lineup. Suddenly, Yop discovered something. He immediately said, "Why is the theory here?" Then Yop's eyes lit up. He continued speaking, glowing brightly. "Does the car owner have any business nearby?" Then his face showed a hint of sadness, and he thought to himself, "I really want to take a closer look at that car, but it feels a bit awkward in front of a senior, although maybe it's not that big of a deal." After that, Senior Kim had already gotten to the car without anyone noticing. He said, "Just put everything in here and it'll be fine." Yop and Sue were so surprised that they just stared, unable to say a word. Yop saw that and asked, "Senior, why are you standing in front of the Ferrari?" Senior Kim just replied, "This is my car." Yop was utterly shocked upon hearing that. It was like a lightning strike to his ears. He thought to himself, "What? This car belongs to a senior?" Then he looked at the car, while his senior and Sue were putting things inside. He thought to himself, if it were Ferrari, it would probably be over 400 million. I only know the annual maintenance fee is over 3,000. Could it be that he's poor because he bought the car? Then he silently thought, I don't know what's happening, but I really want to try. At this moment, Senior Kim stood next to the car and he said, "Since we're already here, would you all like to come see my new house?" Yop and Sue cheerfully responded yes. At this moment, Senior Kim spoke up, "Oh wait, on second thought, there's only one seat left, sorry, what should we do? I guess one of us will have to go there alone." Sue just mumbled, unable to say anything. Sue started to speak, but before I could say anything, Yop interrupted, saying he would go alone. Sue, feeling emotional, called out Yop. Yop smiled and replied, "All right, I'll drive over. I have to take the car anyway." Then Yop left. He said, "All right, I'll follow behind." Even though he said that, as he walked away, tears streamed down his face. He looked up at the sky and thought to himself, I also want to go Feori. Then he continued, "So keep trying, Sue." At this moment, Senior Kim and Sue were riding in the Ferrari, both laughing and chatting happily. Kim Shin said, "Come to think of it, this is the first time since we went on a business trip to Busan." Sue replied, "Yes, I think so." Senior Kim asked again, "Then did your parents say anything?" Sue quickly responded, acting like I was about to get married, and Mom often teased me about it. Senior Kim continued, I can't play the husband, and Sue blushed, responding, how could I ask you to do that? After a moment of silence, she said to me, Assistant Kim, then she suddenly turned and continued talking how, but the senior asked again, sorry I didn't hear anything. She couldn't say anything at that moment, then she smiled and replied, it's nothing really. Then the two looked at each other in silence. Sue thought to herself, it wouldn't be a good time to ask about his divorce now. Then Senior Kim spoke up saying, thanks for caring about me, both Ye-op and Sue. I'm sure everyone has a lot they want to ask, but they're not saying anything. Ma-Sue blushed, lowered her head and replied, I'll ask again later. Then she asked Senior Kim, where are you moving to, sir? The senior replied to her, it's a secret, you'll know when you get there. At this moment, on the other side, it seems to be someone's room. In the room there was a phone conversation. Hello, oh my god, director, long time no see. The voice continued, me, organizing old stuff. The girl is holding a wedding photo in her hands. Then she crumpled the picture and said, 6 months and it has to go too. The girl continued, oh, so you've heard it already. It turns out Chae-kwan, she continued. I've decided to return to work starting next week. The traffic light now glows red. All vehicles in motion must stop. After a few seconds of waiting, the light turned yellow, and the engine of the Ferrari slowly started. When the light turned green, I pressed the gas pedal hard, and the car sped forward. Holding the steering wheel, it feels like being immersed in a beautiful dream. Yup, filled with happiness and tears streaming down, feels fulfilled even in death. Seeing him overreact a bit, Kim Sin was also helpless. If you die now, I'll be gone too. Ye-op was still enjoying this once-in-a-lifetime feeling. Thanks for the ride. Senior, the sound of the engine is truly a hymn. As the car was moving, Ye-op spoke up. Can I ask a question, Senior? What do you think about letting Sue? Hearing him ask so directly, Kim Sin felt a bit awkward. Yop, you must have been really surprised last time. Ye-op replied, that's why we're working together today. So your answer is, Kim Sin hesitated, shifting his gaze elsewhere. She is kind, highly capable, very caring toward others, and a junior who is deeply grateful. Ye-op listened intently to the answer, but the response stopped there, leaving him disappointed. He sighed. Kim Sin heard the sigh and said, if you sigh again, I'll take the car back. Ye-op immediately straightened up. Sorry, I'll switch to silent mode. After a while of moving, they both arrived at the company. At this moment, the main character was surrounded by 2 colleagues, and they bombarded him with questions. Hey Sin, did you just buy a Fiori? Is this really Assistant Kim's car? Kim Sin just grabbed the coffee cup, holding it tightly, and awkwardly replied, rumors are already everywhere. Sang-ki quickly responded, you drive a Ferrari to work. Isn't that enough to stand out? Min-guk also admired, truly a Bitcoin legend. He kept asking, didn't you say last time you put in 340? How could you make that much money? Kim Sin replied, I reinvested what I earned back then. I put my entire fortune into it. Hearing that answer, Sang-ki cried silently, feeling so jealous. I bought more stocks but still couldn't break even. Min-guk also lost all his savings. Sang-ki's Bitcoin loss rate is 40%. Min-guk's Bitcoin loss rate is 30%. At this moment, Sang-ki took Kim Sin's hand and whispered, my dear friend, could you really not accept my lifelong request? Can you share your investment secrets with me? You must be someone with a strategic eye to achieve that, right? Just guide me a little bit, Assistant Kim. I'm counting on you. Seeing how desperate they both were, Kim Sin felt conflicted. Looking at the expectant eyes of those two, all I can do is wait. So what can I show them? Perseverance, or else. At that moment, Kim Sin's eyes suddenly changed, and he shouted, hey, the heart of the monster! The 2 people were stunned when they heard what he said, not understanding what was going on. Seeing those 2 discussing the monster's heart, Kim Sin couldn't do anything else. He got so nervous that he started talking nonsense, but it seemed to have no effect. I should tell them the truth. He scratched his face, stammering, actually... Kim Sin was about to speak but got interrupted. I get it, my friend. Kim Sin didn't have time to figure out what was happening. Sang-ki spoke up, before focusing on skills. You must always stay determined in your investment efforts. You're really something, even your determination is different from others. This is what you wanted to explain, right? Captain Min-guk asked Kim, do you invest in anything besides Bitcoin? Kim quickly replied, yes, I'm currently splitting my investments into 2 areas. After buying a house and a car, the remaining account balance was reinvested into my child, because I guess the engine will continue to rise. I can tell you both, but you know, investing and making judgments are up to each person. They both replied in unison, of course. Isbel and Sliam, I have invested in these 2 coins. These are the new ones. Why are those 2? Sang-ki wondered. Kim Sin explained, because they have clearer goals compared to the others. Isabel's clear goal is to support international transactions between banks, while Seo Lim aims to facilitate a wide range of blockchain-based transactions. Of course, this does not guarantee that the price of the offspring will increase, but compared to others, the likelihood that investors and the media will pay more attention to them is higher. After hearing this explanation, Sang-ki also began to realize the issue. That's right, the more they appear in the media, the higher their price goes. Hey, Assistant Kim. You seem to have learned a lot, Min-guk said to Kim Sin. He replied, after all, it's my own investment, I've put all my assets into it, and the thing is, all my assets amount to 97 billion. At this moment in the restroom, Sue is running water to wash her hands. She looked in the mirror, tidying her hair, too many things to do since morning. Assistant Kim is doing what? Right at this moment, two other women walk in, they are talking to each other. Da-eun, have you heard anything? What's going on? Has Assistant Kim from the sales department bought Fiori, really? Is Assistant Kim that rich? Sue overheard them talking but didn't pay much attention. The rumor had already spread throughout the company. On the other side, they continued talking, but the truth is, borrowing money to buy that, those words left Sue stunned. Not the kind of poor where you can't buy a car, that's why I said, I heard he's usually addicted to alcohol and gambling, oh my god. So disappointing, Assistant Kim doesn't look like that kind of person. People often say that the quiet ones are the scariest. That's right, while those two were gossiping, Sue had already approached them from behind and spoke up. Hey you two. Sorry for interrupting your conversation, but can you tell me who said these things? Sue's face darkened, looking very scary. Outside the hallway, a pair of black sandals with a mysterious look is walking. Anyone who saw the woman was left speechless by her beauty. She approached the desk of manager Min-guk and said, Hello, I'm from the support department, is Assistant Kim here? The manager saw her face and immediately recognized who she was, then replied, What should I do? Assistant Kim has gone out. If you want to leave any message for Assistant Kim, I will pass it along. Right at that moment, Chow Chow arrived. Kim Sin was carrying 3 heavy boxes, clumsily walking over. He loudly asked, Captain An, where should we put the documents for this meeting? The captain saw that and could only scratch his head in frustration. Then she spoke up, Over there. Suddenly Kim Sin tripped over his own foot, staggering and about to fall. A hand reached out to help him regain his balance. Kim Sin smiled and said, Thanks for helping me. But after seeing the face across, his eyes immediately widened in horror. That girl said you should be careful, Assistant Kim. How have you been doing lately? The person standing in front of him now is Chaekwon. When I saw her, all the old memories came rushing back. At that time, the two were in the hotel room. Chaekwon raised his voice irritably. What kind of hotel is this? Did we really book the right place? Kim Sin calmly replied, Isn't it great? This is the hotel everyone visits during their honeymoon, she said with displeasure. Is this your first time booking a hotel? You shouldn't just look at reviews but check it out in person too. Kim Sin hesitated and said, Sorry, I've looked into it thoroughly, she snapped back. Stop making excuses. Are you still unable to learn how to apologize when you're wrong? How can you justify everything? Don't make that pitiful face, you're turning me into the bad guy. Damn it, listen to me first. When did I say that? Again? So I'm the only bad person here? Appa, don't you ever reflect on yourself? Please, grow up a bit. I'm saying this for you. Appa, why do you talk so weird? What does that even mean? Can't you do anything without me? Am I really that sensitive? Please think before you speak. A stream of angry words poured out of this beautiful woman's mouth. Looking at her bright red lips still makes him feel exhausted. If you don't marry me, you won't be able to marry anyone. With that thought, she spoke up to greet, Hello, Assistant Kim. Kim Sin felt awkward what to do now. She immediately said, I have documents to give to Assistant Kim, so I came here. Can you check them for me? The main character heard this and remained silent for a while. Then he set the stuff down on the ground. The face darkened, slowly stood upright. Colleagues around who witnessed the situation also felt worried. She stood still, waiting for his answer. Kim Sin gently said, I understand, Chaekwon. Thank you for bringing it. So I'll go ahead now. Then he confidently walked past her. Seeing him respond so casually made her bite her lip in frustration. She went back to her room, unable to shake off the frustration. When they got married, he couldn't even look her in the eye. But now, after the divorce, his attitude had changed like that. That poor guy drove a Ferrari to work. If I had known, I would have endured and stayed with him for another year. Then the Ferrari would have been mine. As she pondered, she took out her employee card and swiped it to enter the room. The room opened up in front of everyone. Things had come to this point. If I can't have it, I won't let you off the hook, she began her act. Tears streaming down, she said, I'm back. Female colleagues immediately gathered around, concerned, teasing Kwon for going alone. I told you not to go by yourself. What's wrong with you? Did Assistant Kim say something? She wiped her tears and choked out, It was just about handing over some documents and talking about the company, then suddenly he got mad and told me to keep personal and professional matters separate. I didn't even say anything personal. Seeing her like that, her colleagues comforted her. Chaekwon, don't cry, who would have thought Assistant Kim could be like that? But from afar, a curly-haired girl sat quietly observing everything, only letting out a silent sigh. Returning to the main character, he calmly sat in front of the computer, typing away. However, he kept thinking about her. Chaekwon had been reinstated. Actually, I was curious to know what feelings I would have when I met her again, but there wasn't much as I thought. It's so magical. Breaking up means you can't do better than others. At this moment, a hand patted his shoulder and said, Assistant Kim, are you free now? Come talk to me for a bit, let's go to the rooftop. After getting to the rooftop, Sang-ki suddenly hugged him and said, Congrats, brother. Other colleagues clapped and said, Kim-sin, I trust you, Assistant Kim, you're amazing, congratulations. Everyone had a cheerful expression, but no one explained to him what was happening. Right then, the protagonist grabbed Sang-ki's arm and asked, What's going on? Sang-ki excitedly said, Oh, haven't you checked yet? The EBIT has increased by 70% in just 2 days. Kim-sin heard this news and started pondering. So it's up by 70%. Let's see. So what's the final profit margin? This morning, the exchange rate for IKBILO was $58 million. If it goes up 70%, that makes it $98.6 million. A mountain of money started to appear in Kim-sin's mind. Just the value of Libiol alone had increased to nearly 100 billion won. Other colleagues were also excited and laughed loudly. I invested 40 million won in ITBELIO and received Luangbang for the whole year. I recovered my capital and made double. Gotta make a living, gotta make a living. A colleague stepped forward and said, I should have asked Assistant Kim before telling everyone, sorry for sharing this on my own. Kim-sin immediately replied, It's okay, it's not like it's a lottery number or anything. At this moment Sang-ki touched him and asked, Hey man, be honest, how much did you invest in the ICO? You invested at least 300 million won, right? Hearing his question, Kim-sin thought for a moment. He hated lying, but telling the truth felt awkward, so he said, 1 billion in Sibello and 1 billion in Cilium. Other colleagues were surprised, really. You invested that much, that's impressive. So this time you must have earned at least $700 million. Bro, what now? Sell right away? Kim-sin replied, Don't ask me. You're the one making the decision. Investing is a personal matter. Sang-ki said, I know, I'm just curious about your decision. Surely it will rise quickly. Wasn't it IBELO initially created to speed up interbank transactions? Due to its nature, the price won't fluctuate significantly. Greed is sweeping through the market more than I thought. Selling now is fine, but isn't a strong increase for 2 consecutive days, a sign that something is about to happen. Kim-sin thought for a moment, then advised, It's not time to sell yet. Sang-ki, hearing this, said, Really, isn't that too greedy? Kim-sin, full of experience, replied, Everyone is very ambitious right now, so I'll wait a bit longer. That day, rumors of Kim-sin's resounding success with cryptocurrency quickly spread throughout the company. The rumor said he had amassed a huge fortune at a young age, enough to capture everyone's attention. Before long, it became the talk of the town, with colleagues in the company spreading the word. Have you heard the news? Assistant Kim from the sales department made over 1 billion won from stocks. Of course I've heard. They say it's over 4 billion now. It was 2 billion at first, but they say the investment in stocks doubled it. Even the members of the team are making some money thanks to Assistant Kim. How about we ask them to give us some tips? But lately, bad rumors about Assistant Kim have been spreading. How do I say this? I heard he hit his ex-wife and took her money. Oh hey, that person, the assistant I know isn't like that. Are you sure about that? I don't know, I just heard it that way. Be careful with your words because someone might have spread rumors to harm Assistant Kim. That must be it. Chigwon stood outside the door eavesdropping, and she had been so angry that she bit her lip tightly. The screeching sound of 2 sets of teeth grinding against each other made everyone in the room shudder. Drop the coffee I just bought. What the heck? At a street cafe, Sue sat upright at the table, staring blankly at the scenery. People in the coffee shop stared at her in awe. She's so beautiful. Is she a model or an actress? Truly stunning. It seems unusually low pressure. Right at this moment, the person she was waiting for arrived. Sue, sorry for being late. Have you been waiting long? Sue replied directly, Nothing, I just got here. Yop then said, Good thing, you'll buy the coffee. Sue spoke up. What suddenly happened to him? I have a few things to say about Assistant Kim. Yop shook the coffee cup in his hand, looked her straight in the eye and said, Quite straightforward, huh? Good, but I have one question first. What do you think about the recent rumor about Assistant Kim? Sue was surprised. What rumor? He immediately said. Assistant Kim is rumored to be addicted to gambling and violent with his ex-wife. Sue immediately got upset, stood up to refute, of course, it was all lies. Assistant Kim wasn't like that. Someone had spread malicious rumors. Iop calmly said, "Your answer makes me very satisfied, so let me ask one more question. Cho Sua, you like Assistant Kim, don't you?" At first, hearing the question, Sue was stunned, standing frozen for 5 seconds. Then it slowly burst out, shouting, "What? What is that supposed to mean? No, it's not that I don't like it, but you seem to be all over the place with your answers." Yop immediately said, "No need to hide it from me, I already knew. That's why I'm helping." Iop gently placed the coffee cup down and said to her, "Sue, go find Senior Kim right now and tell him you like him." In another corner, the man suddenly rushed to hug Kim Sin and happily said, "I love you, brother." Just as the young man was still wondering what is going on here, everyone moved forward to praise him, thanking Assistant Kim. "I believe in you." Seeing them, the protagonist suddenly looked a bit confused as the crowd had grown much larger, so he decided to ask his friend Song-ki, "Who are these people?" To which the other quickly replied, "What, can't you tell by looking? Thanks to you, many people have successfully invested." Next, everyone continues to praise the main guy. "Thanks to him, I was able to pay rent, and I even got a new car. I made about 500, I'm really grateful to him." Hearing these words, Kim Sin couldn't help but be astonished. Has the number of people really grown this much? After the rumors about Kim Sin's successful investment spread, most of ACO's employees jumped into investing. After that, IPLA from 930 kwan suddenly surged to 1,485 kwan, and all those who believed in Kim Sin and invested are experiencing a boom. That's why they all adored the male lead, constantly coming up to hug and kiss him. "My precious, I love you, Sin," the young man reluctantly said. "I'm just glad everything turned out fine." At that moment, someone suddenly asked, "Assistant Kim, you invested around 2 billion won last time, right? So didn't you make nearly 10 billion? Kim Sin smiled and replied, "It's not that much." In his heart, he silently thought, yes, it's not that bad. Because of Kim Sin's current assets, it's about 578 billion. 578 billion is enough to buy a company if you have enough determination. I did invest with the expectation that Iplel and Sliam would increase in value, just like tending to a seedling every day with the hope that it will grow quickly. But there's something unexpected. Kim Sin couldn't help but exclaim, "The young sprouts are growing so fast they're really shooting up." The guy could only smile awkwardly at the giant tree in front of him. In his heart he thought, I never expected it to increase like this in just a month. I had predicted that people would gather, but it's happening too fast. Seeing the pensive look on the main character's face, suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. "Assistant Kim. We also want to learn about you, we heard you're a great investor." Kim Sin, not very confident, said, "Let's see, investing now seems a bit risky." The girls upon hearing this asked why. The young man quickly explained, "Prices rise rapidly in a short time, the faster they go up, the faster they will drop." Hearing this, the girls were all in awe. "You really are an expert, so what about the other investment categories? Tell us more." At the same time, Chaekwon witnessed the scene just now and showed a jealous expression. She kicked over the trash can with hatred boiling inside, really frustrated. "Everyone keeps talking about Kim Sin. Kim Sin, what's so great about that foolish guy? He was broke when he got married, did he deceive me? Damn, though it might sting my pride a bit. Indeed, there is no other way." In the ACO chat group, everyone is enthusiastically discussing. According to Song-ki, Ispelo is sailing smoothly. Min-guk thinks there's no need to be jealous of the feeling of test driving the Beano. The others are joking around, and I'm also going to try the 16th floor. At this rate, will I end up buying a yacht? Kim Sin read the message and said to himself, now the company chat group is all about the kid. Luckily, no one was hurt, right? As soon as he finished speaking, a message appeared on his screen. It left him utterly shocked, frozen for a few seconds. The message wasn't from the person who had been harmed, but from his ex-wife. "How are you doing?" The notification popped up in front of him like a wake-up call. "This user is not your friend. Be careful not to lose money." He wondered to himself, Han Chae-guan. Suddenly, what happened? The other person kept texting with a remorseful attitude. "I know you've had a hard time since the divorce reading this," Kim Sin smirked inwardly. "Not at all, quite the opposite. It's been very happy." Chaekwon pretended to blame herself. "I've been thinking a lot lately. I think it's because I lacked empathy." After watching, the male lead still couldn't quite understand her intentions. What is she talking about? His ex-wife kept sending messages. "You've been living alone without your parents by your side. I probably didn't understand you well and treated you poorly. I don't want to talk like this. Let's meet and talk in person. Tomorrow is a holiday, so you probably have time, right? Let's meet at 4 p.m. at the usual store we used to go to. I will wait for you." Upon reading this, Kim Sin firmly decided to leave the chat room, even though the app had asked for confirmation. If you leave the group, the member list and chat history will be deleted. Do you want to leave the group? Faced with the sweet words of his ex-wife, Kim Sin kept a cool head, his heart steady and unwavering. Why should I meet her? I need to block her number immediately. Suddenly, the phone rang. The man hurriedly answered the phone. Hello, Sue. The person on the other end reacted as if this was a rare occurrence for him. Assistant Kim immediately picked up the call. The guy quickly explained, I'm just looking at my phone. It's late, what's the matter, Sue? The girl replied in a low voice. Nothing at all. I tried calling to check in. Not sure if you're busy, the male lead casually replied. Not at all, it's already 8 o'clock. Sue, did you have a good rest? The other person asked cheerfully. Yes, after working out, I got everything ready. Tomorrow's a holiday, what are you going to do? I'm planning to go to the Kim Sin Mall, he replied. Sue continued. The mall again? The young man didn't hide anything and honestly said, I threw out all the furniture when I moved. On the other end of the line, Sue gathered all her courage to make a suggestion. So, if it's possible, can I go with you? Hearing these words, the male lead couldn't help but be surprised. Seeing him remain silent, the girl showed clear signs of sadness. However, the next words made her happier than ever. There's nothing that can't be done, so tomorrow at 4, let's meet in front of the shopping center. Yes. That's fine, good night, Sue replied cheerfully. She quickly pressed the button to end the call, then buried my face in the pillow, overwhelmed with joy. I thought to myself, my voice probably wasn't shaking too much. Recalling the image of the colleague trying to persuade, Sue, now go find Senior Kim right away. And tell him that she likes him. Thinking of this, her cheeks suddenly turned red. She sat there thinking for a long time. Then she told herself, I don't know how to confess, but tomorrow I must try my best. The next day, in front of the commercial center building, Kim Sin was already here, while he quietly wondered if he had arrived a bit early. Is there a cafe nearby? A voice suddenly came from the other side. Sin. You came early. Did you wait long? The male lead awkwardly replied, No, I just got here too. You just called me Appa. The girl quickly explained, We're not in the company. I can't call you that. The boy, hearing that, also agreed, Relax, go inside quickly, it's really cold out here. Sue immediately chimed in. She then gently glanced to the left, quietly watching Kim Sin. The more she looked at the person in front of her, the happier she became. Next, the two walked side by side into the shopping mall. The girl asked, Which one should we check out first? As soon as they stepped into the store, the main character and Sue were warmly greeted by the staff. Welcome, please come in. The girl walked while thinking to herself, Come to think of it, this is the first time we've met alone. Could this be? How about dating, after painting a beautiful future when she and Kim Sin fall in love? Suddenly she felt happy. Suddenly the young man excitedly said, Sue, look at this. The blanket is so cozy. After hearing that, the woman silently thought to herself, He seems excited, maybe he likes shopping. Then she agreed with the other person's opinion, right? It looks so soft. On this side, Kim Sin touched the blanket and recalled his painful past. When in the semi-basement, no matter what, he had to use thick and heavy blankets, so he never knew that a blanket could be this light and warm. Without hesitation, the guy pulled out his card and paid. I'll take these 3 sets, thanks. The polite staff replied, Thank you. Arriving at the area, Kim Sin was once again drawn to another item, and seeing this, Sue asked what it was this time. The excited young man said, The new cordless vacuum looks like a rocket model. Is it really that powerful? The girl suddenly asked. The male lead quickly sealed the deal. Give me this machine. The staff took the bank card once again, cheerfully said thank you. Next, Kim Sin seemed excited when he saw the modern gadgets. Look, there's a screen on the fridge. So they sell the whole set too? The sofa chair can adjust its angle. Just like that, the sound of card swipes kept echoing as Kim Sin sealed deals like a machine. The guy looked in the mirror and thought to himself, If I had money, the mall would be an interesting place. Even though I've spent a lot, it seems like I haven't spent it all yet. It feels like when I was a kid playing games with hacks. Finally, he turned to the person next to him and said, Sorry, I was just staring, so you must be bored. Sue quickly denied it. Not at all, I actually enjoyed it. Her heart whispered happy, but I keep thinking about what Don Jape said. Thinking about it, she told herself. That's right, Don Jap was right. I can't keep hesitating forever. Today, it's certain to say, Sue finally mustered all her courage and spoke up, Appa, unexpectedly. At that moment, Kim Sin's voice also rang out, Sue. This coincidence left both of them stunned. They kept insisting the other go first. You go ahead. No, you go ahead. It's not urgent, so it's fine. Then Kim Sin spoke up. All right, you go first. Hearing that, the girl breathed a slight sigh of relief, startled. The male lead gets straight to the point, honestly then. After hearing him out, Sue's expression shifted from excited anticipation. Suddenly eyes widened in astonishment. She wanted to ask to confirm, why? At this moment the clock struck 9:30. The angry woman gritted her teeth and said, Kim-sin, you stood me up? In another corner? The man shouted with determination, Everyone, I believe 10,001 is not far away. Let's move forward, let's go. In contrast to his enthusiasm and everyone else's. Over here, everyone was incredibly calm. Min-guk, witnessing the scene just now, remarked, Look at how fierce they are. It seems like all the staff are now investing in it. The people nearby chimed in, Everyone's making money, how could they just sit still? But isn't that assistant Nasanguk? It is considered a form of gambling that only fools play, and I, the assistant, just wanted to try the taste of money. Kim-sin stood to the side, deep in thought. In just 2 months sodium had tripled, and iodine had increased tenfold. The rate increased by 1,300% compared to the original price of 301. This profit margin turned the coin's critics into fanatics. Greed brings people together. Everyone ignores greed, believing they will have it, but no one knows its consequences. When I make money I feel really happy, but upon reconsideration prices dropped. Losing capital, if starting to suffer losses, that was when hell began. And that then, I am no exception either. Going back in time to the past, his father once taught him, Sin, you must remember, just because you stay straight at the casino doesn't mean you'll make money right away. So when will you get it? Remember those things. Kim-sin suddenly voiced his thoughts, knowing when to stop after making money. Switching scenes, the company chat group is buzzing with discussions about Ibileo and expressing gratitude towards the male lead. Sanguk watched and said, Ask Kim-sin to deal with those idiots. Isn't he just lucky? Well, what could a mere ant know anyway? Next he started getting cocky, saying investments should be handled by experts like me. Just 1 month in and already made 100 million. If EBL keeps going up to 10,000, the profits will be in the billions. Just like they say, life is a fierce battle. The man keeps dreaming of a better future, when I'll buy a house overlooking the Han River, get a few sports cars and more. Loving someone as beautiful as Sue, lost in a beautiful dream when suddenly the sound of a message notification rang out. Sanguk clicked and saw that Kim-sin had messaged in the company chat group saying, I want to let everyone know. After watching, he asked himself, What's this? Asking for info on the new token, right? The main character continued, Today I'll tell you about IBL, Sly. I will sell everything. Everyone was surprised when they read this shocking news. Sanguk originally wondered if he should sell while the price was so good. Was he even thinking straight? Amid everyone's extreme confusion, he quickly spoke up to reassure them. Kim-sin, are you thinking straight? No, everyone, don't listen to Assistant Kim. The man immediately typed to explain, How can you sell during the golden period? Think carefully, IBLO is full of opportunities. After sending the message, he showed disdain for Kim-sin, not expecting him to be unaware of such basic things, truly an amateur. Then he tried to convince everyone that when financial transactions between banks begin, it below would take the lead, and people would only be able to buy it below. If supply and demand support each other and the goal is clear, why feel uneasy and sell? On this side, Kim-sin presented his opinion. I have no intention of changing everyone's mind with just a few words of mine. Responsibility and investment decisions are personal matters for each individual, and my decision is final. Typing the final message. The guy put the phone down on the table, telling myself, so now the only thing left is to meet team leader On tomorrow. The next morning in the tall company building, Kim-sin, dressed neatly, went to a certain room. The guy walked into the room and called out for leader On Min-guk. Do you have time? I have something to tell you. Kim-sin walked over to Min-guk's desk and asked, Team leader Min-guk, do you have a moment? I have something to tell you. Min-guk looked hesitant but said nothing. Then the leader stood up and said, Oh really? Then let's go somewhere else. Yes sir, where should we go? To the rooftop. Once they reached a quieter spot, Min-guk felt more at ease with him. The team leader patted Kim-sin on the shoulder, congratulating him. Well done, Assistant Kim. Already had money, but this time I'll be even richer. Thanks to you, I've earned enough to drink for the rest of my life, Kim-sin murmured softly. Leader, it hurts a bit. Then quickly returned to the main topic. Min-guk asked Kim-sin, What do you want to say? Nothing much. Kim-sin suddenly took out a white envelope. The team leader immediately noticed this. So this is the resignation letter, Kim-sin confessed. I'd like to request a 2-week leave. Is that okay? Min-guk took it and approved. All right, request granted. At that moment he was startled. What, a vacation? Not quitting? He was immediately confused by the unexpected attitude of the team leader. Yeah, quitting? Min-guk said, You've made so much money, I thought you were going to quit. It's not that I haven't thought about it, but I still haven't prepared anything. Honestly, I'm starting to think about what I said to Sua earlier. I'm considering whether I should go to the US for about 2 weeks. I kept thinking about what I could do with the money I earned, but maybe because I just worked at the company and did part-time jobs, I couldn't come up with anything. At that moment, I truly felt like I lacked experience and knowledge. So I'll take this opportunity to study a bit more. I plan to go to the US to expand my knowledge. Sue suddenly became indescribable, so that's how it is. Looking at the expression of the girl in front of him, Kim Sin was a bit confused. Was Sue about to say something? She could hear his thoughts, so she no longer intended to stop his plans. Her lips tightened. It's nothing, wishing you a safe trip. After hearing Kim Sin explain everything, Min-guch nodded. All right, I'll take care of it for you. Go enjoy yourself, thank you. However, his next words made Min-guch toss and turn a lot. He asked his team leader, can I continue living like this? Min-guch glanced over and asked, what do you mean by that? Kim Sin then confessed, even though I make money from my kid, I don't know what I'll have to do in the future. Among the skyscrapers ahead, Kim Sin added, I don't have any hobbies or dreams like everyone else, nor do I have any special talents. I wonder if chasing money like this without a dream is worth it. I'm always envious of those who have dreams. Some people dedicate their entire lives to singing, sports, or drawing. They are people with dreams and passion, something I don't have. Min-guch thought about what he had just heard, looking toward the emptiness of the future. The team leader expressed his thoughts, dreams. Assistant Kim, maybe it's because I'm the boring type in society. But I think it's just like a dog's bark. Kim Sin was noticeably stunned. It's not something to be proud of, but I'll tell you this story. My dream when I was a kid was to become a golf player. My parents also loved playing golf, so they encouraged me. Since the age of 10, my parents have supported and trained me to become a specialist. The palms turned bright red, although bruises and calluses appeared on his hands. Just holding the golf club, the pain disappears like a lie. Kim Sin curiously asked the team leader, so isn't it because of your dream that you're really happy? Of course I'm happy, Min-guch replied. He kept telling the story until I learned the truth. Later I found out that the costs for using the court and the tuition fees were enormous, to the point that it could bankrupt my family. Finally I gave up on my dream. As you can see, I'm living like this. Do you know what my dream is now? Without letting Kim Sin respond, the team leader spoke up. Don't worry about it, just enjoy a baseball game with your family. He put his hand on Kim Sin's shoulder as if he had unloaded all his thoughts. Dreams? It would be great if you had them, but I hope you're not too affected by them. Life is long and you can find anything you want to do. So don't overthink it, just be happy, do whatever you want. No matter what you do, I'll always support Assistant Kim. Min-guch kept patting him on the back as a sign of encouragement. The leader said, let's end it here, thanks for listening to my lecture. Kim Sin sighed with relief. No, it was really helpful. It seems he had begun to grasp the idea of what dreams are, Kim Sin thought to himself. That's right. It's okay to have dreams a little late. Just take things one step at a time. Min-guch's voice echoed again. By the way, Assistant Kim, yes? The team leader suddenly whispered softly to him. I also have some questions about Assistant Kim. How much did you make this time? You look pretty confused, so Min-guch promised. I'll keep it a secret, so can you tell me a little? He didn't speak directly but chose to beat around the bush, looking at the Gangnam building not far away. Kim Sin hinted, Team leader, how much is the apartment price in Gangnam these days? Let me see, it's probably around 1.5 to 2 billion won. Kim Sin muttered, if calculated at that exchange rate, it's about 2 billion. Then, he whispered into Min-guch's ear about the question from earlier. I wonder what he heard from Kim Sin that made his eyes widen and his mouth drop open in shock. Do you really have that much? He ignored the question and bowed to say goodbye to his team leader. Min-guch's hand trembled with every beat. Sweat poured down. Kim Tae-hyun truly became ridiculously rich. At this point, the number Min-guch heard was revealed. Kim Sin, the current assets. 1,000 apartments in Gangnam, somewhere around 1.2 trillion. Switched to an international airport scene. The sound of rolling suitcases echoed in the waiting hall. Kim Sin had prepared for a short-term study trip to the US according to his plan. He felt a bit excited seeing so many people here. It had been a long time since he last flew, ever since the conference in Germany, and he was a little thrilled. As he entered the passenger cabin, 4 flight attendants warmly greeted him. Welcome, and thank you for choosing our airline. He was very pleased with this service attitude. Indeed, having money is good. In the past, flying economy class was a bit cramped and inconvenient, so this is what first class feels like. Suddenly, he vaguely overheard a fellow passenger in the same cabin talking about something. A woman's voice came up. I'm very satisfied with this design. It will work well for the target audience, which is young people. It's time for compact cars to thrive in South Korea. The girl realized she had raised her voice a bit, so she paused for a few seconds and looked over at Kim-san. He understood and gestured for her to continue her work. Just like that, the girl kept talking to her partner. Handle it that way. The plane has taken off, so if there's anything urgent, just send me an email. Just hung up, she immediately turned to him. Sorry, I had an urgent matter to take care of. He didn't mind and was very understanding. It's okay. There's no other way when it comes to company matters. The girl over there seems to understand a bit about Kim-san's personality. From her pocket, she took out a business card and said, We have to be together for 11 hours. Let's introduce ourselves. I'm the CEO of Mira. My name is Ki-young. Kim-sin looked at the business card and thought quickly, the director is really young. She must be very successful, or the granddaughter of a business tycoon. Then he said, I forgot to bring my card. I'm Assistant Kim-sin, a sales employee at a pharmaceutical company. Ki-young was a bit surprised by the title of sales assistant. She found it hard to believe that an ordinary sales staff like her could sit in first class. Kim-sin talked with Ki-young about some unusual things to kill time, saying that people these days mainly make money through investing. On the other hand, Sua at the company kept thinking about him, Assistant Kim, who was probably on the plane by now. The first meal was served. A premium seared beefsteak reserved only for first class was placed in front of Kim-sin. He looked at her, unable to hold back his emotions. When the knife gently touches the sauce-covered meat, along with a bit of seasoning on top, Kim-sin put the whole delicacy into his mouth. Only when the tip of his tongue touched the beef did his instincts start to explode. So delicious. Every time I chew a tender piece of meat, the juices flood my mouth, and the accompanying sauce perfectly balances the flavors. Can't believe I got to try these dishes on a plane. So this is what first class tastes like. Even the wine is sweet. Kim-sin hummed softly along with the gentle melody playing from the speaker, just as a thought crossed his mind, wondering if he would be called again. Ki-young was convinced by his unusual actions that, no matter how you looked at it, this seemed to be his first time in first class. Was he really just an ordinary employee? It's hard for a regular employee to sit in first class. Suddenly Kim-sin glanced over at her. Ki-young responded with his own intuition. Of course Kim-sin had no ill intentions. He was simply impressed by Ki-young's upright posture and thought highly of it. In her shy gaze, Kim-sin continued to assess, showing no awkwardness in handling the fork and knife. Her posture also looked very natural. I think her posture is very beautiful. Sorry for scaring you. Ki-young quickly hid his face. She replied, No, not at all. No problem. Once again Kim-sin made her heart waver. After the meal, Ki-young and Kim-sin had another chance to talk, this time about her work. Kim-sin looked at what she just showed him and felt very intrigued. So this is the car ad concept for this time. The commercial was shot on a desert road. It's fantastic. Ki-young added, seeing it in real life makes me like it even more. The car launched this time is not only targeting the Korean market, but also the US market. Amid the excitement, Ki-young asked him what car he was using, not the car of the future. Hearing this, Ki-young replied, It's okay, because knowing what car you drive can reveal your preferences and other things, that's why I asked. He didn't hide it and said the name Fieri 458 Italian version, a name that left everyone speechless. We plan to launch sports car models in the future. We are also investing heavily in electric and driverless cars. Kim-sin immediately came up with an idea. Thinking back, I once drove a driverless electric car on Jeju Island. This sentence just pulled Ki-young in. She eagerly asked him, What do you think? The difference in feeling between the gas pedal and the brake was immense. Once again, Ki-young froze. She was stunned by those words. On the other hand, Kim-sin kept diligently evaluating. Bin ran out faster than I thought. Driving was also a bit inconvenient, so that's how it is. He glanced slightly towards Ki-young, realizing he had truly changed. If it were before, it would be very difficult to speak directly to the CEO of the driverless electric car company. Is this the confidence that money brings? Due to all that, Kim-sin decided to change the subject before things got worse between them. He said, We've been talking about cars this whole time. You seem to really like cars. Yes, that's right. I've liked them since I was little, so I made it my career. Now I'm trying to test drive as many cars as I can. Have you tried any cars yet? Recently I tested a Mini in England. The car feels perfect, with excellent performance and great design, so I was drawn to it. Hearing this tone, Kim-sin felt pleased, lucky that she had regained her spirit. It will still be a long time before the plane lands in the US. The flight attendant announced through the PA system, We will guide passengers, and in a moment, our plane will arrive at San Francisco International Airport to assist passengers. Even so, Ki-young's voice drowned out the loudspeaker. She was still immersed in the knowledge about the car quality she had experienced. Although competition has weakened due to cars being easy to manufacture and having high profit margins, I believe that with the technology they have accumulated, they can leap forward at any moment. When I was studying at Cali University, I once went camping in the Mojave Desert with friends, spending a night in the desert, so quiet it felt like being on Mars. Shortly after, the plane landed at the international airport as announced. Ki-young reached out to show sincerity. Delighted to meet you, Kim-sin. Be sure to stay in touch when you return to Korea. So wishing you a fun trip. Kim-sin politely reached out to shake her hand. Yes, wishing Ms. Ki-young a pleasant trip, but deep down he sighed with relief for escaping the professional chatterbox. He hurriedly grabbed his luggage and left. The flight was truly exhausting. Couldn't believe he spent hours talking. Next time he definitely needs to stay quiet. The door at the airport gate opened. In front of Kim-sin is a city of tall white people. He couldn't contain his happiness. His eyes widened as if he had just seen gold. Not far from there, a passenger from the US was bargaining with the driver, which also made him hesitate. Really? Already arrived in America? Suddenly a voice called from behind him, "Sin-ah, Kim-sin." When he turned around, he saw a chubby guy rushing towards him. "Welcome to America, you've had a hard time." Both then shook hands, but what bothered Kim-sin was Mungwoo's appearance. Why did he gain so much weight? My friend, someone my size wouldn't be considered heavy in America. Speaking briefly about him, Mungwoo was my best friend during our university days. We lived together in a basement apartment and went through tough times. He landed a job at a foreign IT company and moved to the US through his own efforts. He's the friend I'm grateful to for letting me stay with him on this trip to the US. Remembering the last time he met Mungwoo made Kim-sin even more incredulous. No way, it seemed like he had changed a lot. Mungwoo asked, "Are you hungry? Shall we go eat? Have you booked the restaurant yet? What kind of old-fashioned restaurant is that? When you come to the US, you must try a burger first." A fork is stabbed straight into a ripe cherry tomato. This person is Chaekwon, and the reason she's so angry is that she can't get in touch with Kim-si. How dare you stand me up? I've already lowered myself this much, and the female colleague next to me noticed her expression. Your face doesn't look too good. What's wrong? Chaekwon immediately regained his smile. Oh my, sorry. I suddenly thought of my ex-husband. I heard he's on vacation in the US now. A man who only knows gambling every day. How does he have the money to get there? He must have mortgaged his car to get the money. Clearly, the money earned from you has been wasted on gambling. I haven't even paid back the money I borrowed from my mom when I got married. Domestic violence, cheating, everything. A different voice suddenly spoke up. Chaekwon, it's really unbearable. Aren't you the one who's truly wicked? If you've broken up, just end it. This curly-haired woman is Hai. Chaekwon met his nemesis and immediately lowered his tone. Leader Hai. Well, Hai kept mocking. I've been trying to stay silent and let it go, but the problem between you two is for you to solve. Yourselves. But Assistant Kim, he's famous for being hardworking in the company. They say he's never harmed anyone, let alone gotten angry with others. It doesn't seem like what Chaekwon said. I don't understand why Chaekwon keeps bad-mouthing Assistant Kim. Hai started to raise her voice, seeming like she was jealous. Not a star. Chaekwon took a deep breath, his voice trembling more than before. It's a bit too much, Captain. Why are you being so harsh with me? She said, then stormed off as everyone watched. Regarding Hai, she just watched Chaekwon's back without saying anything. In the restroom, Chaekwon's scolding rang out a few times, acting like he was so noble, even though he's already that old and just became a team leader. She even kicked over the trash can nearby. Everyone looks down on me, fine, just wait and see. With that, Chaekwon immediately took out his phone. She checked the balance fluctuations in her account. Seeing the 9-digit figure, she began to gloat, because in the end, the one who laughs last will be me. On the rooftop of the company, a chart was presented along with a few announcements. Look at this, I was right. I didn't sell the stock for a whole day and made an extra 10% profit. Min-guk warned his employees, we need to determine the right timing before selling anything. Assistant Kim seems a bit impatient. Now is the best time to buy stocks. If you're too worried to buy, you won't get that price again. Just trust me and follow my lead. That stock will rise 100-200 times more in the future, a frustrated employee said, speaking as if the stock was guaranteed to soar. Donggi asked Min-guk, the department head, what he planned to do. You mean about the money for the child? That's right. I've been worried ever since Assistant Kim started selling it. At first I thought I could sell any time, but I didn't expect the profits to gradually increase so much. If I had known earlier, I would have invested myself already. Now I wonder if I should invest more. I've been thinking about money all day. Even now I'm thinking about the growth chart. Min-guk calmly enjoyed his cup of coffee and replied, I sold everything. Donggi heard that and was shocked. What? No. But how could you sell everything like that? If you're lucky, you'll make even more. Because I trust Assistant Kim? He frowned after hearing that. Min-guk said that it takes a lot of luck to seize an opportunity, but if you're lucky, any investment will yield higher returns. However, selling a child when the price increases. From that point on, it was all about ability. So when Assistant Kim sold all the animals, I felt very confident. Assistant Kim really is an expert. Returning to Kim Sin's place, he and his friends stopped by a fast food restaurant, and the employee quickly brought them both a special burger. As soon as he took the first bite, Kim Sin exclaimed, "This is so delicious, now this is real cooking." Mung-woo spoke up. Since coming to the US, "How much have you spent already? Don't worry about money if you stay at my place." He put down the burger he was biting into. "Are you taking care of me? It's true that you only know who your real friends are in tough times. You kid, thank you." While they were having their meal, they suddenly heard someone calling their name. It turns out they were two friends of Mung-woo, the guy who called Mung-woo by the name Kan. "Hey, are you having a burger again today?" "See, I told you he was here." Kim Sin whispered softly. "Kan Sao? Yeah, in America my name is Kan. These people are," Mung-woo introduced, "Rit and Heelin. They are my friends in America." They quickly got into it. Rit mentioned, "Mung-woo, Kan, your control model this time is excellent. Thanks to you the project progressed much faster." Mung-woo smiled and replied, "Your model is also good, Kan. You must do well what I asked of you." Kim Sin had no idea what was going on, so he joined in. "A control model? I mean the self-driving software. Rit is running a small company." Rit introduced himself to you, saying he is Rit, and his company is Aura. They are developing a self-driving system to install on passenger cars. Helen also started a conversation with him. "I'm Helen. I'm running the company with Rit. We're developing ways to produce clothes and shoes from eco-friendly materials." Kim Sin wondered if the two founders faced any challenges when starting out. Of course they did. But it means a lot. We did our best to bring the idea to life. The moment of searching for ideas to the final effort, and as Rit steadily moved forward, a blinding light made him stop. Because this is another opportunity that opens up new horizons for Rit's future career, and gives us the feeling of reaching success after so much hard work. He softly praised, "Cool, this job is truly admirable." Rit glanced at Mung-woo's place and continued, "Of course those ideas, without Kan, couldn't be found anywhere. We came up with many ideas using plastic, but they were all useless. Kan turned those ideas into reality with his exceptional programming skills. He is a valuable talent that everyone needs. But eating burgers all the time is a bit strange." Mung-woo turned pale. He yelled, "Rit, do you know that burgers are the perfect food, but eating too many burgers can make you gain weight?" Their argument made Kim Sin feel a bit nostalgic. Even when I got to America, I had already gotten used to these friends. It already feels so meaningful to be in America. That night he was taken home by Mung-woo. "Welcome to my house." Kim Sin walked around and assessed, "Cleaner than I thought. How much is the rent?" "More than $3,000 a month, so that's about 4 million won, right?" Mung-woo opened the fridge and took out a few cans of barley smoothies. "The price in the US is a bit high, and in Sitco, it's even more expensive." Then he threw him a can, leaving him stunned for a moment, wondering why he was suddenly drinking beer. He said, "After eating, you should rinse your mouth, and I'm also curious about your drinking capacity. But you didn't come to America just to have fun, did you?" Kim Sin looked at Mung-woo for a long time. A few minutes later, empty beer cans were scattered across the table, with a few tasty snacks still around. Mung-woo laughed happily and said, "I told you, you have feelings for Chaekwon, don't you?" He replied, but at that time she didn't know. If she knew, would she be married now? "You were infatuated with her for a whole year, weren't you?" "If it were me, I would have given up after just one day. Anyway, you're financially independent now. There are plenty of wealthy people in the US who made their fortune from stocks." Mung-woo added that most of the people passionate about it are here. Many of them play the stock market hoping to hit that jackpot. Kim Sin asked if Mung-woo could create one. "Easy," he said. "I'll make one for you." Kim Sin thought about a few things. "Investing in children is something I have never considered. If I invest and buy it, will there definitely be a profit in the future?" "Just invest then." As planned, he spoke up. "Mung-woo, can I ask you something? What's going on?" Recalling the morning meeting with Rit and Heelin, he asked again, "How to start a company?" He sat there holding a beer can in his hand. "Mung-woo, can I ask you something? How to start a company?" After receiving that question, Kim Sin immediately replied, "I'm not drunk, I'm serious here." Mung-woo wondered why suddenly asking about the company, and he responded, "Looking at Crit and Lena, I got curious. I don't know how serious you are, but in my opinion, there are 3 key factors to starting a business. First, you need to have a lot of money. The second is the idea to come up with the safest and most appropriate options. And third, most importantly, is the capability of the leader. Even with capital and ideas, if the leader lacks the ability to utilize them, it's all in vain." He muttered in his head the words of the boy, "Even with ability, lacking capital would still lead to failure." Indeed, money alone is not enough. The leader must possess all of the above qualities, so what abilities do they need to have? In terms of expertise, good ideas, or the ability to motivate, there seems to be something even more important. You keep explaining to me anyway, Running a company isn't easy. If there's a lot of money, it's better to invest. He called out again. Mungu, what is it this time? How do you invest in a company? He asked while popping open a beer can and listening for the answer from him. At a fast food shop on the street, Trit sat in the chair with his arms crossed, a plate of fast food in front of him. So you want to invest in AU-Ra? He nodded and confirmed. That's right. Being Khan's friend, I can trust you, but I didn't expect to discuss this at a burger joint. Khan said you'd prefer this place over a stiff cafe, right? And I also looked into Aura, his hand rolling the paper. The growth of Aura is much faster compared to other companies, and their technology is recognized to the point of receiving investment offers from major Korean conglomerates. If they find a good partner, I think Aura can develop even further, don't you think? Chris adjusted his glasses and replied, Unfortunately, we are in the process of discussing investment with another company, even if we don't receive any further investments. Are you hesitating? Getting that question hit a nerve, so he was a bit surprised. He kept trying to persuade, I heard that the company is asking for more shares while reducing the investment amount, and they are also putting forward unfavorable terms for Aura. Chris doesn't know how he found out about this. He simply said softly, I don't want to do business that way. I want to become a partner of Aura. When Chris heard you mention $500,000 for 10% equity, which is about 600 million won, he felt it was a considerable amount. That is the investment condition I, as a partner, propose to Aura. The eyes of Q-Rit seemed very pensive at that moment. He's always confident he can win over the person in front of him. First, I will review the file. After carefully thinking it over, he finally made a decision. Mungu at that moment was eating heartily, paying no attention to their conversation. Chris picked up the file, trying to read it carefully, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Then he asked, $700,000 for 10% of the shares? How about this condition? Mungu finally spoke up. It seems like you're pushing the price too hard. At first, he planned $400,000 for 10%. Then he reminded Mungu, stay quiet. We are talking about important business here. That's why I have to clarify. I was the one who introduced Aura to Kim Shin. Come on, give $900,000 for 20%. And then he panicked and asked, what? I know your situation well. You're short on capital because the new technology is developing, while the company you're looking to invest in is trying to swallow Aura. And if they partner with that company, they'll aim for management rights over Aura, which you're worried about too, right? But Kim Sin was different. He pointed towards him. He will take a small share, but that's just a fair deal for the investment. He has no intention of interfering in the company's operations by using the shares as a weapon. As an investor, he only hopes for the growth of Aura. Think carefully, Crit. Khan is playing mind games with him. Choose a major conglomerate and eat a cheeseburger. Choose my friend and eat a large burger. If you choose wisely, you'll gain many benefits. Chris at this moment doesn't know how to choose to his advantage. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. If you say so, then I have no other choice. Khan's best friend, now our business partner, reached out to Kim Sin, signaling a desire to compromise. All right, as an investor, I expect the company's growth. Outside people are busy with their work, and the crowd is bustling back and forth. It was a great start, even though he didn't know if the investment would succeed, but it was still an experience, he thought silently as he held the file in his hand. All thanks to Mungu. At first I just wanted to gather knowledge, but Mungu has a wider network than I thought, and understands the internal workings of companies. Without him, I wouldn't have had this opportunity. Gotta find a way to repay him soon, Mungu said. You just turned around when he said something loving. What are you talking about? You were a bit surprised when he spoke like that. Can you introduce a few more companies? I want to invest a bit more since I've already started, Mungu asked curiously. Didn't you come to the US to relax? Just realized I should be at work right now. At the company there was a well-known inquiry. Is everyone still doing okay? What happened? Aura rejected our investment proposal. She's the director Kyung. Yes, it seems like they recently sold shares to a new investor. What was the reason for their refusal? They said they wanted to eat a bojio instead of a bojio fo mai. She thought to herself, what the heck is this huge burger? And Takwe also refused to invest, even they did? So who exactly is the buyer? They say it's an individual, even the person who invested in Aura, which gave her a major headache. An individual investing in a startup? Unless they're extremely passionate about the industry, it's highly unlikely. Anyway, we lost 2 companies we were targeting. This person is no ordinary one. She gripped the edge of the chair, deep in thought. I'll give you time to learn more about that person. We need to secure the shares he's holding. Yes, I understand. I thought I knew all the information in this industry, but turns out there's still someone I haven't heard of. I will definitely find you. Her face was filled with determination. The current assets of Kim Sin amount to 1,190 billion won. The people are only 450 years old. 44th floor apartment, what's all the noise about? 32nd floor apartment here requesting rescue, what's going on? The Great Depression is here, run quickly. We have to cut our losses. This time we're doomed. Please save me. What should I do now, Mr. Dailai? Dropped by 60%, you told me to trust the photo. Take responsibility. Everyone is panicking right now, making Sanguk tremble in fear. So he shouted, "It's only been a week and I've already lost 200 million won. Half of my fortune is gone." Jaekwon stood from afar, frowning. She is furious about the company's severe shortage. Sanguk was panting heavily, sweat pouring down his face. What should he do now? Who told you to believe me? You knew the risks but still invested, and now he's blaming everyone. I tried pressing the knife against your throat, forcing you to comply, truly at a loss for words. Dun-ki grabbed his collar and said, "You still have the nerve to say that?" The other guy was just as aggressive. "What, you want to fight? Go ahead so I can get compensation." "Calm down." "Dun-ki!" someone shouted, worried about a brawl breaking out. "Someone stop Dun-ki!" In the end, stubbornly refusing to sell has led to this disaster. He looked up at the sky in disappointment. It should have been sold along with Cindy back then, at least to recover the capital. The severe deficit is rapidly increasing while capital is becoming even more scarce. He was genuinely surprised when something like that happened. Closing his eyes and thinking for a long time, this was truly a difficult choice for him. Finally, he decided to sell, or else those people would end up fighting and injuring each other. Sang-ki sighed. This was probably the best choice. What has Kim-sin been up to lately? He was sitting against the corner of the wall, holding a gun in his hand. In a peaceful village on the mountain range, the house is made mostly of wood and bamboo. Kim-sin is holding a gun, shooting and breaking the wall. Let Mung-woo know that this signal will be very disadvantageous. He turned around and saw him face down on the floor, so he ordered, "Let's retreat and go somewhere else." Suddenly he looked up. "Sorry, we were fooled." As soon as he finished speaking, he felt as if a current ran through his body. Someone is shooting at your back, and all you can do is call out his name. You tried calling his name, but he lay motionless with no response. That guy was still standing behind him, hand reaching into his jacket pocket as if to pull something out. He felt extremely worried about both their safety. It turned out to be a frying pan, which he was slowly pulling out with a mysterious air. Kim-sin was feeling nervous at that moment. Holding the pan in his hand, he revealed one eye. Mung-woo was extremely furious. "Just kill us already. Stop humiliating us. Kill us quickly." In the end, both of them sacrificed themselves in the game. "It's normal. Just stop eating fried chicken for a while and you'll be fine." He sat in front of the computer screen, pulling his hair, losing again because of dirty play. You turned to him and said, "Kim-shin, let's get revenge. Create another room," he agreed. "Hurry up and join. After investing in the startup Mung-woo, it has helped me a lot. To respond, I want to give him a house." But contrary to my feelings, Mung-woo seemed very upset, saying he wouldn't help me for this reason. And he firmly refused, but the latest audio system model, types of gem machines, and the latest gem titles. Seeing the room that holds every man's dreams, he agreed to move in, but only on the condition that we share a room. So he turned to ask, "Mung-woo, I'm planning to go backpacking for a while." He asked curiously, "Taking a long break?" He replied, "I've already asked the department head for more time off." "Backpacking must be fun," you asked, but your eyes were still glued to the computer. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. "Kim-sin, can I ask you for a favor?" He turned to me excitedly and said, "Join me." Similarly, you looked at him with a joyful gaze. On the trip with Kim-sin, his hands trembling as he held his bag, he sat timidly like a shy girl. There is a girl sleeping on his shoulder. Strange. How did it end up like this? I feel extremely terrified. Clearly it was just an ordinary backpacking trip yet. The girl Yoli slept soundly on his shoulder. You remember the time he asked for a favor, Kim-sin? "Would you mind if a friend of mine joined this backpacking trip?" You asked, "Who is it?" Yoli is the younger sister of a close colleague at my company. The colleague's younger sister, sure, I agree. You happily said, "So you agree, right?" He saw how hasty you were and replied, "Wait, at least tell me what she's like." You simply answered, "Just graduated college, 23 years old, don't worry." "All right, see you then." Mung-woo waved goodbye before I could finish speaking. He sat in the car, lost in thought. "Kim-sin, wake up, we've arrived. This place is beautiful, with cool breezes and scenery that's perfect for relaxation." Ioli's hair fluttered in the wind, its scent drawing everyone's gaze. Two people were walking together. She turned to him and asked, "Kim-sin, have you ever been here?" "It's my first time. What about you?" "This is my first time too. I'm really looking forward to the upcoming trip." Her face looks very happy to be going out. "Where should we go first? Have you made any plans yet?" he thought to himself. It seems like she doesn't really care about this, does she? Right now, he has a lot of questions in his head, like how could she not care about backpacking with a strange guy? Maybe it's because he's not used to American culture, or because of the 8-year age gap, so she sees him as just some uncle. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. He kept daydreaming and didn't notice her hand waving in front of his face. Kim-sin, are you listening to me? You weren't listening to me at all, she angrily scolded. Sorry, what did you just say? If you don't have any plans yet, we can follow the schedule I've already laid out. I've planned this backpacking trip. Well, that's great, you seem happy. Where should we go first? Then he replied, we can go anywhere. She took him with her to take pictures. Teach me how to pose beautifully. The scenery here is so beautiful that just lifting the camera gives you a perfect shot. Yoli smiled brightly as if there were no distance between her and him. She brought him into the frame with her. Both posed for the camera. The waves here gently lap against the shore, while the bustling crowd passes by, chatting animatedly. Raise a glass to our trip, both of us enjoying a delicious meal as the evening sets in. Thank you for following the plan with me today. Are you tired? Not at all. I'm also very happy. Indeed, you made me feel if I were alone, I would probably just wander around the hotel, but thanks to you, I got to explore more places. He sends her his most sincere thanks. Why did you travel to the US? You wanted to experience different cultures because you've been buried in work all this time. Why did Aorai think about going backpacking? Today, looking at you, I feel like this isn't an idea that just popped up overnight. She raised her glass to her lips and replied, I want to make memories before starting work. Thanks to hard work, I was accepted to work in the city. When I start, I will be very busy, so I want to take advantage of my free time to go out. He was incredibly surprised, truly admirable. My goal is to one day run a business that makes a lot of money, creating a new legend, so we must raise our glasses to celebrate once again. Because Aoli will write a legend, and for the future of us, the person will search for and realize their dream. Yoli sat across, deeply moved by him. Hopefully one day you will get to collaborate with Yoli, and by then, I hope Kim-sin will become a successful entrepreneur. At the hotel in this city, both he and she stood bewildered in front of the room. It seems like we're the only ones in the room, and in hotels, there's not always someone around. But she sat her butt down on the mattress. There are only the two of us, isn't that what Kim-sin likes? Her eyes looked very mysterious. He felt a bit wary of this remark. Looking at her figure, it's just as hot as any beauty out there. He cleared his throat. Aoli, don't joke like that, it's not funny. I was just teasing you a little because Kim-sin seemed too worried. The room lights were already off. She looked down and wished him a good night. He responded kindly, Aoli, sleep well. He pretended to close his eyes to see if she had fallen asleep. The earlier situation had terrified him. Tim wants to jump out now. How can she joke like that without even a change in her expression, making me try to stay calm, which is so exhausting. Even though I feel a little flutter, I absolutely must not cross the line. If I do something reckless, Mungwoo will get hurt. I have to be more careful. Late night at the beach party. Everyone is having fun in the water, each wearing a beautiful outfit. People sat happily chatting. Suddenly they turned around sharply upon hearing the seductive voice. She is calling his name with such a soft voice. Everyone was surprised by the scene unfolding before them. She took off the towel, revealing the outfit she was wearing, which hugged her body and showed off her sizzling curves. Her feet moved closer to him, then she bent down. Let's go swimming. A moment later at the pool, Ioli's pale legs kicked the water, and the strong push immediately sent her diving deep into the lake. Kim-sin was sitting by the lakeside, his legs swinging over the water, when suddenly a dark figure appeared. Right after that, Aoli emerged from the water. She pushed her hands against the edge of the pool to lift herself up, shook her head to get the water out of her hair, and let out a sigh. Then turning to Kim-sin, he asked, "Aren't you going to swim?" Kim-sin replied, "I'm not very good at swimming, just dipping my feet like this is satisfying enough." Yoli smiled, her face thoughtful, unsure of what idea had popped into her head. Suddenly she jumped off the wall, grabbed Kim-sin's hand and offered, "Let me teach you how to swim." Kim-sin was caught off guard by the situation, and seeing this, Yoli added, "It's okay, I'll hold you tight." Kim-sin, sweating profusely, awkwardly said, "No, that's not what I meant." Then he wondered, what should I do now? Looking at Aoli's face, he kept thinking, if this goes on, he'll definitely get swept away by Aoli. No matter how open American culture is, this isn't okay. For Aoli, he has to maintain a proper distance. Thinking for a moment, Kim-sin said, "Aoli, sorry but I have to head back to the hotel first." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out in surprise. Is there really someone this beautiful? In the distance, 3 young men were approaching. The one in the blue shirt said, "Look over there. I heard there's a pretty girl around here." The young man in the blue shirt didn't care. He called out, "Hey, white-skinned girl, leave that yellow-skinned guy and hang out with us." The guy in the black shirt nudged him with his elbow and said, "Idiot, you're Asian too." The guy in the orange shirt stayed silent. Kim-sin looked at the 3 young men, puzzled and silently wondering, what's this? Are they trying to flirt with Aoli? Suddenly he glanced at the young man in the orange shirt, noticed something, and saw him suddenly wink. Kim Sin immediately panicked, stammering to himself, I'm considered yellow-skinned too? No matter what he thought, the three young men had already moved closer to Yoli. The one in the blue shirt said, anyway girl, hang out with us. The one in the black shirt tried to be gallant, there's an amazing cocktail bar over there. Yoli crossed his arms over his chest, his face clearly showing displeasure. Sorry, but I have to decline. I already have a companion. The young man in the blue shirt patted his head, turned around and asked, so I got rejected, huh? The young man in the black shirt replied casually, it happens all the time, nothing to be surprised about. Yoli snapped, get out before I call someone over. Hearing that, the young man in black immediately frowned, his cheeks turning red, probably out of embarrassment. He suddenly reached out his hand and said, come on. At least let us get to know each other a little. His arm had only extended halfway when it was caught by another hand. Kim Sin stood in front of Yoli, his face cold as he issued a warning, never touch without someone's consent. Yoli was astonished, her mouth slightly open. In front of her, Kim Sin's back suddenly seemed larger, but at this moment, Kim Sin was extremely embarrassed. Thinking I intervened because I sensed danger, now what do I do? Staring at the three young men before him, Kim Sin was certain he couldn't stop them alone. The young man in black squeezed his wrist and said, damn it, these hands aren't for men to hold. The young man in orange blushed and muttered, really envious. Kim Sin glanced back and thought to himself, first, I need to get Yoli out of here. Just as he was considering his next move, Yoli suddenly said, wait for me a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped forward, leaving Kim Sin in shock as he called out, Yoli. Yoli crossed her arms and said, this is the last time I'll say it. Apologize now and quietly leave, and nothing will happen. The young man in black smirked and asked, we didn't do anything wrong, why should we apologize? The young man in blue immediately chimed in, yeah, it's just flirting. Yoli smiled and asked, is that so? She asked, what do you think? As soon as she finished speaking, a large hand grabbed the shoulder of the young man in black. Yoli continued, security officer. After hearing that, the young man in black slowly turned around and immediately saw a guy with a bright smile standing behind him. The security guard growled, sir, clearly you were warned last time for harassment, right? I said. If you repeat the offense, you'll be banned. The faces of the guy in the blue shirt and the guy in the black shirt turned pale. Only the guy in the orange shirt looked shy like a girl being watched. In front of them stood three tall, muscular men. One of the brown-haired men said, please follow me. The matter ended like that. That evening, in a bar, Kim Sin and Yoli held cocktails in their hands and gently clinked glasses. After taking a sip, Yoli praised, it's really good here. Kim Sin added, that's right, this is the first time I've had such delicious wine. The bartender, hearing their compliments, quietly smiled and continued mixing cocktails. Yoli recalled and said, at first when I heard about compensation for damages, I didn't think much of it, but it seems like I've come to the right place. Kim Sin said, in Korea, people call this turning misfortune into blessing. Yoli stammered for a while but couldn't speak, then disappointedly said, too hard to pronounce. Kim Sin gave a wry smile. The pronunciation is indeed a bit tough. Yoli paused for a moment, then softly called, Sin. After a pause, she continued to ask, what kind of person is Sin? Kim Sin wondered, what do you mean by what kind of person? Yoli said, like their living environment. Personality, something like that. Kim Sin pondered for a long time. After a moment of hesitation, he explained that his mother passed away early, so he only lived with his father. His father was addicted to gambling, which left the family in poverty. Then, in his mid-20s, his father died, and he began living on his own. Kim Sin continued. Then he married a woman he met at work. Empty glasses lined the table, and the atmosphere sank into a moment of silence. Yoli angrily said, she is a bad person. Kim Sin was surprised. Yoli continued, no, how could there be someone like that? She's not human. She's a witch. Then she sighed. Living in a marriage like that for an entire year, Sin really was an extraordinary person. Hearing those words, Kim Sin thought to himself, even though I didn't want to talk about this, it does make me feel a little more relieved. Yoli said, anyway, I understand why your ex-wife married you. She closed her eyes and continued, you always listen to others, respect them, and take care of them in every little detail. What woman wouldn't fall for you? As she said that, she turned to ask, what do you think? Kim Sin stayed silent, his face clearly showing discomfort. After a while he stammered, it's getting dark, let's go home. Yoli reluctantly replied, all right. Returning to the hotel, Kim Sin lay on the bed and let out a sigh of relief. Then, in a soft voice, finally managed to calm down. The image of Yoli suddenly appeared in his mind, and Kim Sin thought to himself, in the end, He had been swept away by Yoli halfway through. He should have been more alert. Pick up the phone, he taps on an app, changes his voice, and asks for a market update for a moment. The app just opened, and messages full of complaints appeared. Giving up on crypto, might as well leave it for the kids to inherit, being forced to sell off. Not a single coin hasn't dropped in value. I missed the exchange on the 10th floor. Isn't crypto basically just gambling? What kind of talk is that? After thinking for a bit, Kim Sin suddenly said, after the X crash, all other coins dropped too, most have fallen by over 90%. After thinking for a moment, he realized that if he hadn't sold at that time, he would have suffered heavy losses by now. Just then, a knock sounded from the door. Kim Sin hesitantly asked, "Who is it?" From outside came the voice of Yoli. "It's me, Yoli." Hearing her voice, Kim Sin wondered what could be happening at this hour, but said aloud, "Just a moment, I'll be right out." After speaking, he immediately stepped forward to open the door. As the door opened, the figure of Yoli appeared. She had changed out of her swimsuit and put on a white nightgown. Kim Sin's eyes were fixed on Aoli's chest, then moved down to her hips. With just a glance, Kim Sin felt like thunder in a clear sky. He stammered, "Yoli, this is..." Kim Sin hadn't finished speaking when a finger pressed against his lips, silencing him. Yoli entered the room, pressing his body against Kim Sin. Then he raised his hand to his mouth to signal silence. The scene shifted, and the images of 3 security men appeared, all flaunting their massive muscles. Kim Sin's current state was at an all-time high, over the top at 10,000%. The view outside the window is bright and radiant. Yoli was curious about the night view of the sleepless city Las Vegas, wondering what the night view of Las Vegas would look like in person. Kim Sin faced her and replied, "Its scene was much more beautiful than imagined." Yoli began to wonder. "Better than Santa Monica Beach?" he gently countered. "They're different. If Santa Monica has natural beauty, Las Vegas shows off the glitz of a city." Yoli agreed, "You're right." However, she thought of something new to say, but it was just talking like this. "Is it really okay? You've opened your heart." At that moment, a lullaby-like epic was playing in Kim Sin's mind. Hearing her words, he replied helplessly, "It's fine, even if it's just talking, tonight was still great." Yoli still felt a bit regretful, though she said so. She directly asked the question, "May I ask the reason?" Kim Sin fell into an unspeakable silence. His hand gripped the bedsheet as he answered, because he wasn't confident he could take responsibility. Kim Sin finally chose to explain honestly that after divorcing his wife, he no longer wanted to love anyone, but he also didn't want to act irresponsibly just for a bit of pleasure. Especially with Yoli, he expressed. Hearing his heartfelt words, her cheeks blushed. Yoli gave up, buried his face in the pillow and said, "What are you afraid of?" Kim Sin awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry." She gently lifted herself up and asked for another request. "Then how about tonight you talk with me all night? Would that be okay?" Kim San agreed immediately. "Got it." A string of questions between him and Yoli began. He asked, "What was the most memorable thing about this trip?" She replied. Yoli's slender finger gently poked his soft cheek, and she sighed in boredom. "You fell asleep so fast." Bao said we would talk all night, but Kim San seems to be dreaming with sweat-drenched cheeks. Looking at this captivating scene, Yoli was unknowingly mesmerized. In the end, she lay content, resting peacefully in the arms of Kim San. Yoli's hand gently rested on Kim San's chest with a hint of regret, though slightly reluctant. "This time I'll stop here." She accepts the reality as it is. At the airport, many passengers are rushing around. "It's time to say goodbye," Yoli began. "Thank you for taking me to New York," Kim San politely responded. "It's nothing. Thanks to you, I also got to visit many famous landmarks in New York." She asked, "Are you flying back to Korea right away?" Kim San confirmed, "Flying from here is faster than from San Francisco." Kim San said his final goodbye, so Yoli, farewell to you. She quickly called back, "Sin, you reacted." Kim Sin was stunned, his eyes wide open in shock. It turned out that Yoli rushed straight into his arms, holding him tight. Yoli closed her eyes, savoring this romantic moment. The trip with him was delightful. The two bodies were close, as if sharing warmth. She reminded him, "When you return to Korea, remember to contact me." Kim Sin tried to pull his arm away, but after a moment he stopped, his clenched hand trembling. Kim Sin accepted the request. He was also very happy. He would get in touch once back in Korea, and just like that, the plane took off. Inside the cabin was the voice of the flight attendant. "Dear passengers, our flight to Incheon Airport will soon take off. We will do our best to ensure you have a safe and comfortable journey." Kim Sin sat up straight, glancing outside, thinking to himself, the long trip to the U.S. has finally come to an end. I remember the amazing people I met. Coming to the U.S., I encountered incredibly valuable individuals, from Chris and Lena, the heads of startups, to Yoli, a girl full of dreams. People I would never have met if I had stayed in Korea. Kim Sin also learned a lot about the issue of wealth, he reported, and the industry and culture thriving in every city is truly astonishing. Such development in the US is probably partly due to the gathering of people from different places, but its origin definitely lies in vast capital. Beneath the airplane window, the city gradually comes into view. He remains lost in his own world, feeling the pulse of the grand economy. My greed awakens. I want to work harder, achieve something. Kim Sin clenched his fist with determination, more than ever. I want to make a lot of money, this is the biggest dream on his mind. Kim Sin pondered, I used to wonder why wealthy conglomerate chairmen still worked in their old age, but now that I've become rich, I think I understand. Making money is the most exciting thing. Airplanes crisscrossed the sky. Kim Sin landed safely, suddenly hearing a call, Assistant Kim. The person at the airport holding the sign responded, It's me. Kim Sin shook hands and greeted, Don Depp, did you go through all that trouble to pick me up? He smiled, saying, Others might not, but as an assistant, I had to come pick you up. Don Depp chuckled and revealed, It's not just me coming. Kim Sin looked bewildered. Who else? A woman slowly stepped forward. It's the voice of Sue, the assistant. Sue seriously asked, It's been a long time since I last saw you. Her face blushed as she asked, How was the trip? Kim Sin's eyes lit up, calling out Sue. He left Don Depp behind and walked up to Sue, asking, How can you be out during work hours? She reassured him, It's okay, I'm just on a business trip nearby. After some time, the three decided to leave. Don Depp suggested, Let's go have lunch, assistant. Kim Sin eagerly responded, Sure, what do you want to eat? Don Depp smiled. Anything the assistant invites us to will be delicious, and he suggested, Let's go to the Japanese restaurant in the nearby hotel. Don Depp glanced over at Kim Sin. Amazing as always, Assistant Kim. Sue, on the other hand, was quite worried. That's a 5-star hotel, she said. Kim Sin, ever generous. Suddenly the screen lit up with a message. It was from Han Chae-gwan, assessing Sue's current status, feeling 1000% thrilled. Under the shimmering city lights at night, Kim Sin breathed a sigh of relief, finally home. The scenery in the US is beautiful, but the view from my own home is still the best. Before packing, check your messages. Many people texted him, like Mung Yu checking in, How's life in America, come visit next time. There is also a message from Yoli, I just finished interviewing DB Mogan, will bring good news soon, see you later. Additionally, there are some messages from a few other people. But what interested him the most was that Yoli said, See you later. Yoli probably meant they'd meet again when he returned to the US. Suddenly, Kim Sin was astonished when he saw a message from Han Chae-kwan. She stood in front of a fountain monument speaking coldly. I heard you went on a trip to the US. Even though you left without saying a word, which made me a bit sad, I hope you had a great time. Being alone, does it feel lonely? I really miss you today. Now that we're apart, I realize my feelings for you. I still love you. After reading, Kim Sin couldn't help but feel shocked. Are you crazy? What is she thinking? Messages keep coming in, Kim Sin. Recently, there's been a rumor at the company that you lost all your money investing in coin. No way, it's probably just nonsense. Why aren't you answering? Could it be true? Then she started crying. Suddenly, Chae-kwan changed his tone and cursed him, calling him an idiot. I knew it. Your mind is just like that. The roots never change. You now have a fresh start. From now on at the company, you should be careful, she warned. Kim Sin was both scared and confused at that moment. He thought to himself, what is she talking about? Then immediately blocked Chae-kwan's messages. At this moment, he feels that he made the right decision. Divorce was indeed the wisest choice. The next morning, Kim Sin returned to the company. He happily carried the gifts and said, Hey everyone, long time no see, thanks to you all, I had an amazing vacation, I bought a few gifts. But strangely, none of them were happy, instead they just focused on their own work. He wondered, why is the atmosphere so tense? A few other familiar employees were surprised when they saw him again, Agent Kim. Someone asked, Did you have a good vacation? Kim Sin replied, Yes, thanks to everyone. How's everyone doing? They each answered, Of course, thanks to your advice. We made a successful investment. That's right, following your suggestion to pull out was definitely a wise decision. Now he understood why some people didn't care about him, it was because of cryptocurrency. At that time, someone followed my advice and sold off. But some people listened to Sanguk and kept it. After that, the price of coin dropped by 95%, surely causing significant losses. Suddenly there was a voice calling, Hey, Agent Kim, employees getting priority feels a bit unfair, doesn't it? Where's our gift? Kim Sin exclaimed in surprise, Manager Minguch, Manager Dongi, of course I've already prepared. On the other hand, in meeting room number 2, when the gifts were opened, they were incredibly precious and expensive watches, authentic luxury brands. This made the two department heads not only surprised but also so shocked that they froze. At this moment, Manager Donggi stammered, "Agent Kim, could this be?" He immediately replied, "Yes, this is a Rolex. Since I first joined the company, I have received a lot of help from both of you. So I want to give you both a truly memorable gift." Head of Department Min-guk was still in such shock that he couldn't utter a word. His eyes opened wide, then shut tightly. Even Department Head Donggi was the same, as if the two of them had somehow offended him. Finally, someone spoke up, "Sorry, Kim. Thank you for your kindness, but we can't accept it." "I'm sorry. I can only accept your good intentions." Kim Sin quickly added, "If you're worried about the price, don't be. Though it's a bit awkward to say it myself, for me, this isn't a large sum of money." Donggi lowered his head and said, "Really, we heard about it." He was startled. "What? I heard I lost all my investment money. This is the first time I've heard of it." Both of them weren't surprised. That guy had lied like that before. Then he asked, "So who tricked you? Who told you that?" Then the two of them began to tell the story. Right after that, Kim Sin went up to the company's rooftop. Holding a cup of coffee and deep in thought, suddenly someone walked in and called out, "Hey, Kim's agency. I heard you're traveling to the US. Traveling abroad like that really shows you're from a wealthy family. But lately there's been some strange rumors. Agent Kim, how are things lately?" Kim Sin smiled softly and replied, "Long time no see, Agent Sang-guk. These past few days, other employees have been talking nonstop. Kim Sin, you know how to drive, right? You don't? I can't believe at your age you still don't have a driver's license. Yesterday I played golf with some doctors. Oh, sorry. I guess Kim Sin has never played golf before, so you wouldn't know. Assistant Kim, please buy a decent suit. Looking at you, people might think all ACO employees are dirt poor. See him again." Kim Sin thought to himself, "Sang-guk, he came to verify the rumor he spread himself. It's just like him, still the same nature. Always looking down on others if they seem inferior. Someone who is ready to hurt others just to satisfy their own ego. For the past 4 years he has caused me so much pain. I know he wasn't happy when I became rich, but I didn't expect him to cling this persistently." Seeing Kim Sin deep in thought, the man asked, "Hey, Assistant Kim, why are you so wary of me? I was really worried about you, so I just wanted to check in. We're colleagues after all. Feel free to share your thoughts." Kim Sin glanced at the hand he placed on his shoulder. Suddenly he spoke in a low voice, "Fine. You really want to know my story that much? All right, if you want, I'll tell you. It's perfect timing. I also want to get something off my chest. But you must promise that only you know about this," Sang-guk replied happily. "Of course, I won't tell anyone. Actually, I made nearly 10 billion won from cryptocurrency, but now I have less than 10 million won left." He immediately thought of the image, a holy grail filled with poison, then suddenly burst into laughter. "You must have had a hard time, thank you for trusting me. You know I'm great at keeping secrets, right?" Kim Sin smiled to himself. "I know very well, Assistant Na, so I'll count on you." Then he went on to tell everyone in the company, in the band tray department. They all got flustered. "What, Assistant Kim went bankrupt?" "Really, he made 10 billion won, but now he has less than 10 million won, Sang-guk corrected. They couldn't help but gossip. "Oh my, I thought he went on vacation in the US and struck it big or something, so it turns out the story about him planning to sell the IT lop was a lie?" But then again, who would sell that thing? And Kim's assistant doesn't seem like the type to lie. How disappointing. At this moment Sang-guk couldn't hold back the joy and burst into loud laughter. "That's right. How could Kim Sin be better than me? Insects have to eat pine needles. You will always be beneath me for the rest of your life, Kim Sin. Next time I meet that guy, I don't know what to do anymore," he thought. Suddenly Chief Min-guk walked in. Everyone seemed— "I heard there's a big surprise party at the company tonight. I wonder if anyone wants to attend," Sang-guk questioned. "A party?" Then he said with a bored look, "Enough? It's probably pork belly again. I'm about to turn into a pig myself." "I heard it's a premium beef restaurant in Gangnam," Min-guk said, leaving him surprised. "Beef. And then, as planned, tonight they have a party at an upscale restaurant. The atmosphere here is truly top-notch. Everything is arranged with elegance and visual appeal." Everyone walked in, immediately marveling at the sparkling beauty here. A friendly waiter said, "Feel free to sit wherever you're comfortable." They started murmuring again. "This is an expensive restaurant. Are we really going to eat here? Over 150,000 won per meal. I've never been to such a fancy place in my life," someone said excitedly. At this moment Sang-guk felt a bit doubtful, thinking to himself, "This place is only for the hospital director. Why are they holding a staff party here? It's my first time coming here." Then he wondered, will the director come? Hearing the footsteps continue approaching, Sang-guk turned to look and was extremely surprised. Kim Sin, that guy came too. He cursed in his head thinking, "That bastard, just because he's close with the department heads, he thinks he can act all high and mighty. Just in time, today I need to teach him a lesson." Suddenly, Kim Sin spoke up, "Hello everyone, Thank you all for coming to the party I hosted. Hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. I just got back from vacation and wanted to give everyone a gift, but I felt so guilty. So I decided to throw a small party. Feel free to enjoy. When the plates of premium meat were served, everyone couldn't help but marvel. Sang-guk was completely confused. He couldn't believe this was true. Did Kim Sin really pay for all of this? It must have cost at least 10 million won. What on earth is going on? The staff were having a lively discussion. Hey, it seems like the news about Assistant Kim going bankrupt was fake, right? Yeah, if he were bankrupt he would never throw a party here. Maybe Na misheard. He was startled when he heard his name, jumped up and shouted, No, no way, that Kim Sin said he would only tell me. At that moment, another person interrupted, mocking him, Assistant Kim, who had always been quiet and humble. He couldn't help but panic. Department head Dong-gi. The department head continued, Assistant Na as well. Everyone suffered heavy losses this time. How could he just say it outright? He's definitely trying to comfort you. But suddenly Dong-gi sternly scolded, Assistant Na, the story Assistant Kim told you, why did you spread it everywhere? He stammered in response, No, that's not. At that moment Kim Sin spoke up, Assistant Na, this beef dish probably isn't to your taste, right? If it were the old me, I would definitely ignore Sang-guk's gossip. No, I have to say I had no choice but to let it go, because those words were all true. But now, I hope you enjoy your meal, because this party is held especially for you, Kim Sin said mockingly, sarcastically towards him. Now, you can be sure that I won't let myself be trampled on anymore. Kim Sin smirked arrogantly and said, I organized today's party especially for Assistant Na. Sang-gu furiously clenched his face and said through gritted teeth, You did it on purpose. Other employees were buzzing. Assistant Na had spilled Assistant Kim's secret. Kim trusted him enough to confide, This is just too much. An employee sneered contemptuously at the assistant named Na, yet he dared to come here and eat meat. Another employee quickly chimed in front of expensive beef. Self-respect means nothing. Sang-guk heard those words and his face turned purple with anger, ashamed and not knowing where to hide. That person was so embarrassed he got angry and was about to lose control. He sat down helplessly in anger, only able to mutter curses under his breath, unable to do anything else. Head of Department Dong-gi and Assistant Kim gave each other a thumbs up in appreciation for completing the task. Suddenly Dong-gi noticed someone's figure. He startled, eyes wide as he looked at the person walking in. He suddenly stood up and shouted loudly, Please come in! His loud voice startled Kim Sin, who was walking by, and all the staff who were eating instinctively looked towards the door. A man with a sly smile on his face walked in confidently with his hands behind his back. He was their director. The other employees saw the man walk in, and each one quickly stood up to greet him. Director Chung spoke up, saying not to worry about him and told everyone to go ahead and enjoy their meal. He came here to meet Assistant Kim briefly, and he politely bowed to the chairman. Kim Sin felt a bit uneasy when the chairman came looking for him. Meat was constantly being brought out. The sizzling sound from the grill was quite pleasing. Ever since Director Chung arrived, everyone had been feeling tense, losing interest in the beef except for Kim Sin, who still had the mood to grill. The director poured the drink and said, I've heard about it. I heard you invested in coin very successfully? You hold the glass of wine with both hands for the director to pour, saying it was just luck. The director replies, Luck is also a kind of ability. I didn't expect Assistant Kim to be so good. If I had known the company had such a talent, I would have already set up a department specializing in coin within the company, the general director said with a laugh. You also smiled at the general manager's joke, not knowing how the general manager would look at you. You're famous for investing in coins, but there's no reason Director Chung would care about someone like you. You can't just come here to eat barbecue as you're thinking, Director Chung calls out to you. The director spoke up, with such a good long-term investment vision, how come you're so bad at judging people? Kim Sin didn't understand the meaning of the statement just made. He mentioned the divorce between Kim Sin and Chae Kwan, saying that doing so was a serious crime. You were the one who suggested the divorce first, right? Finding someone as perfect as Chae Kwan is rare. A man should understand a woman. Director Chung kept talking, but you stayed silent, not saying a word, yet deep down you were really angry. So it's definitely not Chae Kwan's fault, he concluded, pointing out that everything was Kim Sun's fault. The meat is starting to burn as the conversation drags on a little too long. The director leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, taunting him. What can I say? Thanks to Assistant Kim, I'm really happy. Even though he was angry, he still asked, Have I helped in any way? The guy gave a disgusting smile and declared, I got to date Ms. Chogwan thanks to Assistant Kim. He continued, Today I'm here just to say that, I know Assistant Kim is suffering greatly, but I still want you to separate personal and professional matters. Director Chung was speaking when Kim Sin interrupted, congratulating him, but he didn't understand what you just said. The old me, what can I say? I'm fine, he said with a smile, holding a bottle of wine in his hand. Pour a glass of wine for Director Jong with a wish for 100 years of happiness. The city is gradually turning dark, and the streetlights are flickering on. Kim Sun walked back from the party on a cold, windy road, but without a coat on. You walked while thinking about the date the director mentioned earlier. You don't want to think about it, but I also had a very happy time dating Chaegwon. Their love story began with a confession. After that, they spent 6 months dating, and it led to marriage. Maybe it was because you longed so much for the word family that you were truly happy at that moment to have a home of your own. You were determined never to let go and to stay together forever. But in reality, it wasn't like that. Your marriage has come to an end. After getting married, Kim Sun realized his wife's true nature, the contempt from her family, and the seemingly happy marriage turned into a living hell. Finally, after a year, you got divorced. Kim Sun didn't expect much, just hoped they could have a meal together and share the happy moments of the day. When tired, stay by each other's side to comfort and encourage. Seeing the family of 3 just passing by, he suddenly felt lonely and envious. He just hopes for a normal life. Kim Sun felt a bit different today, maybe because of the alcohol. It feels a bit colder than usual today. On the sidewalk, there was a girl running in a hurry. Sua was running fast as if she had something urgent. So it turns out she had too much work today and arrived late to the evening party hosted by Kim Sun. Sua ran for her life to make it to the party on time. Kim Sun is also walking on the sidewalk along the same street as Sua. Sua tried to run as fast as she could to make it to the party on time. I wonder if someone running and someone walking ever notice each other. And the two stopped in front of something. Sua and Kim Sun were both quite surprised looking ahead. Could it be that they had run into each other? But no, Sua arrived at the party only to find it had ended long ago. Kim Sun was surprised to see Yoli sitting in front of a building waiting for him. Yoli was very happy to see you had returned. Kim Sun was quite surprised to see Yoli waiting for him. She also smiled warmly and greeted him. It started snowing heavily outside, reflecting the image of Kim Sun's apartment inside. Kim Sun swiped the card to invite Yoli into the house. As soon as she stepped in, Yoli complained, "Winter in Korea is colder than I thought." Kim Sun got straight to the point and asked her why she came to Korea. She replied, "You're asking that too." She turned around shyly and said, "Of course, because I miss Sin already. Working where I want is great, and I still have 10 more days before my shift starts, so I made the most of it and came here," Yoli said to Kim Sun. She asked if she could stay at his place for a few days. He, of course, was fine with it, but there was only one bed in his house. Yoli felt it was fine, they could sleep together, they had done it once before anyway. Even so, he felt uneasy. Kim Sun noticed her reaction was quite sad because he kept hesitating, not wanting her to stay. So, he finally gave in and told her to take a warm bath first. Yoli happily agreed and went right away. Yori was singing while taking a shower, feeling very cheerful. Kim Sun is in the kitchen, washing some ingredients to prepare dinner. You think, it's so cold outside, maybe I should cook soybean paste soup with blood cockles, bulgogi, right? It's been a long time since you felt this way again. It's been a while since Kim Sun last cooked for someone else. In the past, when he cooked for Chaekwon, she criticized the dish he had worked so hard to prepare for her. He gently comforted her. These dishes seem too ordinary, but he's confident in their taste, so hurry and give them a try. The dishes you cook now remind you of the ones you made for Chaegwon in the past, starting with soybean paste soup, followed by stir-fried mushrooms with bell peppers. You put another bowl of rice on the table, and all those dishes in the past were completely discarded by Chaegwon without touching a single bite. His emotions were deeply stirred witnessing that scene. And now he sets up the same meal again. Right now my mind is in complete turmoil at that moment. Memories of the past flood back, feeling completely powerless. At the same time, Yoli stepped out of the bathroom, smelling the aroma from the kitchen. She let out a cry. I smelled the fragrance earlier. Did Sin make those dishes himself? She stepped out with a clean, fragrant body. 2 people immediately sat down at the table. I rushed, so I'm not sure if it suits your taste, he said. She confidently replied, "Don't worry, I can finish it all." She grabbed a piece of rice and some food, eagerly putting it in her mouth. The food entered her mouth, her cheeks puffing up. Kim Sin silently waited in suspense for the reaction of the person across from her. Yoli's big round eyes and raised eyebrows showed how delicious Kim Sun's food was. "This dish is bulgogi, right? You cook it even better than what I had in the Korean neighborhood." Yoli couldn't stop praising it. "What you just witnessed made you really happy. Yoli told you to hurry up and try it." And as the two finished their meal, the sky gradually darkened. The important thing now is that the Kim Sin household only has 1 bed and 2 pillows. Kim Sin felt quite awkward, but Yoli, on the other hand, didn't feel shy at all and even teased him. "So how are we going to sleep now?" The snowstorm outside had completely stopped, and inside the room, the two had decided to share the bed. Yoli had been fast asleep for a long time. Kim Sin couldn't sleep, tossing and turning, wondering what Yoli thought of him. You know Eli likes you, but you're still not ready to develop a close relationship with others. More precisely, you're afraid. He reached out to gently stroke her hair, afraid that the more he got to know her, the more vulnerable he would become. The fear of not being reciprocated grows stronger. Kim-sun thought that after the divorce everything would be fine. The wound in his heart was deeper than he realized. His thoughts gradually faded, and sleep began to overwhelm him. Suddenly, Yoli unexpectedly hugged him, shaking off his current sleepiness. Kim-sun was shocked, unable to imagine the current scene. He thought she was sleepwalking, which explained her actions, and quietly called her. But she didn't hear him. As he got closer, he could see the details of her lips, her body, and her sensitive ears, which made it hard for him to control himself. Kim-sun instinctively kissed Yoli on the forehead, waking her up from her dream. She lifted her head, and their lips were inches apart, causing both of them to blush in embarrassment. Yoli nestled in Kim-sun's arms, the two gazing at each other for a long time. Both couldn't control themselves and shared a warm kiss on the snowy night. The full moon witnessed this sweet scene. The city gradually turned off the lights and fell into a deep sleep in the night. At the entrance of the pharmaceutical company Leon, there are still trucks arriving and leaving for loading and unloading, and a supervisor is diligently directing the vehicles. At the entrance above, red scanners are installed for inspection. Seotae's office. He is on a very important phone call with someone. As soon as he picks up, the voice on the other end speaks with sadness and seriousness. Director Seotae, I'm sorry. It seems that Mr. Seotae had a hunch, figuring it out beforehand, so without waiting for the person on the other end to explain, Seotae, sweating profusely, anxiously asked, is it really not possible? The person on the other end very seriously replied, you know too, what else can a small business like ours do? I truly apologize to you. Dongi walked into the room and saw Seotae holding his head, worriedly asking, what's wrong? Seotae shook his head sadly and replied, rejected again. This is the fourth order cancelled this month. Looking at the messy pile of files and papers on the desk, he said with no hope left, if we keep going like this, we might go bankrupt. Suddenly the landline rang again. Director Seotae quickly answered the phone, speaking rapidly. Hello, I am Director of Pharmaceuticals Leon, Seotae. We are ready to deliver anytime, whatever you want to order. Seotae spoke a long string of words and then paused. The person on the other end of the line was also very confused, stammering and scene change. Director Seotae has a conversation and drinks coffee with Kim Shin. Assistant Kim says, it's been a while since I last saw Director Seotae. How have you been lately? We've met a few times when I first started, and it's already been 3 years, hasn't it? Time flies so fast. Seotae scratched his head and said, I'm still doing fine with Eiko at home. Sorry you had to see me like this. I'm getting old, so I was a bit impatient. Kim shook his head and replied, it's okay. I reached out too quickly anyway. Seotae glanced at the person sitting next to him, Kim Sin, feeling a bit curious and wondering who this girl was. Kim Sin quickly introduced her. This is Yoli. She will be assisting me in this task. Dongi walked with Seotae and naively asked, a foreigner? Seotae laughed and teased Kim Sin, really? It's about time you found someone to support you. So what brings you two here today? Kim Sin said. Director Seotae, I know this question might be a bit sensitive, but has the company been facing any difficulties recently? Seotae was about to sip from his glass when he suddenly froze, startled. Put the glass of water down on the table and said, to be honest, my business has been a bit troublesome lately, but I'm still holding on. I already mentioned earlier, Akko places a lot of orders with me. Our bio factory that we're building here just needs to get up and running, and things will be much better. The worrying thing about Eiko is, before he could finish, Kim Sin interrupted saying, I heard the Daesan Pharmaceutical Company is putting pressure on your company. Kim Sin spoke so precisely that Director Seotae and Dongi were startled. He continued slowly, Leon is short on cap. Dongi, realizing Kim Sin knew everything, turned to Seotae hesitantly. Director, while Seotae was deeply worried and upset. Kim Sin reassured him, don't worry, today I'm not here as an employee of Eiko. He put the glass of water down on the table and said frankly, Director Seotae, I want to invest in Leon Pharmaceuticals. Seotae was a bit surprised and asked, you invest? Then he bowed his head, smiled and said, I don't need to say anything more. He slowly wiped his glasses and said to Kim Sin with concern, it's true that my company really needs money right now, but I might have to decline. You said that, so I'll be straight with you. It's really tough for this company to last more than 3 months. If it's transferred to someone else, I won't be able to return your investment. Thousands or hundreds of millions. He advised Kim to use that money for something more important. Hearing such sincere and straightforward words from Director Seotae, Kim Sin also had to sit and think for a while. As for Mr. Seotae, he was also quite sad to make such a decision. Then Kim Sin said, really, I will change the question. How much money is needed for the company to overcome this crisis? Director Seotae was utterly shocked, mouth agape in disbelief at this question. How much money? Then he replied, a few hundred, or a few billion. Kim Sin heard that and said, this isn't a billion-dollar investment. He took out his phone, showed it to him and said, I think the director is an excellent businessman who can guarantee the quality of various kinds of medicine and has never delivered late. So just tell me how much capital you need. The director held the phone and looked carefully. Then Seotae and manager Dongi were so shocked that they almost fell over, eyes wide open, mouths agape, speechless. The amount of money Kim Sin has is enormous, absolutely massive. He's like a hidden millionaire, radiating a dazzling aura. Kim Sin made an offer. If that's the case, I'll invest. Director Seotae was still in shock when he saw the amount of capital that Kim Sin wanted to invest. Then he took all the company's documents and brought them to Kim Sin and Yoli, an enormous pile of papers stacked on top of each other. Yoli reviewed the documents and gave them a compliment, truly an excellent company. Although current revenue isn't great due to overinvestment, the plant's operations are running smoothly, and there are quite a few long-term customers. Without trust in quality, it would be very difficult to do business, but once operations stabilize, there will certainly be no more issues. Kim Sin turned to her and asked, what about the new factory? Yoli said, its value might increase significantly. Hearing her speak a long string of English, Director Seotae was completely frozen, unable to understand anything, and immediately asked Kim Sin, Assistant Kim, who is she? At that moment Kim suddenly remembered, oh, I haven't explained clearly yet, have I? Yori is currently a financial specialist at Mogan. Today I asked her to come along with me. Seotae heard that and laughed cheerfully, saying, ah, I see, thinking to himself, so from the beginning he had that intention, that's why he brought her along. He recalled 3 years ago, the guy was just a new employee who knew nothing, shy and quiet, coming to the company, stammering as he introduced himself to everyone. Now that you've become a successful investor, it's true you can never predict anything. At the end of the meeting the two shook hands. Seotae said, Assistant Kim, no, I mean Director Kim, I really appreciate it. This time I owe you. Kim Sin politely replied, not at all, it's all thanks to your business skills, Director. Seotae took something out of his pocket, handed it to him and said, consider this my thanks to you. So it turns out that was the business card of the director of Biohuduan, and he also told you to feel free to contact him if you're interested. Kim Sin drives a convertible with Yoli. On the car ride, Yoli said that thanks to Sin, she had an amazing experience, her first time handling a 40 billion won investment. Yoli smiled and replied, well then, do I get any reward? Kim Sin unexpectedly asked. Reward, huh? Yoli jokingly said, oh my god, are you really planning to use a high-level worker like me for free? Kim Sin immediately replied, you do have a point. So what do you want to receive? Yoli asked again. I don't want to receive anything at all. But there is one thing I want to try. So that was the experience of escaping the prison. Kim Sin, handcuffed, looked a bit confused and asked Yoli, isn't this a little strange? Yoli simply replied, too late now. Let's enjoy this together. It turns out the current value of Leon Company is less than 2 trillion won, while Kim Sin's current assets are 2 trillion won. After enduring the experience and challenges of being imprisoned, Yoli and Kim Sin took a commemorative photo together. Yoli gazed at the photo intently and felt incredibly happy. As they were walking down the street she asked him, Sin, wasn't that prison break game fun? Kim Sin replied. Yoli excitedly said, there are so many fun things to do in Seoul, it's amazing. Kim Sin proudly replied, of course there's even a place called the Tower of Challenges. Yoli was left puzzled. A tower? Turns out Kim Sin was teasing her. It was just a typical Korean joke. Then Yoli said something that made Kim Sin completely surprised, frozen in place. She wished Mogan was in Seoul so she could be with Sin every day. Hearing that, Kim Sin had a sudden thought. A bit crazy, Mogan, huh? How about buying that company? Of course, I also know that I can't. Morgan's current market value is about $370 billion, equivalent to 480 trillion won. For someone like me with only 2 billion won, that company is way too big. But if it's just small business in Seoul, I could probably do it, he thought to himself as he walked along. Then Yoli suddenly noticed something and asked, Sin, what's that over there? Kim Sin excitedly asked. Where? When he looked at the store she pointed to, his expression turned a bit awkward. Kim Sin explained to Yoli, well, simply put, it's a place where the two of you can watch a movie together. Yoli, hearing that, got even more excited and said, oh, watching a movie? I love watching movies. Kim Sin hesitated and told her, but it's not exactly watching a movie anymore. Yoli, hearing that, became more curious and excitedly said, let's go in and try it out. As soon as she walked into the store, Yoli felt a bit shy, smiling awkwardly. The store manager smiled widely when he saw her. Kim Sin also smiled shyly. But seeing Kim Sin's face made the shop owner a bit angry, unpleasant. The atmosphere suddenly turned dark and eerily quiet. Yoli turned and softly asked Kimson, "What's wrong?" Kimson reassured her, "Nothing at all." It seems like the manager of this store doesn't like Kimson. He keeps glaring at them with a bullet-like gaze, trying to swallow his anger. It's unforgivable. How can it be that one person has to work part-time while the other gets to date a blonde beauty? Who is that guy anyway? Just by looking, he's probably around my level or maybe a bit better. Someone like this, if I met him in real life. After Eli and Kimson went through and picked a movie, they went to the cashier to buy tickets and pay. The store manager said, "All right, please proceed to room 15. The shop owner's heart is filled with discomfort and restlessness. Before entering the movie room, Yoli excitedly told Kimson, "I wonder what this movie will be like." Kim responded, "The store owner tightly held the mop and silently made a plan. He couldn't back down like this. I will pretend to be cleaning outside, and if I hear any strange noises, I will immediately rush into the room and say, 'You are not allowed to do that here.' Prevent him from committing immoral, inhumane acts." 30 minutes later, he had polished the floor outside the movie room door until it shone, standing there cleaning without hearing anything at all. Why thought, could they really just be here to watch a movie? In the movie room, Yoli and Kimson leaned on each other, intently following every scene of the film, as it reached the part where the father, gravely ill, said his final words to his son. They gathered to watch each scene of the movie. This is a movie about a pandemic. Many people have died. Yoli rested her head on Kimson's shoulder. She casually asked him, if a pandemic like in the movies really happened, what would it be like? Kim immediately replied that the whole world would fall into chaos, and the economy would completely collapse. Yoli said, "If that really happens, many people will lose valuable things, the ones they love." Kimson said, "But he didn't think things would go like in the movies. Because there are always people who never lose hope in any situation, they will find a cure together, stop the epidemic, I believe so." Yoli heard that and just looked at Sin with great admiration. She thought to herself, Sin's expression just now looked so cool, definitely different from a man of 4 letters. In the evening, when everything has fallen asleep, Yori and Kimson were sleeping next to each other when suddenly Yori, who was asleep, started coughing uncontrollably. Kimson woke up, worried, and asked, "Yoli, are you not feeling well?" I kept shaking her, but she just kept coughing uncontrollably. Then Kimson was stunned to see her face turn pale, even coughing up blood. He quickly carried her out. Feeling extremely anxious, "This isn't good, that kid is burning up, it doesn't seem like just a regular cold. We need to hurry." While running, Kimson suddenly stopped. He was stunned by the scene before him. What on earth is this? In front of him were many dead bodies lying scattered on the ground. The streets were desolate, overwhelmingly sad. There are also a few cars on fire. He carried her on his back, worried and scared. The situation in the city right now is terrifying, just like in a movie. The scene is chaotic right now. Sin looked at the view in front of him, confused, and said, "What's going on here?" Suddenly, Yoli next to him called his name, startling him to turn around and look. Her hand was covered in prominent green veins, barely moving. She whispered, "It's all because of you." Her face was deathly pale, hollow, with deep dark eyes. She opened her mouth again. "Because of you, everyone had to die." Kimson suddenly woke up in a sweat, realizing it was all just a dream. He sat up, still looking dazed, and turned to the girl sleeping next to him. Beside her, she was sleeping soundly. He looked at her, let out a sigh of relief, then pulled the drawer open. He took out a card, looked at the words on it, and thought to himself, Bio Corporation. He remembered the moment before Sete handed him the business card. He had asked him, "What kind of company is that?" And he replied, "I've invested in this company for quite a while. If you're interested, give it a try. They are researching the use of artificial intelligence to analyze flu types and create vaccines." By analyzing the viruses back to reality, he picked up the phone and called someone with a very anxious look, thinking to himself, if successful, we could create a major revolution in the medical world. He cautiously asked, "Is it Dr. Huduan?" The next morning, Yoli said, "Well, Sin, I'm leaving now." Kimson hugged her and said, "Goodbye, call me when you arrive." She replied, "Sin, take care of yourself." She arrived at the departure gate, turned around before leaving, and cheerfully waved goodbye to him. He also waved at her, then suddenly his phone rang. He picked up the phone and asked, "Who is this?" Suddenly there was loud laughter from the other end. Turns out Mungyu was laughing at him. While playing video games, he said, "I give up on you. Who rushes to invest just because of a midnight dream? Isn't it Kim Sin?" Kim Shin, embarrassed, made an excuse. "I was just meeting up." Mungyu said, "It's all the same," Kimson asked. "So, what do you think?" Mungyu replied, "Developing vaccines. This project will be hard to succeed." He listened and realized something. Mungyu continued, "Of course, if using artificial intelligence, the development speed would be faster. But the thing is, even if the drug is produced, it would still take 8 to 15 years to get it on the market, and you also have to compete with many other pharmaceutical companies that already have a foothold. Kim was standing at the red light, continuing to listen to him. The profit compared to the investment capital was too low. He put his hand in his pocket and said, "That's true." He pondered, no matter how much money he had, he couldn't invest in something without potential. Kim thought to himself, so the conclusion is that I'm not investing, the red light has turned green, so I can go. He walked while thinking, why do I feel so worried? Mungu said, I'm just offering my opinion from a non-expert perspective, experts might think differently. Hearing that, you couldn't help but feel doubtful. He added, I'll introduce you to an expert, just go and ask him. Scene change, at a certain school. A muscular man is lifting weights, breathing heavily. Suddenly the person grinned, revealing teeth so white they almost glowed. He lifted the weights while saying, Nice to meet you, Kim. He warmly introduced himself. I am a professor of infectious diseases at Johns Hopkins University Hospital, Paul Letsu. He spoke in front of the screen and said, Just call me Pao. You were so nervous that you stuttered. Hello, sir. He asked you, I heard you were urgently looking for me. What's going on? Kimson answered honestly, actually. He paused for a moment, then said, developing vaccines with artificial intelligence. As a scholar, I find this project very good. I highly welcome this project. Kimson asked, What do you think? The professor replied, In fact, artificial intelligence is widely used in medicine today. Kimson asked again, Has it already been used? The professor replied, People use it to develop new drugs and analyze genes. Of course, the performance is still quite poor, but major companies are competing to develop it, so I think we'll hear some good news soon. Kimson, after listening, immediately understood the issue and said, Is that so? He wondered, thinking to himself, It has been used and there are many competitors as well. The situation is tougher than I thought. He looked at the professor and thought, Indeed, this investment project, before he could finish thinking, the professor said, About Mr. Sin. You remind me of a friend. He also said we should use artificial intelligence to develop vaccines. He's Korean too. Kimson was very surprised to hear that and asked if that friend happened to be Dr. Huduan. The professor was also surprised and said, You know him too? Kimson replied, What a coincidence. The project I mentioned earlier is Dr. Huduan's project. The professor, he tightly gripped the dumbbell handle and continued, He's my friend, and also a genius, not just any ordinary genius, but one who can change the world. Kimson crossed his arms and asked, If he's that good, wouldn't studying in the U.S. be better, so why did he leave the U.S.? The professor laughed and said, You don't know much about Huduan, do you? The teacher recounted that in the past, the supervising professor had underestimated Huduan's research and said that his work would bring no profit. Huduan, hearing that, became furious, punched the professor right in the chin. Then he quit his job at the hospital, saying he would rather do research on his own. Kimson, after hearing the story, felt a bit scared and thought, Is he really that aggressive? He suddenly remembered something and thought, But wait, what if I said I wouldn't invest? He imagines himself getting punched in the jaw and wonders, would he really get punched by that guy? The professor asked, Sin, have you scheduled a meeting with Huduan yet? You replied, I've arranged to meet him at the lab tomorrow. He made a request. I wonder if I could join you. Personally, I'm very curious what that so-called genius has been researching. The next morning, at a large company, Kimson is standing next to the professor who called yesterday, his face showing a bit of worry being near Professor Pao, while he, surprised, just let out an, Oh. A voice rang out, It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am the director of Bio Corporation. In the room there were people sitting and studying something. In front of him stood the company's director, his face pale and haggard, introducing himself as Huduan. The director approached the two, shook hands with Professor Pao and said, Pao, long time no see. The professor responded with a pat on the shoulder and said, It's been 10 years, Huduan. Meanwhile, Mr. Kim next to them looked a bit worried at the two. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, he was very different from what he had imagined. He looked at the director and thought, he doesn't seem too dangerous. It's safe to talk about the investment now. Suddenly, Huduan coughed up blood. Pao coughed towards them, leaving them stunned, not knowing what was happening. Pao walked over to Huduan, while Kimson's face stiffened, trying to keep calm and thinking, is this first investment going to be okay? In many ways, Kimson's current assets are 2 trillion won. He hesitated and said, Sorry. I was impolite when we first met, but after apologizing politely, Huduan froze, sipping his usual drink. According to his professional habit, Hopkins smiled and said, You're still as weak as ever. That's because you don't lift weights. And then somehow he was lifting weights like it was nothing. Although Kimson was puzzled, wondering where this gratitude came from, he still politely responded, Professor, how's your health? Hu Duan calmly replied, I'm fine, it's just that I haven't slept in 5 days. Kim Sin, concerned, thought about rescheduling. This isn't good at all, how about we leave it for another day? But before finishing the sentence, he already saw Hu Duan's annoyed face. He squeezed the can tightly. Kim Sin is smiling on the outside but feeling nervous inside. Hu Duan angrily questioned, another time, you said another time. There is no another day here. Time is passing right now, and we don't know when or where the virus will break out, he said, gripping tightly in pain like a true madman. Even trying to speak until blood splatters everywhere, by then it will be too late. Hopkins and Kim Sin could only stay silent. He trembled as he held the remote. Why do I want to create a flu vaccine using artificial intelligence? Let me explain the reason. The projector lit up. First he asked, Director Kim, do you know about the flu? Kim Sin replied, it's a virus similar to a cold, right? Similar but different. Then he began to explain in detail. A cold can be caused by many types of viruses with mild symptoms, but the flu is only caused by the influenza virus and is a disease that causes tens of thousands to millions of deaths worldwide each year. Millions of people each year, an alarming number to worry about. Of course, while Kim Sin was pondering, he continued his purpose. And this flu virus has also undergone various mutations. SARS, MERS, Spanish flu are some examples. In the case of the Spanish flu, more than 40 million people died. If a flu like the Spanish flu occurred in today's world, where people interact with each other so frequently, the world will fall into an unprecedented pandemic. Finally, he firmly said, I want to stop that. Kim Sin asked, is the current vaccine ineffective? Hu Duan explained, the current vaccine doesn't work against flu variants. We have to develop a new one each time it emerges. The key lies in how quickly one can react, and the use of artificial intelligence can significantly shorten that time frame. These are the achievements we have accomplished so far. Then he set a stack of papers down. Hopkins and Kim Sin started examining them, in which Kim Sin concluded, so, artificial intelligence does not automatically create vaccines. It's simply about quickly extracting data from large-scale experiments, but both data entry and decision-making ultimately need to be done by humans. This is a truly amazing study. Here Hopkins calls, Hu Duan. Both started with a simple exchange. Are you still continuing your research after leaving America? Yes. How about funding in Korea? Not much, but enough to continue the research. So really, Hopkins suddenly put down his dumbbell. Then, as if unleashing a terrifying power from sheer amazement, unbelievable. The two remaining individuals were stunned by the strange glowing aura. Hopkins cheerfully praised, this is truly an outstanding study. It's amazing that you've come this far with limited resources. I want to sell my house to invest in this project. Then he hugged him tightly. Hu Duan, you truly are a genius, he stammered. Thank you. Suddenly he heard Kim Sin calling him, Professor Pao. So, in your opinion, Professor, does this project have a high chance of success? Not really, he casually said, shocking both young men to the core. To be more precise, this research is a valuable project for a scholar like me. However, for investors seeking profit, this is a vague project. First of all, we cannot predict how long the development will take, and even when developed, this research will only truly shine when a strong virus variant that Hu Duan mentioned emerges. Of course, it can be used in other fields to generate future profits, but it is a project that requires a lot of time and cost until then. Kim Sin listened carefully to the professor's words from start to finish. This is a tough choice. If we only look at profit potential, withdrawing investment is reasonable, but someone has to do this for the advancement of medicine. However, blindly investing, while you were lost in thought, a voice called out, Director Kim brought you back to reality. Hu Duan asked directly, what are your conditions like? After that, with great determination for this project, I set generous conditions. If within 5 years I don't achieve satisfactory results, I will transfer all the research outcomes to you. Kim Sin was astonished, and so was the professor. So he hurriedly stopped. Hu Duan, from doing that? Kim Sin interrupted. Have you thought it through? That is my determination, Hu Duan replied. Anyway, if this research doesn't yield results within 5 years, it will lose its value and be overtaken by other companies, instead of ending in an incomplete manner. I want to have time to burn with all my passion, even if it's just for a moment. He clenched his hand to show his determination. He silently looked at him, and he straightforwardly met his gaze. Finally, he asked, how much investment do you need? We need about 2 billion won each year, but the more, the better. You put your hand on the ledger, all right? Since you've made such a bold proposal, I'll back you up more firmly, 10 billion kwan per year, for a total of 50 billion kwan. They were stunned when they heard that outrageous number. You slowly stood up. To be honest, I'm not sure if this decision is the right one, but I believe the passion you've shown is worth it. Hopefully you'll achieve great results, he said as he extended his hand to congratulate them on their investment. Hu Duan was still in shock. The professor smiled in satisfaction. Fortunately, Even in his blood-spitting shock, Huduan knew to shake hands again. I'll do my best. Suddenly there was a loud bang, and the professor anxiously called, Huduan! Wake up, Huduan! Amid the countless cries of Huduan, he still kept his business smile, thinking to himself, this investment, can it last for 5 years? She walked along humming softly. Good morning, wishing everyone a great day ahead. Good morning, Sue, she politely asked. Where is Assistant Kim? Colleagues looked around. Kim's assistant. He was just here. Sure, here's the translation. Then he must be on the rooftop. She smiled and said thanks. Then she hummed her way up to the rooftop, happily thinking, it's such a blessing to meet Sin every morning. Here he is, though I've seen him. Kim Sin is currently talking to someone else. So she quietly closed the rooftop door. All right, let's do it later. Unexpectedly hearing shocking news, he said, Thank you for your time, Department Head. I officially submit my resignation letter. She stood frozen in shock. Anyone in this life? Everyone has their own dreams, but is there any dream more passionate than this? No longer crammed into suffocating subway trains. No longer stuck in the office, struggling with a mountain of work until late at night. No more bowing and flattering the boss. Absolute financial freedom, money grows on its own, even though I don't have to lift a finger. And starting today, I officially became a wealthy Baekthu. In the company, Kimma, you've worked hard lately. Wishing you all the best out there, led by Minguk. Everyone is having a small farewell party for you. Kim Sin politely said, I appreciate everyone for the time we've spent. I've learned many valuable things at ACO. Minguk asked, Have you made any plans for the future yet? I plan to invest and live a free life my way. Really? Then they shook hands as a farewell with a promise to meet again. Drop by whenever you're free, we'll raise a glass together, said Kim Sin. Next time, I'll treat everyone to a lavish meal. Suddenly, the department head asked quietly, I heard you've become a major shareholder of Leon's, catching you off guard along with some worry. He softly said, Congratulations to you. Even though he thought to himself, You don't have to hide it, he still lowered his voice and said, Thank you. Suddenly, a colleague with tears in their eyes said, Sin, I'll be really sad when you leave. You're overreacting, my friend. You thought that overdoing it would be disrespectful to this male colleague, but he tearfully ran over, hugging Kim Sin tightly. Goodbye, dear colleague, you thought indifferently. I've lost count of how many times this guy has hugged me. Suddenly, he changed his mood 180 degrees and slyly said, Let me know when there's any investment project, all right? From now on, I'll follow you. I want to make a lot of money and then quit. Minguk subtly muttered from behind. The male colleague turned around in fear. On, he sneered and said, I didn't expect you to have such a bold plan. The male colleague, sweating profusely, tried to explain, Anne, I didn't. But before he could defend himself, the manager smiled brightly and said, Making lots of money is a good thing. I support you, Sungi. And then, with a final blow that made everyone pale, just write the resignation letter. The male colleague bit his lip, tears streaming down his face, and promised, I will work even harder. Minguk turned to talk to Kim Sin. All right, did you stop by other departments to greet everyone? Yes, but that colleague left with a gloomy face. At the HR department, I want to say goodbye to one last person. Chigwon coldly stared at him. Then he let out a sarcastic laugh. What's up? Finally decided to quit, huh? You didn't care about her harsh words, just gave a simple reply. Still not stopping there, she added. Stay well. Remember to stay a bit humble. Don't believe she had good intentions in congratulating you, wondering, what do you mean by that? She remained standing with her arms crossed, speaking arrogantly. Even if you got lucky and made it big with cryptocurrency, aren't you still just a poor, miserable person? What if people find out and start avoiding you? So just live true to yourself. Kim Sin pressed his lips together, not responding to her taunt, while she continued to stare at him. Suddenly he calmly replied, Yeah, so what? All thanks to me getting divorced from her. She frowned, wanting to respond. What, hey? But he interrupted. And... She rolled her eyes in anger. So many loving words left behind, Kim Sin doesn't care at all. In the end, I met the person I didn't want to meet.
Bauman has finally admitted, I really thought you would agree. Then let's sign the contract. He suddenly apologized quietly. But it seems we can't sign the contract right now, he asked in surprise. Why is that? Kim-sin just explained the reason. This is an important deal for both sides. We can't handle it carelessly. How about we meet again another time, when everything is better prepared? Bauman was seen through, so he had to comply. I get it now. Great, we will schedule an official meeting soon. He immediately stood up and left Kim-sin's company. See you later. Meng-yu looked very suspicious of his actions. Just a few minutes later, he angrily kicked the table. Then loudly demanded, explain. Are you really planning to agree to that offer? You said you wanted to create a different sub-ecosystem. Are you deceiving everyone? At this moment, Meng-yu was so furious that he couldn't say anything more and had to grit his teeth and endure it. Are you deceiving me too? Even though he was furious, Kim-sin calmly smiled. This makes him even more confused. Can you still laugh? Hey, do you think I'm joking? Be careful, I'm severing ties with you. That's how he left in Meng-yu's rage. However, he still didn't let it go and pressed on. Are you not planning to answer? Kim-sin just ignored it, and slowly opened the door to leave. Surprisingly, as soon as the door opened, a swarm of reporters tumbled inside. Meng-yu was stunned. These people were the YouTube filming crew. Why are they here? Kim-sin quickly explained. They came to film my vlog. From put options to the ecosystem, everything I do goes viral online. They don't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so they've requested to film me while I'm working at the company. Meng-yu finally started to realize his brother's hidden intention. He then added that the entire conversation had been recorded. Sorry for not telling you earlier. I didn't know how to explain it to you at that time. Luckily, everything is fine. As soon as Meng-yu finished speaking, he dashed over and gave him a loving punch to the stomach. His special move seems about to knock him out. People seized this quick opportunity to see it as a blockbuster movie. A few minutes later, Kim-sin was lying flat on the floor. Despite that, he still tried to get up. And then he spoke up to remind. Next time, don't let a misunderstanding like this happen again. Seeing his attitude, Kim-sin seemed to realize his mistake and apologized. Meng-yu immediately went over and sat next to him. So, what are you planning to do now? Call the police? If not, I won't do anything. Kim-sin had to explain. Right now we don't have enough evidence. If we act rashly, we'll ruin our reputation, and worse, they might escape. First, we need to gather more evidence, and once we have enough evidence, I will make them pay. Transition to the outside scene. After Bauman left, he still felt quite restless. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a mansion with a massive design. He seemed very scared and didn't dare to step in. But in the end, I had to gather the courage to knock on the door. The door gradually opened. Something terrible hit his face, and his complexion immediately turned pale. It's amazing how a huge, fierce tiger appeared inside. Suddenly a voice rang out, "Ah, this must be quite a surprise, it's time to feed it." The tiger appeared extremely angry. It was this that made Bauman visibly afraid. Suddenly he spoke up and asked, "What's going on? Was the meeting with him smooth?" You replied immediately, "Yes, he seemed interested in our proposal. We agreed to schedule an official meeting soon. It seems he needs more time to think. Give him a month." Suddenly he throws a chicken straight at Bauman. This makes him stunned. Immediately, the fierce tiger pounced. Blood spattered everywhere. In an instant, it swallowed the large chicken. He also went to. Bauman was shaken with fear by him. He still doesn't understand what will happen right now. A little later he spoke up. "Hey Bauman, do you know what the most important thing is when taming a beast? It is the right to control feeding or punishment. Everything must be decided by the master. If not, then it will be no different from a wild beast." Bauman immediately realized his mistake, and quickly knelt down to apologize. "I will contact Kim-sin immediately to schedule a meeting, and I will do everything I can to persuade him to join us. I won't let you down." Faced with the fierce gaze of the tiger, he was so terrified that he trembled. The boy's sincere attitude finally convinced him. "Not bad, you can go now." Kim-sin thought he was just a stray dog, but it seems like he has some brains. But anyway, he's just a beast. The night is late, but the company lights are still on. "Yes, hello, Yoli, long time no see," Kim-sin happily answered the phone. "It's okay, I'm just handling some paperwork." "What is Yoli up to?" "I'm checking in on her." He paused, puzzled. "I'm home alone." Hearing this, his face suddenly changed, and his eyebrows furrowed. He quickly put on his jacket, and went out to the car. Then quickly boarded the plane. The plane is taking off. A moment later, Yoli opened the door and exclaimed, "Oh my God. You arrived so quickly." She was surprised to see you appear with 2 towering mountains of gifts. He tried to smile brightly. Inside the house, while he was organizing the pile of gifts, she sat on the bed feeling overwhelmed with guilt. "I feel so bad. Am I bothering you while you're busy?" He gently replied, "It's okay." He focused on the food he brought, continued comforting her. He really wanted to see Yoli too. But he's been so busy lately that he just wanted to come here to relax a bit. "Don't worry about it." Yoli felt his actions were so warm, and thanked him. Suddenly he asked a question that struck her like lightning. "How's your work been lately?" He had worked very hard, so he had a little. While speaking, he turned his head to look at her. Yoli fell from the bed. Her face darkened, making him worry. "Yoli." She started telling him, "I'm really a terrible manager. They say I'm a stumbling block." "No, more like a piece of gum." He had to comfort her. "Calm down. How much damage are you talking about?" She raised number 2. He hesitated a bit. 2%. She raised another 2, and he guessed it was 21%, her voice trembling slightly. 0.21%. Kim Sin heard the number, and had a few question marks appear in his mind. He really didn't understand and reassured her that 0.21% wasn't much, so why were they saying that? In a period of economic crisis, having such little damage was quite good. This meant Yoli had been very dedicated to her work. Contrary to his thoughts, she broke down crying. He looked at her, Yoli, as she raised her head, with a few undried tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. He kindly asked, "Do you want to do anything today? Just let me know." He put his hand on her shoulder. "I'll help you." His words and actions made her blush, and everything around her turned pink again. She paused for a moment and then said, "Sina, do you like cats?" He didn't understand what she wanted but still answered, "I do." She said that and then she crawled under the pitch-black blanket on the bed. She got in, turned her face towards him, and let out a sigh. A pair of cat ears appeared on her head, matching her hair color. Her soft voice meowed, and she pretended to be a cat, gently pawing with both hands. In the face of such beauty, Sin was stunned for a moment. He was still thinking about real cats, and his mind kept repeating her question. He moved onto the bed, right above her. Slowly unbuttoning the first button. "Just caressing isn't enough, are you sure?" His hand propped beside her, asking her one last time. She didn't respond, just continued to meow as a reply. For eyes met, lips drew closer, and the atmosphere became warmer and gentler than ever. When 2 lips are just a little bit apart. The phone suddenly rang, breaking the atmosphere. He paused, sat up to answer the phone, Yoli's sulking face showing clear irritation at the interruption. "It was Hoo-duan calling you, Director Kim." "Hi, sorry for bothering you," he politely responded. "Long time no see, I'm Jae-hyun Lee." He kept asking, wanting to know why Hoo-duan called him. "I have some very important news to tell you. We have made significant progress in developing the vaccine." He paid close attention to this announcement. It seemed important. He was intrigued. The doctor continued, "Although there are still many challenges, including clinical trials, in-depth analysis showed that the immune response reached over 90%. The clinical trials will be conducted in the US, and I'll inform you once we have results." He smiled and responded to the other end of the line. "Everyone has worked hard, keep it up." The call just ended, and as he turned, he saw her face right next to him. She rested her head on his shoulder, looking at him expectantly. Mio, her call reminded him of the unfinished story between them. After a long while, when Yoli had fallen into a deep sleep resting on his arm, he still tossed and turned, unable to sleep, constantly thinking about the vaccine that Dr. Hoo-duan had announced. Due to the pandemic, the global economy is in decline, and the damage and fear caused by the widespread disease are weighing heavily on the market economy. However, if a vaccine emerges, it could reverse this situation. He conjured up vivid images in his mind. It will be a battle. Vaccines make heroes out of people who defeat viruses. You ask yourself, will the market recover and grow again? Yoli shifted a little, and he immediately turned to check if she was okay. He propped himself up halfway between lying and sitting and said, "I'm sorry, did I wake you?" Yoli rubbed her eyes and replied, "I'm fine, but are you still awake?" He then talked to her about work. "Yoli, could you help me create an investment portfolio? I want to buy some stocks." She became a bit more alert and asked him again, "How much do you plan to invest?" He replied softly, "Around $120 billion, equivalent to 16 trillion won, a number that made her eyes widen, fully awake. His face remained calm. He needed Yoli's help. The two people sat at the kitchen table to discuss work. She stood with her arms crossed and talked to him. "So, $12 billion in stocks and $500 million in call options. Do you want to invest like that? She asked. He simply replied with a yes. At that moment, he was still wondering if she might be angry. Her face darkened, and she slammed her hand on the table, her eyes filled with anger. Do you even care about me and my profession? Seeing her react so strongly made him start to worry, a drop of sweat rolling lightly down his cheek. Yoli. Her face was very serious. Yes, I know Sin is a successful investor and a very wealthy person. But during this recession, you want to invest $12 billion in stocks and $500 million in call options. Investing is not gambling, and it's definitely not a game of chance. You're not betting everything on one hand of cards. He still listened intently as she spoke. I don't know what you're relying on to make that decision, but if it's just a hunch. As the manager of Sin, I oppose this decision. He was silent for a moment before replying to her. If that's the case, then he had no other choice but to ask someone else for help. Hearing him say that so easily made her flinch slightly. Her pupils contracted. This information was quite unsettling. Do you understand why Yoli is against it? Because anyone who hears it will think it's totally ridiculous. People will think you are just a money grubber who wants to get rich quickly. But is it wrong to have such a dream when everyone wants to win the lottery? Human greed always goes beyond expectations. Even though they knew prices had skyrocketed, they didn't stop. Even though they knew prices had plunged, many still rushed in. Even though they were warned and despite the surrounding objections that it was too dangerous, they still defied everything. That is greed. I don't reject greed because a part of how I got to where I am today is due to that greed. Because of that, I'm even more certain. I'll wait for the right opportunity, and when I'm confident enough, I'll bet everything to get what I want. Returning to the conversation, he will bet $12.5 billion on his belief. Yori widened his eyes. Then helplessly, he slowly closed his eyes and gently nodded his head. Her hand relaxed. And turning his back to go into the room, he decided, so I won't say anything more. He sat there in a daze. She called out, "Why did you do that?" He was still stunned when a blue shirt flew straight into my face. "Change your clothes, let's head out." He asked her, "Where are we going so early?" She was silent for a moment, then replied, "Dibby Morgan." After a taxi ride, the two stopped in front of a large glass building. He looked up, surprised. Seeing it in person is indeed spectacular. Yoli quickly stepped into the building, not forgetting to turn back and remind him to follow. Two people walked into the building. "Yoli, why did you bring me here?" She replied calmly, "Because of Sin's investment portfolio. The amount is too big for me to decide on my own." He asked again, "But can we come during working hours?" "It seems like no one's around," she said as she pressed the up button on the elevator. Inside the elevator, she turned to him and asked if he knew who in Crow's City had built a large company with their own capital in a short time. Despite the economic downturn, he was able to make $10.5 billion from put options, and Midat's hands turned everything they touched into gold. "As long as Sin wants, Chairman Dibby Morgan will come to meet you anytime." As she finished speaking, the elevator doors opened to reveal two people in black clothing waiting. A man spoke up, inviting him in. "Did you have any trouble getting here?" An was a bit startled. "The Korean language." "That is Chap, the CEO of Dibby Morgan. You introduce yourself." Then he bowed. "It's an honor to meet you." He gently replied, surprised that I could meet a Korean at Dibby Morgan. Chap smiled brightly. "Director Kim came here personally. How could I not come? Follow me. I'll take you to the premier room." Upon entering the room, he was served a cup of hot tea. He raised the cup to his lips and took a sip. "The tea is very fragrant. You seem pleased. The Director Choi is quite happy to hear that. Luckily, I had to work very hard to get this premium tea." He took another sip to fully enjoy the rich, high-quality flavor of the tea. "Let's get to the main issue." Chap spoke first. "Director Kim, Yoli already told us, but are you sure about investing $12 billion in stocks and $500 million in options?" He replied briefly, "Yes." Director Choi continued, "You also know that just one wrong decision and you'll lose all that money." He calmly answered, "I know." Director Choi thought for a moment. "Okay then. You snap your fingers, and an employee brings out a stack of documents. First, there's the $12 billion for the stocks. I will personally create the best investment portfolio for you. You asked more about the call option." You put the teacup down. "I'm sorry about that. But DB Morgan cannot help him. Kim Sin's current assets are 17.6 trillion won. I'm sorry. DB Morgan can't help you invest in call options anymore." Director Choi continued, "But that doesn't mean there aren't other ways." "What should I do now?" he asked. Taking a sip of tea, Chaebok slowly said, Director Kim, I will give you 2 conditions. First, sign a contract to distribute call options with various financial institutions because stocks only affect investors, but call options impact both buyers and sellers, so we will spread the risk. He thought to himself, what does he want to minimize the damage to DB Morgan, and what is the second condition? 2 is to have Yoli act as the personal manager for Director Kim. I'm a bit confused. Can you tell me why? I just think Yoli would be a great fit for this. Of course, I have to assign important projects to an outstanding employee. Many thoughts ran through his mind. Could it be that he knew he was from Yoli and that's why he made such a suggestion? No, Yoli hadn't told the company. So, did he really have no ulterior motive? But Yoli with me. Before he could think it through, Yoli next to him had already agreed on his behalf. Then she turned and said, Trust me and leave it to me. I'll do my best, her face full of confidence and determination. He was a bit startled as he looked at her. Yoli. Director Choi continued, It seems that all the conditions have been agreed upon. Let's start creating the investment portfolio. After the conversation ended, on the way back, he walked ahead of her quite a distance, leaving her behind. Then he pulled a pen from inside his shirt. The gift is a pen, a memento for this collaboration. Hopefully we can meet again soon at Dubai Mogan. The entire staff of the company wishes you continued success. He stared at the pen for a long time. Success, the $12.5 billion contract. The result will make someone happy, and someone else cry. Can I make billions from this bet, or will I be left with just a pen? Truly exciting. His face was filled with determination, and he gripped the pen tightly. From behind, Yoli called him. Sin, I have something to tell you. The leaves fluttering in the wind create a truly picturesque scene. He looked into her eyes. 2 people stood facing each other for a moment. He went home, opened the familiar door. Mungyu was sitting there playing games. Who's that, Sin? You took off your headphones. Why are you back so early? I thought you said you'd take some time off. He stayed silent. Mungyu keeps asking, what's wrong this time? This guy, you looked at him with a confused expression, dared to ignore me? Back in the room, he closed the door, leaned against it in the dark, his face blank and lost. He remembered the earlier scene. Sin, let's stop, Yori said. Let's end this relationship today. Her words left him stunned. Everything was too sudden for him. She looked at him with a wistful expression. Sin also stayed silent for a moment. Then he asked, Can I know the reason? Do you remember the day we had dinner on the yacht? You remember that was the first time we had a meal together. Now I can finally tell you. I was really grateful to Sin back then. When I talked about my dreams, everyone outside cheered for me, but no one actually believed I could do it. Sin was different. You looked straight into my eyes. She recalled the image of that day, and said he trusts you. Perhaps since then, I've started to develop feelings for you, she said with a smile. He remained silent. She continued, he has given me more motivation. Even though it was just a small project, I stayed up all night to finish it. I strived to prove my abilities. So when I received everyone's recognition and was given a big project, I felt like I had grown up. Images flashed through her mind as Yoli recalled the recent days, a time full of memorable moments. I suddenly realized Sin is too far away. At that time, my mood was really hard to describe. It's not jealousy or envy, but rather a suffocating, oppressive feeling inside. And today, I finally understand what that feeling is, she said as she placed her hand on her chest. I want to achieve my dream as your manager rather than being with Sin as your lover. He heard every single word, his face lowered, each word felt like a dagger to his heart. Then he looked up, trying to force a smile. Since you've said so, I won't hold you back anymore. Then he extended his hand towards her. Thank you, Yori, for the time we've had. I hope to receive your help more in the future, Manager Yori. She also responded, extending her hand, thanking him for the beautiful memories we shared, and she hoped to receive his help. The end of the conversation was marked by a handshake, signaling the collaboration of the 2 people in their new roles. Back to the present, he raised his hand and looked at it, recalling that handshake. Outside, Mungyu kept knocking on the door, and the director opened it. He cracked the door open. Today I want to be alone. Mungyu was a bit surprised by his attitude. Holding up the 2 bags of items he had just bought, he said, I bought a hamburger for you. It's a cheeseburger deluxe. Do you still want to refuse me? He sighed in frustration. All right, let's eat together. Closing the door and stepping outside, Kim Sin's current assets amount to 18 trillion won. Bauman was furious, unable to calm down any longer. He threw all the documents into the air. And he kept cursing, damn it, Kim Sin, you bastard, Who the hell are you to keep pissing me off like this? You still dare to deceive me? Bauman was in a crisis, clutching his head and sitting in a corner. He seemed on the brink of losing his mind, thinking, damn it, what should I do? I should have convinced him from the start. If this reaches the chairman's ears, it'll be a big deal. I will not only be fired by him. I have to do something. Suddenly an assistant came in calling, Manager Bauman. Bauman, startled and irritable, shouted angrily. What's going on? Can't you see I'm deep in thought? The subordinate bowed his head and stammered. I'm sorry, sir. I just want to report the latest news about Kimson in the newspaper. Sorry for bothering you. Bauman snatched the newspaper from the employee's hand and said, Why didn't you say it earlier? Bauman unfolded the newspaper wide, carefully reading every word and detail. I don't understand why he had such a sinister smile. He laughed even louder. The face filled with cruelty and malice, thinking to himself, this is it. People even made a funny video featuring ants to talk about Kimson, which became very popular across the internet. It begins with an ant happily walking and humming along the path. Ants carry food, let's push through today, hoping we will succeed. Then suddenly the ant stepped into a puddle of water. Mr. Kin smiled happily, thinking to himself, water, huh? Then suddenly it stiffened up, its face darkening, because before its eyes was a scene of many other ants happily playing in the water. They were cheering wildly. Check out that waterfall, let's go again, so relaxing. Always checking the water temperature in real time. The main character Kien, on the other hand, was overwhelmed with panic, shock, and extreme fear. He came and told the ants, listen to me, what exactly is going on? The other ant replied, flow away. Foreign investors unexpectedly pulled out all their capital, so now the South Korean stock market has collapsed, and it's in complete chaos. It's beyond saving now. The main character ant still insisted, no way. Mr. Kien bowed his head, sadly blaming himself. Everything of mine was in there. From pension, mortgage loan, elderly allowance, money for children. Having one ant is as fun as a festival, but the others are like sitting on a hot stove, utterly desperate and furious because the stock market is plummeting uncontrollably. It seems something just happened that took the main character, the ant, by surprise. I have no idea what's going on, while the other ants are cheering happily. Suddenly, a huge whale appeared. Everyone was stunned, frozen in place, and sprayed with glue when they saw. On the back of the dolphin is a millionaire. The ant was utterly shocked, speechless, stammering, that person, the one named Muay Thaiyan. The billionaire firmly rallied and encouraged all the ants, don't give up, comrades. This is a chance when stock prices are low, don't give up, keep pushing. For a brighter future, and a shared goal. Then the billionaire revealed the base. The other ants were very surprised, guessing who that person was. As for Kien, the main character, he was deeply moved. No one else but the billionaire Kimson, who dared to invest $12 billion in the crashing stock market, and billions of dollars into Korean stocks, the hope of Korean investors. The ants were both excited and a bit scared, saying to each other, a billionaire invested $12 billion in stocks, and he even bought a large amount of Korean stocks too, is this our chance? But I'm still hesitant. The billionaire on the dolphin's back continued to rally and inspire everyone. We've endured too much for too long. The other ants attentively perked up their ears to listen carefully to every word he said. The underground forces, large organizations, and foreign investors oppress us, leaving us with no choice but to watch them act recklessly, as we are nothing compared to them. But now we are different. Alongside us, there is already a great billionaire. Pick up your gear and move forward, brothers. Buy it all now, don't hesitate any longer. The stock chart is currently nearing the bottom, continuously dropping without stopping. And more optimistically, there has been a sign of growth. Keep raising it a bit more. The stock market keeps rising, and the dream has come true. The video went viral and became famous across social media. Back in reality, Bauman watched the stock market with a sense of despair. His face turned pale as he wondered why Kimson was able to achieve this. The investment forum continuously praised Kimson as being top-notch and exceptional. Switching to Kimson, he is sitting and watching the stock market on his computer with Mungyu. Mungyu also asked him in a daze, Sin, what did you do? Kimson, also very surprised, answered in a daze, nothing. Then he quietly reflected on his own thoughts. I really didn't do anything. The current assets of Kimson are 21 trillion won. The scene shifts, the hottest TV news at the moment is about to air, and the cameras start rolling. The editor reads the news to the audience, announcing this is breaking news. The World Health Organization has announced more information about a virus called corona with unclear symptoms spreading globally. The Ministry of Health has yet to release official information on the transmission routes of this disease, so everyone must be extremely cautious to prevent its spread. Authorities will conduct regular inspections. Reporters on the scene also noted that there have been over 2,500 cases in just one day, with the death toll rising so quickly that mortuaries had to bring in additional space to accommodate victims from various locations. Many citizens have risen up to protest against the continuous isolation. They looted stores on the streets, outraged by the government's incompetence and irresponsibility. Many children are left orphaned, which is incredibly tragic. Kim-sun sat at home watching the news on TV and was very anxious. Scene shifts to the company headquarters. Kim-sun organized an online meeting with the CEO of Bio, Hudun. Kim-sun expressed his wish. I want to produce a vaccine, about 300 million doses. Hudun was so shocked by this that he coughed up blood. He was coughing uncontrollably. The assistant of Hudun even had to pat his back to ease his cough. Hu Dayun whispered, I'm sorry. You said you would produce about 300 million vaccine doses. Kim-sun smiled brightly and said, that's right. Hudun broke into a cold sweat and said, you're really reckless. Of course, I also think we should produce the vaccine as soon as possible, but we have only just completed the first clinical trial, and we can't rule out the possibility of side effects. If there are side effects, it would be very concerning. Kim-sun replied quite obviously, we will cancel all the vaccines that have been produced. Hudun asked, what about those who already knew before? Kim-sun confidently said, with my current financial resources, I am sure we will succeed, and above all, I trust in the abilities of our doctors and medical staff. Regarding Hudun, there was still a lot of skepticism. Kim-sun stood up, walked closer to the TV screen, and firmly said, if I fail, only I will bear the loss. But if it succeeds, we will save so many lives out there. Is that enough reason? After hearing those words, Hudun still felt quite anxious and worried. But he still tried to stay calm and said, Director Kim. Turns out Hudun was feeling uncomfortable because Kim-sun got too close to the camera, and now all Hudun could see on the screen was Kim-sun's bright, straight, perfectly healthy teeth. Hudun sighed and continued, I understand now. If that's what you say, then I won't stop you anymore. Director Kim seems to enjoy risky investments, and upon hearing that, Kim-sun modestly replied, one of those investments is actually the doctor's laboratory. So the vaccine production is all in your hands, Dr. Hudun. Hudun was startled and asked back, me? I'm not really familiar with production stuff, I only do research. When it comes to production, I'm completely clueless. After hearing Hudun's confession, Kim-sun was so shocked, his eyes widened, mouth agape, as if struck speechless. Kim-sun, don't think too long. And to be honest, I don't know either. That day, news about Kim-sun producing a vaccine before completing clinical trials has spread worldwide and sparked curiosity among many people. People are all asking each other, is he doing this to monopolize the market and make a huge profit for himself, or is it to save more people? The more the rumors spread, the more attention Bio receives from everyone. After some time, news about the vaccine having passed its third clinical trial has shaken the world. The British Prime Minister even had to speak out, saying that it was necessary to contact Kim-sun earlier than other countries, as this was a matter concerning the lives of millions of people. Act quickly. The chairman of Biocan was also excited to learn that Kim-sun has not yet decided which unit will produce the vaccine. He is very determined, so we must definitely win it. The chairman of Lisong Biologics, Choi Sang-lip, is also very eager. Hurry up, we can't let it fall into the hands of Biocan. He was fully aware that this was the last chance for Lisong Biolog IC to become the leader in the industry. And beside that, at this moment, the head of Hasan Company is having a meal and drinking with Minister of Health Sin Kwante. The head of the Hasan Company raised his glass to invite the minister and said, thanks to you, Hasan has maintained its revenue. I don't know how else to thank you. The minister smiled and said, please don't say that. It's not because of the team's expertise. The thank you gift has already been delivered to my house, you don't need to worry. The bribe that the Hasan Company gave to the minister was enormous, filling up 2 trucks. The leader of Hasan, with a somewhat concerned expression, raised his glass and drank it all. Then he slammed his hand on the table and said, hey, have you heard the news? The minister just stared blankly, unsure of what he was referring to. That man said news about a Korean company successfully developing a vaccine against coronavirus. As the owner of a South Korean pharmaceutical company, I find it to be a cause for celebration, but I am also a little concerned. What if people's health deteriorates due to unverified vaccines? I feel quite uneasy about that. The Minister Quante picked up a piece of salmon and said, "Well, that won't do." He slowly chewed the piece of fish and let it break down in his mouth. And the fox said, "This time I will get involved too. Kim Sin's current assets are still 21 trillion won. Early morning scene at Kim Sin's house. Someone is cooking eggs and making breakfast. At this moment, Kim Sin is still fast asleep in the room. Suddenly he smelled something delicious. What was that smell? Must be really good. Yolp walked into the room and softly called, "Good morning, sir." Just waking up, the first thing Kim Sin saw was Yop's face, which made Kim Sin jump and scream. "Why is this name here?" Meng Yu woke up surprised by the breakfast, and went straight to Kim Sin's room to ask, "Did you make the breakfast on the table, Sin?" Seeing the scene of Yop taking care of Kim Sin, Meng Yu like hairspray. Then he stepped out of the room and said, "Sorry for the inconvenience," while Kim Sin kept explaining, "It's not what you think. The breakfast that Yop made looked so appetizing, just seeing it made you want to eat. Outside is a perfect layer of egg, inside is rice." Kim Sin and Meng Yu slowly enjoyed their breakfast while Yop cleaned the kitchen area. Yop also asked Meng Yu, "Do you want some coffee?" To which Meng Yu quickly replied, "Give me a sugar-free Coke." Kim Sin was eating while recalling that Yop did say they would come. "So it's today, huh?" Kim Sin politely said, "Thank you for the breakfast. It must have been tough for you since it's your first time at my place." Yop immediately responded, "Oh, it's no problem, I got the hang of it." Kim Sin found this confusing and asked, "What do you mean by got the hang of it?" Yop laughed and said, "I've watched all the videos on your YouTube channel. Kim Sin's hairspray is always so stiff," he thought to himself, "I need to talk to the film crew." Then Kim asked Yop, "Do you want to work with me?" Yop thought about this invitation for a moment. As she poured Coca-Cola for Meng Yu, she said, "I don't know how to put it. I really want to work in Earth resources, but I also know that my abilities are limited. So if possible, I want to be your personal assistant. I want to learn more from even the smallest, simplest tasks first." Kim Sin lifted the spoon to his mouth and nodded, saying, "That works too." He turned around and saw the slightly worried expression of Yop and said, "Why so sudden? We've been working together for so long. You must have thought carefully before reaching out to me, right? You've got a plan already, don't you? If it's you, I trust you completely." Hearing these words from Kim Sin, Yop was deeply moved. Bringing out a plate of roast pork and a plate of roast chicken, cheerfully saying, "Is there anything else you'd like to eat? Just let me know," Kim Sin somewhat awkwardly replied, "It's already quite a lot." Suddenly Kim Sin's phone rang. Kim Sin picked up the phone and said, "Yes, this is Kim Sin." "Who is this?" the person on the other end of the line said. "This is Minister Sin Quanti of the Ministry of Health. Is this Kim Sin's number?" Kim Sin was surprised and said, "Yes, that's my number. But how do you know my personal phone number?" The minister laughed loudly and replied matter-of-factly, "The Minister of Health of South Korea wouldn't know that." Then he went straight to the point, "You've done clinical trials in the US, right? If you had done them in Korea, the government would have provided support." "Such a shame." Kim Sin bluntly replied, "It's because the procedures in Korea are very complicated." The minister, with his hands full of gold rings, faked a smile and said, "Complicated? The businesses should know to prepare for that themselves. It seems like Bio Corporation isn't short on money." Kim Sin heard this and understood all of his intentions. His face tensed up. "Ask him, what's going on?" The minister also showed his true colors, revealing his sly side, and said, "It's nothing really. Thank you for your contributions. The government has decided to support the company Bio." Hearing that, Kim Sin was very shocked. But he always kept a cool head and remained clear-minded to analyze, wanting to have a part in it too. He clenched his fists, trying to stay calm, wanting to hang up immediately, but you tried to hold back for the sake of others who might be affected, and kept negotiating with him. He asked directly what specific support is provided, and the minister replied that it's similar to what is done in the US, simplifying the clinical trial process, reducing research taxes, and many other things. "I will do everything possible to create the best conditions within my capability." Kim Sin continued to mock. "What if I refuse?" He smiled wickedly and said, "What if? I will be direct too. The company's research will face some difficulties." Even without meeting face to face, Kim Sin now fully understands his sly, malicious, cruel, despicable, and contemptible nature. He clenched the phone in anger so tightly that the tempered glass screen cracked into small pieces. As for the Minister of Health, he seemed quite smug, thinking to himself, "I've hit his pride. Let's see what you can do now. No matter how much money you have, you'll always be alone. Do you dare to defy the power of the state? The towering building you worked so hard to build. I will make good use of it, Kwanti continued. Once we have the government's support, we'll work together, so I want about 10% of the shares. Kimson remained still, not responding at all. It seems this minister is celebrating too soon. He even mentioned his upcoming plans, saying he will hold a press conference as soon as possible to reassure the public. He was even more awkward when he made his strange request. I want you and me to represent Bio at the meeting. I heard there's another person involved in the development, as well. But compared to an unknown doctor nobody has heard of, it's better for famous people like us to show up. He kept boasting about his power, but Kimson was utterly sick and tired of hearing the disgusting words coming out of his filthy mouth, so he snapped back and cursed. You're so loud-mouthed. Hearing Kimson's celebratory curse, Minister Kwanti was slightly startled. Manhwa was about to put a bite of food in his mouth when he froze, seeing Sin daring to curse at someone like that. Yop was also surprised, not expecting Sin to curse at that person. Kimson, after moments of patience, no longer hesitated or feared anyone and spoke clearly to the health minister about what proper manners are. I had tried to hold back, but I couldn't endure it any longer. Minister, I have a lot of money and assets. If possible, I could even become a U.S. citizen and move the entire bio company over there. So stop messing around with taxpayers' money, do your job well before I post this conversation on social media. The minister couldn't repeat what was said, so he went crazy. He cursed to his heart's content, that guy, the government is a joke to you. Kimson turned off the machine, not wanting to argue with him anymore. He was furious and angry at the moment. As for Kimson, he put the phone down on the table. And it's also incredibly frustrating. He cursed, saying, It's really awful. How can there be such shameless and venomous people? Kimson's current assets are 23 trillion won. When I was a sales employee for AKO, an incident occurred at the hospital I manage, where a patient lost their eye. And during the surgery, something unfortunate happened. The patient received first aid at a nearby hospital, but ultimately could not avoid becoming blind. As a low-level salesperson, I can only hope they receive the compensation they deserve. But when he heard the news from another nurse, Kimson was shocked. What? Only 20 million won in compensation. The nurse whispered, That's right, our director is really cruel. Even though he's old and has lost both eyes, he only compensated with 20 million won. I heard that the doctor took advantage of the victim being a country person who didn't understand much and used a surgery consent form to threaten them. During the previous conversation, she met with their family privately and said with a mocking tone that their family seemed to be in a lot of trouble. Well, I'll just accept this money for now then. Back home, after hearing Kimson's story, Manhwa immediately turned red with anger. That doctor, is he crazy? How can he say something like that? Is he crazy? Dondipi remained calm, took a sip of coffee, and said that stirred up quite a fuss for a while. It was the first time I saw Sin so angry. Suddenly Manhwa asked loudly, So Sin, what did you do? Kimson replied, I went to see the doctor. Manhwa chuckled loudly, Sure enough, you must have taught him a lesson he won't forget. But Kimson said no. I can't do anything. When I came to confront him, he seemed fully prepared, using every argument to counter the words on the surgery consent form, and in the end, those poor victims had no choice but to accept reconciliation. They received no apology, no adequate compensation, and the case was simply closed. That's why I can't accept what that minister said. I'm just an investor. This research achievement is Dr. Hodan's lifetime work. If he wants to use despicable tactics to seize it, that's on him. Suddenly, Kimson shouted with determination, I will protect it at all costs. The two people sitting there couldn't help but feel emotional. Sin, you really are something. Hey, even Dondep wants to kiss you. Kimson looked pale with fear. What is happening? Get away. Suddenly, the door swung open, and an employee hurried in, calling out, Director Kim. Breathing heavily, he rushed in and continued speaking. It's not good. But then they suddenly stopped when they saw Kimson being playfully hugged by two friends like a child. He felt a bit embarrassed, immediately stepped back, apologized for bothering. Kimson said it's okay. Meanwhile, Kimson thought to himself, encountering only men today, and then asked about him, the screenwriter Ho-chin, what's going on? The question left the employee stunned. They immediately reported it, and the director of DK Bioscience and Lee Sun Bioloris came to see him. Both are chairmen of the corporation. On the other hand, in the waiting room, the two CEOs of major corporations were chatting. One of them said, I didn't expect to run into Chairman Haichin here. It seems like she's here to see Director Kim on urgent business. I was also very surprised to meet Chairman Sang-lip in Korea. I have to say it's really hard to meet him. Both smiled politely, but deep down they knew this meeting was a tense, covert struggle. Suddenly, Haichin thought, among the research institutes developing vaccines, only the company Bio has passed the second phase of clinical trials. That means the outcome of today's meeting will determine the position of the big players in the pharmaceutical industry. In other words, this is a chance for Lee Sun, DK to rise to the top. After that, Kim Sun also arrived and shared a few things. Both of them were shocked after listening. What do you mean? Kim Sun replied, as you both have heard. 300 million initial doses. We will collaborate with whichever party offers the best conditions. The next morning, a loud clatter echoed. It turns out it was because Ho-chin accidentally dropped the camera. He was extremely angry, cursing in his mind, but there was an even greater danger. What should he do? How to get past that guard now? Suddenly, from behind, two women called out, "PD Ho-chin, stop, you'll get into trouble, and you don't have a camera anymore." But it only made Ho-chin even more furious. These naive kids thought to themselves, just the fact that two directors from a major corporation came here directly was already big news, not to mention that this matter was related to the production of the corona vaccine. As a PD, how could I just sit still? Even if it's hell, as long as I get the exclusive scoop, Ho-chin said, pulling another camera from his bag. The owner of that camera cried out, "That's my camera!" Despite what he said, Ho-chin rushed towards the guard. He thought reaching there was PD's mission. Arriving in front of the reception room, Ho-chin suddenly slammed on the brakes and found a hidden corner to slip into. So, the conversation is over, and they're leaving the room. Quietly observing, Ho-jin suddenly noticed something strange. Their expressions look like that. Could it be that the contract fell through? On the other hand, an employee who heard the story couldn't help but panic, having to produce 300 million vaccine doses by the second half of the year. Additional training and installation of new equipment are necessary. Isn't it actually just a refusal? At this moment, Sang-lip is deep in thought, not saying a word, recalling the earlier conversation. Sang-lip has spoken up, "May I be so bold, but isn't this a bit risky?" Even Chairman Hygiene agrees, "That's right. As far as I know, clinical trials have not yet been approved. Suppose that clinical trial fails. What I want to hear today is not the worries of the two people." Kim Sun coldly interrupted, surprising both of them. His voice lowered, speaking seriously, "It's about whether you can do it or not. I will give you both until the end of tomorrow to think about it, and I hope to get a satisfying answer by then." Returning to the moment, while he was deep in thought, Sang-lip called, "Vice President Kim." "Yes, sir, General Director." "What does Kim think?" He replied that although Kim Sun has taken many risky investments over time, he has never failed. On the contrary, he has always hit it big. Sang-lip continued, "Maybe he has his own reasons for doing so." Vice President Kim responded, "That's what I mean." After that, Sang-lip turned to Director Bach and said, "Suppose after we sign the vaccine production contract, if the clinical trials of BioS vaccine fail, what will happen to our company?" He replied, "Although there was no financial loss, the news of that failure will spread out. The forecast will have some impact on the company's image." After some thought, Sang-lip finally made a decision. "Let's do it." The scene shifts to another meeting. This time the scale is larger, with many people involved. Especially on the side of Lee Sun Company, Director Bach and Deputy General Director Kim showed clear signs of tension. At this moment Kim Sun spoke up, "Let's listen to the answers from the two people." Sang-lip Sung Fong spoke first. "Our company Lee Sun can produce 230 million doses within the mentioned timeframe, and we set the production price at $3 per dose." Then it was Haichin's turn. "We can produce 200 million doses faster by 1 month, finished by November, and the price is the same, $3. Hearing that, Sang-lip thought to himself, "Sure enough, DK wouldn't back down." Kim Sun unexpectedly responded in a deep voice, 230 million doses and 200 million doses. Although it doesn't meet the requirement, I am very satisfied. You two have worked hard. Let's sign the contract for both sides." After saying that, the people from Lee Sun Company were left stunned. Even the two directors were equally amazed. Hygiene, confused, asked, "You mean you will order all more than 400 million doses of the vaccine?" "Yes," Kim Sun replied. "Why is that?" Suddenly, Director Sang-lip burst into loud laughter. Haichin pondered. He has lost his mind. Sure, here's the translation. It was definitely a blow. He had planned it that way from the start, right? Sang-lip asked. Kim Sun responded without hesitation. "I never said from the start that I would sign a contract with only one party." From the start, with pure intentions, Sang-lip nodded. so that's how it was. In the future, I will rely on you. Immediately after that, a series of explosive news came out. Lee Sun Biolaureate and Bio officially signed a contract with DK Bioscience, a production and supply deal worth $600 million. South Korea has become the hub for producing the developing corona vaccine. The South Korean stock market surged, with stock prices rising thanks to the corona vaccine. The United States, Israel, and France confirmed the purchase of South Korean vaccines. World hero Kim Sin. On the other hand, there is someone who is very angry. He clenched his teeth. The reckless kid, you think you can keep succeeding without the state's help? Then he called someone. Fine. I will show you what state power is. Cut to the next day. A luxury yacht is gliding smoothly across the ocean. So that was Kim Sin's yacht. He was on vacation. Kim Sin looked at the vast sky and said, like a king. He thought to himself, my own space on the beach. This is why I bought the yacht. Peaceful and truly wonderful. Next time, we must bring Manhwa. Suddenly a voice called from behind, hey, the meat is grilled. Which part do you want me to take care of? Kim Sin turned around, slightly surprised. Dondep, you seem a bit different, he replied. Really, is it that obvious? Chai-san knows a lot of great ways to exercise, and that's why I've become hooked on it. Would you like to join us? Alright, you practice now. At this moment, Kim Sin realized, this dish probably contains protein, right? Before I could take a bite of the meat, the phone rang. Yes, Professor Hodon, Kim Sin replied. CO Kim, can you take the call? Yes, go ahead. Suddenly, Hodon said sorry. It seems that vaccine production will be delayed. The audit team from the Department of Welfare just arrived. They said they would review everything to see if the vaccine development research has been illegal up until now. In the report, is there anything missing? We will need to pause the research until we get results. I'm really sorry. Hearing this, Kim Sin frowned, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. Scene shifts to him practicing shooting. In addition, there was the guard Nia standing and clapping continuously. After each shot, Kim Sin sighed, exhausted. Then he called Dondep. Yes, sir. Is there any way to stop the minister from getting in our way? Dondep nodded and pondered. It's going to be exhausting. The minister is going through the legal procedures, so we can't do anything about it. Both the permit to sell the new drug and the construction of the factory require approval from the Department of Welfare. That is absolute power. Hearing that, Kim Sin sighed. Really? Suddenly, Dondep interrupted. Let me handle this. What surprised Kim Sin was that Dondep handed it over to him. I think everyone has their own area of expertise. He is good at investing and business. Choi-sin and Nia are the guards. As for you, Dondep paused for a moment, and then continued. I will do what I'm good at. Cut to the minister's office. He sat sipping his wine, laughing mockingly. Those fools must be so anxious now. Who told you to speak like that? If you had taken the opportunity one gave you, it wouldn't be like this now. Arrogant brat. At that moment, an email came in. The minister, while checking it and swearing, was overwhelmed with work. Who could it be? Suddenly, he was astonished. Then they burst out laughing. Those guys finally gave in. Bio company applies for a vaccine business license. It sounds reasonable. But do they want to get approval for vaccine business in South Korea? What should we do? After some thought, the minister picked up the phone and called Secretary Kim. Just received a document from Bio, right? That one. Refuse, he said, while grinning wickedly. The other end of the line responded, okay, done. The minister continued, just do as I said, anyway, I'll take responsibility. At this moment, he thought to himself, it seems like these guys don't even know the basics. To be forgiven, you have to bring money here. Suddenly, a staff member rushed in and said, Minister, there's a big issue. He asked what all the commotion was about, and the employee replied, it's the news from earlier. CO Hyosin has been arrested by the prosecution. Hearing that, the minister was shocked. What? Then he turned on the TV to watch. A reporter announced that today the prosecutor has urgently arrested CO Choi of the Hosen Pharmaceutical Company. CO Choi is currently accused of embezzlement and tax evasion, along with suspicions of unfair imposition on other companies. Additionally, evidence shows that the welfare department is involved, acting as an accomplice of CO Choi. The minister panicked when he heard the news. He shouted, what the hell is going on? This is a complete conspiracy. The staff stammered, Minister, first take care of your health. The Minister of Welfare suddenly trembled uncontrollably, chaotic thoughts flooding his mind. How could this happen? There were no leaks to the outside. No, this is impossible. I'm clean. I erased all traces. There's no way I could be exposed. Where did it all come from? At that moment, the landline phone rang. The minister froze, cold sweat ran down his forehead. The landline phone keeps ringing continuously. The Minister of Welfare with a face full of fear. The hands picked up the phone. Hurriedly answered, "Hello." On the other end of the line, a man said it was me. As soon as he heard that voice, his face turned pale with fear as he thought. This voice. It turns out the person he was talking to was the president. The appearance of the puppet army and the four of clubs signals an ominous premonition. Shuffling the deck with both hands, Kimson hurriedly asked Representative Hyosun what was going on. Turns out, Don DP secretly investigated and found that the minister had done many things with Representative Hyosun. Probably some shady business. Directly asked Wyson if he plans to arrest both the minister and Hosen, but this task is quite difficult. He played the club card, implying that the minister, unlike Representative Hyosun, was very meticulous, and was confident that even an organization like the National Intelligence Agency would struggle to find any evidence unless they showed up themselves. He pulled out another card and pointed it at Kimson's face, and that's why. RA is the spade, implying that first you need to stir things up around you. Something big is about to happen. In the welfare minister's office, the phone call with the president was still ongoing. He continued asking why the president had called the minister. The minister's hands clenched tightly. Calming myself down, I realized there's still no concrete evidence, no need to worry. Suddenly thinking, wait a minute, in the worst case, along with a worried smile. The minister bowed deeply, apologizing for the unwarranted gossip, and assured that he was entirely uninvolved in this matter, which was of great concern to many people. Can't believe it's absurd, what on earth is that about, along with the denial, isn't it? Now the president just wants to ask Mr. The question was so simple, yet it left him speechless. What were you thinking when you refused the vaccine from Bio Company? He never expected the president to bring it up. His face showed utter shock. His two eyes were fixed on the Bio Company. The eyes suddenly realized something. Looking at the laptop screen right in front of me, quickly thought to himself, could it be? Returning to Kimshin and Don DP, Kimshin wondered if making such a strong move would make the minister flee, and Don DP thought the same. The spade jack card implies that the minister will surely deny knowing anything. In the worst-case scenario, he will use the resignation card, which is the king of spades, even if the savings in the bank over time will not disappear. Don DP dealt another card, so the necessary card is. It's the queen of spades, blackjack, the card that will surely make the minister gasp for breath. The minister's face was pale, and the president reprimanded him, saying how serious the corona damage was. Even calling the Bio Company to supply vaccines wasn't enough. The minister, confused, thought, damn it, why did it turn out like this? Looking back, the deal with Hyosun ended well, even Kimshin got scolded. The minister, frustrated, thought everything should have been settled by now, grinding his teeth, thinking it should have gone that way. Still don't understand why, eyebrows furrowed. Shout as the minister decides whether that decision is right or wrong. His face went rigid, drained of all strength. The legs began to buckle and couldn't stand any longer. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, unable to stand. The person on the other end of the line shouted his name. The sound came through loud and clear, all the corruption accusations and controversies. I'm aware of them because I will thoroughly investigate all the wrong judgments. It turns out his corruption has been exposed, and now he will be held accountable to the fullest. Where did a group of well-dressed strangers suddenly come from, entering the room? What is going on? They claimed to be from the police department, and hoped that minister would cooperate with them. Assistant Na shouted, do you know who this is? This is the Minister of Welfare of the Republic of Korea. The minister showed no emotion, and even when his assistant was held back by two policemen, he still added, Minister, you need to wake up! Yelling at the guy who dared to. That same day, the image of the Minister of Welfare appeared on all the front pages, with full evidence of his collusion with Hyosun. In his safe, they found cash worth billions of won. There's no saving him now. Kimshin read the newspaper and said that the situation would be resolved well anyway, then quickly apologized to Dondep, apologizing for making him do something bad. In response to the apology, Wyop thought that he had done a good job. Thinking and speaking, it's a bit odd, but if it were you, I think the minister wouldn't be able to hold out until the end. Dondep's words were unbelievable. Really, Kimshin was also criticized by Dondep for being too kind and weak. Arguing with Kimshin, no matter how angry you are, if you sincerely apologize, the other party will forgive you. And if the minister also apologizes halfway, they will handle it tactfully, right? I can already picture the minister apologizing to Kimshin. It must be like that. The iron was scorching hot, just like Dondep's thoughts, politicians shouldn't act that way. The fiery gaze of Dondep said, "It has to be thorough. Just thinking about it is painful." Gripping the iron tightly, it needs to be smashed completely so they won't dare to come in again. He's indeed a righteous man, though a bit intimidating. Kim Shin asked if Dondep had ever been deceived by a politician. Dondep replied that it wasn't him, but his father who was deceived by a political colleague. At this point, Kim Shin was genuinely surprised and couldn't believe it, asking if his father was a politician. Dondep boasted that his father had smashed all the clay pots of the colleagues who betrayed him. In front of the bio company vaccine case, it has passed the third clinical trial, called K-Vaccine, and has been sold worldwide. The surprising result K-Vaccine showed an incredible effectiveness with a 98% immunity rate, significantly reducing the COVID-19 infection rate and helping humanity escape the pandemic disaster. Kim-sin lay on the bed with a tired face, his eyes dull. "I'm questioning myself. The vaccine sales job has become overwhelmingly busy. Even when I was juggling 5 jobs before, I wasn't this exhausted." He glanced and thought, "Times like this are truly busy. Take out your top-notch iPhone and review the best investment options. Remember the last time I looked at the co-op Sun, it had increased from $500 million to $4.5 billion. Now that the economy is recovering, shouldn't it be even higher? It might even go up to $10 billion. If that happens, we'll make a fortune. But no, it's not what you think." Looking at the phone screen, his face went blank. It wasn't what he expected. What is Kim Shin's current net worth? Take a guess. At a towering skyscraper. The staff walked in to inform Chairman Chaidon that CEO Hyosun and the Minister of Welfare had been arrested. The chairman, pleased, remarked that it had been a tough job. Quickly told the staff not to mention to CEO Kim that we were helping them. This small favor doesn't need to be bragged about, right? Turns out these two teamed up to throw a few politicians in jail. Confidently, he says that he will have to do business on a larger scale than CEO Kim. The chairman of Lee Sung Group, Sun Chae-don, has a fortune of $8 billion, which amounts to 10.84 billion won in Korean currency. Chairman Cho-don is the second most powerful figure in South Korea's financial world. He's not only rich but also tall and handsome. He asked the staff about CEO Kim, hearing that CEO Kim's assets had undergone significant changes. The staff confirmed exactly what he had heard. Thinking to himself, well, the knowledge has tripled, and the vaccine sales have brought in a huge profit. He asked the staff, "How much is it now?" The employee stammered. "Reply with about 100 billion DOE and convert it to Korean won, which is 135 trillion won, an astonishing figure, only accurate on Saturdays in the global financial world." The chairman was silent for a moment, and could only say, "Yet all this time, I've lived with the thought that I'm a boss, but compared to him, I'm just an ant." Slapping myself in the face, I can't believe I compared my personal assets to a large company. At this moment at Kim Sin's house, it seems like he has written a letter to someone. Sitting for too long, he stretched and was almost done writing. Mung-yu walked over to where he was sitting, wondering if Kim actually replied to each letter himself instead of having the staff do it. Kim Sin wouldn't agree. "This is a handwritten letter that those kids wrote directly for me." Tae Mung-yu opened the letter and was quite surprised. A letter from a girl named Amy to Kim Shin, thanking him for creating the vaccine and mentioning that her mother has been crying lately because they don't have any money. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, Mom can't go out to the grocery store. So, Amy's mother often hugged her and said she was sorry. Amy feels that she doesn't need to wear nice clothes or have good food, and she's happiest when being held by her mom. Still wondering if the coronavirus disappears, Mom could smile again, right, Uncle Kim? If that happens, it would be wonderful. Mung-yu was choked up by Amy's words. Quickly praised her, saying she's a good girl, and Kim agreed with that. Kim Sin expressed that although he couldn't respond to everyone, he wanted to reply to the children's letters and add a few more small gifts. Mung-yu quickly advised Kim not to overwork anymore, saying that no matter how much money you have, without health, you can't do anything. Kim also planned to return to Korea to rest for a while. You were about to pick up another letter to read when you suddenly thought of Captain Minguk and Jang Ji-ai. Is everyone still doing well? A picture of a beautiful girl appeared before his eyes. That girl was Sue. As long as she's living well now, that's good enough. The tall man who appeared to be Kim Sin's bodyguard announced that there was a guest. Kim Sin was surprised as to why there was a guest. The guest of Kim Sin is a woman from Korea visiting here. His legs moved toward the door. Maybe it's Sue, but that can't be true. Other than her, he couldn't think of anyone else, still quietly hoping. His hand was about to open the door, still hoping for the girl named Sue. Surprised? The girl at the door wasn't Sue, it was Kyung. She wasn't shy at all and immediately said, "You must really miss me, right?" Kim Sin slammed the door shut. She was still in the middle of saying it had really been a long time. It's true that the person you don't want to see always shows up. Both Kyung and the two employees following him were left standing outside, and that's enough. I thought I could get rid of her. But no, she still confidently said, "Look at you blushing, don't be like that, just open the door." Kim sighed, wondering what he was even hoping for. I already rejected her before. I had to open the door and talk to her. Kim Sin wondered how she knew my house. Kyung laughed excitedly and said, "Of course the future company has to know everything." The staff behind even boasted about watching CEO Kim's YouTube, hastily asking for forgiveness for the sudden visit. At this point, Kim could only sigh in frustration, unable to do anything else, and had no choice but to let them into the house. Kyung walked into the house and loudly apologized. Behind that innocent smile, they're plotting something shady. The gaze clearly showed satisfaction. Finally, there was an opportunity. She previously missed an unclear strategy, but this time she'll turn the relationship into reality. Kim Sin introduced the friends living with him. Besides Mung Yu, there were 3 more people staying with him. Everyone, say hello to each other. It turns out Kyung isn't living alone. Kyung was stunned for 5 seconds. Kim Shin pushed out a box full of letters and told her to organize them. She didn't know and quickly asked, "What is this?" He replied that this is a letter from a fan, and he just needs to pick the letters from the kids, as it's the perfect time to help. Kyung gave a wry smile, his face stiff. There were only 2 people. Kim Sin was still laughing and chatting happily, and there was no one to compete with until the end. Who could match his level of play? At this moment, Kyung turned to stone like a statue from thousands of years ago, and she couldn't have imagined it. Mung Yu saw this and quickly thought, the more people there are, the more trouble it will be, so I'll just go play games instead of staying here. There was a Wyop shouting quickly, calling Mung Yu's name. Wyop would like to take a moment to talk with Mung Yu. They went out to burn wood for warmth, the fire crackling, easing the cold. Wyop candidly said he needed to spend the money stolen from Kim Sin. Mung Yu's hand was still warming as he wondered why he wanted to use that money and what for. As vaccines developed, Shin's popularity grew significantly, and at that time, Shin would deeply care about his personal story on TV and in the media. Wyop expressed the desire to sort out the causes that could create problems before that happened. Mung Yu suddenly looked at him as if he had just realized something. "Could it be that you?" Wyop admitted exactly what Wyam was thinking. Kim Sin's ex-wife, Chaekwon, Yoap plans to eliminate decisively. A sensual pair of lips with a high, slender nose, she is Chaekwon, wife of Kim Sin, wife of the richest man in the Republic of Korea. Just hearing it already sounds like a noble family. She was sitting in the room with the doctor, saying that lately, she's been seeing Kim Sin everywhere on YouTube and TV, even hearing information about him in the local grocery store. Tears flow endlessly expressing every time they feel like that. Frustrated to the point of madness, with hands clenched tightly and veins bulging, looking like someone who's just eaten a bunch of hot peppers. The glorious image of a once prosperous era of Chaekwon. Now all she could do was lie there, remembering and reminiscing. She is currently in an apartment in a high-rise building. Sitting in a perfect position, she began to focus and follow the instructions in the video on her phone, taking a deep breath and holding the position for 3 seconds. Start exhaling slowly, you will find peace in your soul, serenity in your heart. The clip you're listening to talks about the best way to rest. Just keep doing that position. A video features a fresh and lovely girl promoting OT shopping center. Losing his cool, he tried to kick the phone away in frustration when he heard the phrase, "with the coins created by Kim Shin. Throw the phone hard, watch it fly far away, now stand there panting. Pulling my hair out, I screamed at Kim Shin, that damn idiot, so stupid." Clenching her teeth, she thought again. If she had known this outcome, she wouldn't have agreed to the divorce. Now, all the money and reputation would have been hers, not Kim Sin's as it is now. The eyes seemed like they were about to pop out from thinking, what should I do now? I can't let myself keep living like this. While plotting her scheme, the phone rang, breaking the tense atmosphere as she fumed. Chaekwon suddenly noticed something interesting. The phone screen was shattered, and she realized what to do. Chaekwon plans to start a YouTube channel. Name the channel Confessions from Kim Sin's Ex-Wife. This is definitely a hot topic, as it gathers all media and will announce to the press that Kim Sin was a victim of domestic violence. The eyes glinted with a scheme to demand a settlement from Kim Sin, aiming for several $100 million, no joke. This is a great idea, so consider that if the doorbell suddenly rings, there must be a guest arriving. She wondered who would come here, probably reporters again, and quickly declined, saying she had no intention of giving an interview anymore. The person standing outside quickly spoke up. "I'm not a reporter, I'm here for business. Please, Chaekwon, spare me a moment of your time." "Here for work, she is doubtful about something." Standing in front of Chaekwon were two tall men. She asked what was going on and said, "I'm very busy, so please only say what needs to be said." Two men with oversized glasses nodded at each other. What could they be planning? Chaekwon looked at them skeptically, as if something was about to happen. His hand reached into the pocket of his vest and pulled something out. Frozen for a few seconds, Chaekwon realized something. "Your friend was getting her hair done and told you they came because she wrote a book." "That's quite a surprise." Chaekwon is doing nails, telling them that a random publisher in New York asked if she had any plans to publish a book about my marriage with Kim Shin. She even did her own research to make sure it wasn't a scam. "Your friend asked if there were any conditions." Chaekwon directly replied, asking for $100,000 in editing profit. Your friend seemed intrigued by that amount. Gangmin advised Chaekwon to definitely spend that money without hesitation, but she quickly said she needed to think it over. Her friend, annoyed, wondered why she still needed to think about it. Just by shouting Kim Sin's name, it would sell 1 million copies already. Just from the tax alone, it's $10 million. In Chaekwon's mind, the number $10 million. Still lucky to be turned into a movie or drama to watch. If that happens then. Her friend's words made her stop hesitating. She had to live a completely luxurious new life. Chaekwon's mind was now envisioning a life of luxury with servants. She opened her mouth and said the decision to write the book, in a firm and clear manner, implies decisively. The man sitting in front of her praised her for thinking it through, so the contract would be immediate. The condition is to receive an additional deposit and royalties. He just knows how to say sorry, but that's already the highest standard in the industry. Chaekwon openly and bluntly said if it doesn't work, then forget it. Confirmed that only she is capable of writing it, and how could anyone else write it? Only she has the ability to write this, and if not, then sign a contract with someone else. The two quickly looked at each other, wondering what to do. They still have to agree with that decision. They will make a few adjustments to the terms. She cheerfully replied, asking them to think it over carefully. As expected, they also had conditions for Chaekwon. From now until the book is released, she must not talk about her married life with Kim Sin to the media or anyone else. This was part of a contract signed for a hefty sum, so it must remain exclusive. She gave a sly smile and said, "Of course." The contract was offered. Reading the content with a deposit amount of $400,000 and a 15% commission, Chaekwon's expression was one of great satisfaction. The man asked if she had finished reviewing the contract, and she cheerfully said she was very satisfied. Straightforward question. The deposit will be given right away, correct? That's a given. He answered in a shady tone that he would transfer the money right away. The contract also includes a special clause stating that, no matter what, only the truth will be recorded in the book. If violated, the contract will be immediately nullified, and the violator must commit to returning the deposit and facing all legal penalties. The corner of the room was filled with many beautiful items, along with the sound of celebration for the figure of 7.6 million kwon. Chaekwon excitedly thought to himself, later I'll make money by writing books, so I have to invest like this. First time writing a book, so a bit nervous, but what's so hard about writing long-winded? Piece of cake, thought Chaekwon as he sat down at his desk and started with the first words. Not sure how much time has passed. I only saw her chair topple over and fall to the floor. The computer is still on. Only Chaekwon hissed every word. She clutched her head and screamed, unable to write a single word. I thought I was creating a masterpiece, but instead, I found myself sinking into the pit of doom that Chaekwon had warned about. About a week ago, she had a fateful meeting with her boss. He threw the Chaekwon manuscript down on the table roughly and asked her to rewrite it from scratch. Of course, for someone as arrogant as Chaekwon, this was definitely a big blow. She kept asking why and how to her partner. He didn't hide it, and told the story, Kim Sin with domestic violence, in the form of a gambling addict. If careless, it could turn into a legal battle. Does she have evidence? Chaekwon confidently asserts that he is both the witness and the evidence. The partner did not accept this type of tangible evidence, so they asked Chaekwon to provide another piece of evidence with the same function, such as a recorded image, where someone might perceive her paying. Chaekwon quickly declined. However, she pointed out a few specific things even though it wasn't there, but her colleagues at the company will testify. You mean there's no concrete evidence? We clearly only ask you to tell the truth. If you can't do that, then return our deposit. As soon as it involves money, Jaekwon turns hostile and gets agitated. No, I can add a little more to the book. Why be so strict? A question was raised that made Jaekwon fall silent. So can Jaekwon take responsibility for this content? Seeing her hesitation, the partner continued scolding. If you can't take responsibility, then just write the truth. Before that, I couldn't approve it. A series of actions gave Jaekwon a headache for many days, even weeks, to finally complete the content. The alarm clock rang as usual. Yet it couldn't wake up Jaekwon, who was passed out nearby, until it turns off. She had just fallen into her thoughts when she signed the contract, thinking that selling a lot of books would be enough. So why can't she write anything now? Should I say that I can't write now? No, I've already spent the deposit. What should I do? If I had known, I wouldn't have written. From the start, why did I say writing a book? Right, it was all for the money. I did everything for it. I took Kimson's house and car in the name of a settlement. I'm dating an old, middle-aged manager, that's right. If it's for money, I can do anything. If it's for money, after a few lines of reflection, Jaekwon immediately lifted his spirits and continued his journey of writing books. As time goes by, her nimble fingers become more and more skillful. I can become a wicked woman however I want. The next morning at the dock, Kimson was here, sharing some of his snacks with a lucky seagull, and it turns out he only eats that kind of shrimp. At the same time, there was also the appearance of YUHP and a black man. YUHP spoke up. Are you really going to be okay? He just took a golden vacation like that. Kimson didn't let this bother him. He just nodded politely and continued feeding the other seagulls. Yop seemed to realize something, his eyes revealing an indescribable confusion. Brother, I know you're resting, but I'm sorry. Can you give me a moment? Facing this proposal, the black man made a strange move that angered the seagulls. With Kimson's consent, the two sat on the edge of the floor to confide. Yusi said that she had helped Jaekwon because of her own stubbornness without telling him. Even if it was just to avoid risks, I should have talked to you before taking action. I'm truly sorry for doing everything my way. After thinking for a moment, Kimson asked him vaguely, Yop, we've known each other for 5 years now, haven't we? Yop nodded, that's right. Suddenly, he praised him for doing very well, which surprised Yobi greatly. Kimson shared, if you hadn't done it, I would have been worried about what to do, but I didn't expect you to step up and handle it already. This is the best I've ever done so far. The corners of Yop's eyes stung. He began to be moved by the words from Kimson. Darling, I love you. I will be with you for life, no need to say, I love you anymore. The black man checked the phone and informed Kimson, boss, I received an urgent message from Korea. Is something wrong? That made him hesitate. Dr. Pao passed out and was taken to the intensive care unit. The two brothers were instantly struck silent. After that, Kimson mistook this Pao for Dr. Hodan and said that Dr. Hodan often. A few seconds of silence passed between them, and he felt something was off. Wait, who is it? Professor Pao, how are you? A fast flight is getting closer to Professor Pao. Both Kimson, Yop, and the black man were already in his hospital room. He walked in, startled, exclaiming, Oh my God! Professor Pao actually fainted. Beside the old man's bed, there was another person actively keeping watch. Upon seeing Kimson, this person immediately showed sincerity, saying, Director Kim, you've already arrived. I'm truly sorry, you must be very busy. It's because I was worried that it ended up like this. This person speculated that it seems like working with an external company caused stress, as he was only used to doing research, so he probably wasn't accustomed to it. I don't know why Chaisen is moving forward. He suddenly knelt beside Pao's hospital bed and loudly called out. Wake up, brother. It's time to work on the lower body now. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide as if the end of the world was coming. Not stopping there, both of them began simple fitness exercises, letting out a few satisfying groans, almost losing their strength. Yop found it strange and asked Kimson. Hey, the professor clearly fainted, right? He sighed and said. I don't understand what's going on either, so don't ask me. Kimson quickly approached Pao to check on him. Professor Pao, are you really okay? He replied, much better now. Indeed, lifting weights is the best. Hearing this, Kimson felt somewhat relieved. He only advised him a few more things, asking him to try a little harder. Soon, he would find a dedicated person for external communications. Outside the hospital corridor, the group of Kimson and Yop left the room after asking. Yop spoke, It's good that we came quickly. Luckily he still looks healthy, that's right. However, Kim-sin still felt a bit anxious and thought, wait a minute, it seems like I forgot something. At Kyung's place, in her alluring nightgown, she put on a face full of boredom. Then he yelled in the middle of the presidential room, what the hell, where is this person? Searched the whole house and still couldn't find him. At the same time, the secretary received a notification from the phone and immediately reported the news. Director Kim is currently in Korea. Hearing this, Kyung was immediately stunned. South Korea, not a word to me. I thought she would explode in anger like a storm. But the next moment she spat out words that left everyone amazed. She truly is an incredible person. Even on his day off, he still goes to work. A wise wife has always been there to support her husband. All three quickly packed their bags and headed to Kim-sin's place under Kyung's guidance, despite any objections being futile. Returning to Kim-sin's place, he was a bit surprised by the scene there. Many employees have lined up neatly at the entrance. At the same time, an old man with gray hair approached and greeted. Director Kim, right? Yes, that's me, but... Sorry to interrupt, but could you spare me a moment? Our supervisor urgently wants to meet with the director. Kim-sin immediately asked, who is it? A luxury car had been waiting here for some time. Inside the car, he answered, it was the current president of the Republic of Korea. Our President Lee. True to its prestigious title, Kim-sin's convoy was surrounded by numerous bodyguards. This made him feel a bit suffocated. The president directly sought him out, so he was strangely tense. The old man with silver hair then said, thank you for taking the time to be here despite your busy schedule. Kim-sin politely declined, saying it was nothing, and that he was on leave at the moment. If you want to see me about something, before we discuss the main topic, I have something to say to you. Every word, every letter made his heart race with anticipation. Suddenly he bowed his head before you and expressed what the Minister of Health and Welfare has done recently. As a representative of the government agency, I sincerely apologize. Kim-sin was frightened by this action. He immediately waved his hand. Mr. President, please raise your head, yet he still bowed and replied, I may not know, but this is also a government matter, please accept my apology. The pause between them started to build up to a climax. I understand, sir, please lift your head, thank you. Kim-sin whispered, I'm very surprised. I didn't expect the president to personally apologize. Dee-dun said that an apology has nothing to do with the position. Can I hear the story from you now? Dee-dun said, Director Kim, how much do you know about South Korea's current economic situation? I know a little, but right now the economy of Daehanmingguk is in pretty bad shape. No, it's more like a bomb that could go off at any moment. So this country needs people like Director Kim, not just ordinary capitalists, but talents who will lead the next generation. I will support everything that is needed. Can you give me strength in the future? Facing this heavy responsibility, Kim-sin will naturally be very hesitant. Abandoning his homeland would be like betraying it, but on the other hand, he feels too insignificant to confront it. After a while, the car finally brought them to the destination, and the driver announced, we have arrived at the Rainbow of Dreams Art Bridge. Kim-sin had also made his own decision. In front of Dee-dun, he made a proposal. From inside my pocket. He took out a small piece of paper and wrote on it with a pen. Then returned it to Dee-dun, and please accept it. He didn't know what it was, so he opened it to check. What did he give me? Looks like a piece of paper. The next things overwhelmed Dee-dun. The sum of 50 billion kwon had been transferred to him. Kim-sin spoke up, my condition is very simple. Show me how you spend that money. No words left to say. Kim-sin got out of the car and said goodbye to Dee-dun. Thank you for giving me a ride. He sat in the car, constantly staring at the numbers on the stock certificate. Then he called the driver in front. Chief Bak, yes sir, what do you think Director Kim's intention is? He was silent for a long time, then replied hesitantly. Sorry sir, but I'm not sure either. So really, however, if we speculate carefully then. I wonder if he's testing us or not. This suddenly made Dee-dun snap awake. He burst out laughing in the car, causing Team Leader Bak to frantically apologize. No, that could also be a correct answer. A test worth 50 billion stars is certainly not ordinary. It looks like things will get even busier from now on. Before the so-called Rainbow of Dream Art, the giant billboard is projecting the hero of the Kimshin world, making all four feel embarrassed. Some whispers from passers-by made the owner of that image even more embarrassed. Since I reached out first, they pulled this weird stunt. I should have kept quiet. Once inside, the first thing that caught his eye was a stage that was meticulously decorated. A voice rang out from the stage. Director Kim has arrived. Excited members of the dance troupe performed a few basic moves to welcome you here. The strangest person to mention is the one with golden hair, whose artistic flair is showcased through countless unattractive movements. After finishing the heart-wrenching performance, the blonde-haired person gazed longingly at Kim Shin. His response was a bloodless face from him. Forget about it. The blonde immediately became the guide for the four of them. As they walked, he said, "Thank you for your hospitality. What did you think of the performance earlier? This time it's a new plan called Cosmic Idol. The idea is a powerful performance." Kim Shin shared his perspective. The personality seems strong, but wouldn't a more ordinary idea be better? He immediately called the director over. "You just heard what the director said, right? Next time, just act naturally." "I understand, thank you for your guidance, Director Kim." On the outside, he just smiled and brushed it off, but no one knew he actually wanted to abandon this art of deception. Next, Kim Shin asked the blonde about the company's development. "Director Bum-T, how's the content production going?" "Everything is still going smoothly," Bum-T said. He added that there are currently 5 main films produced by us, 3 of which are being made simultaneously. "We have also acquired content from other subsidiaries and are preparing a lot of content. It's really exciting. I wonder what the content will be." Suddenly, Bum-T hesitated, but there was a problem. "There is a TV show called Squid Game that we put a lot of effort into. I was worried whether we could find a streaming platform due to the strict content regulations." Kim Shin, curious to know what the content is about, was told that it is a survival game. 500 players join a high-stakes game to compete for a prize worth 50 billion won. It's not an ordinary game. Like a fencing match, an aerial cockfight, or something similar, playing traditional folk games with a modern twist. Kim Shin vaguely imagines a survival-style folk game. Bum-T suggested that if possible, would the director like to visit the set? "Is that okay?" "Of course. If you see it for yourself, you'll definitely be amazed." A giant octopus model is suspended in midair. Michin stared blankly into the distance, wishing all that money was in her account. Shaking off those silly thoughts, she threw herself back into work. "Money? I don't even have enough to spend this month. This month's rent can't be late, and I have to go out for dinner too. I should have saved some leftovers. Although this is something I do out of passion, every time like this, there's no other way but for reality to hit me hard and wake me up." Suddenly, Kim Shin accidentally kicked the person, causing the brush to go off the lines Michin was painting, and the paint spilled all over the bottle, making her very frustrated. "What should I do about this? The props were made with so much effort, and now this is how they turn out. Do you know I stayed up all night to make this? How do you plan to take responsibility?" Kim Shin asked in surprise after a series of statements, only able to lower his head and apologize. In front of Michin was a furious face, the deputy director of the company, the one holding her finances, Bum-T. A terrifying foreigner with a wicked smile, who holds the lifeline of Michin, Chai-Sin. The 7th richest person in the world, major shareholder, chairman of the company, representative of several brands, along with some other titles not worth mentioning. Being the one who holds Michin's existence, yet now worried because of what he has caused, Kim Shin softly asked, "Is there a way for me to take responsibility?" Suddenly, Michin fainted on set, causing everyone to panic. A short while later, she was taken to the emergency room. "Just woke up, my 2 female colleagues started questioning me. Michin, are you okay? Are you back to your senses yet? We're here. This is the medical room. I was working when I suddenly fainted." "What happened? Was it just a dream? Maybe I won't get fired after all." But a voice shattered Michin's dreams. "Does she feel any better now? I'm sorry for startling you." The protagonist's aura made Michin's eyes widen. Then she fainted again. A moment later, Michin appeared with a sincere look. "I sincerely apologize for the discourtesy." The protagonist hurriedly waved his hand to deny it, saying it wasn't his fault, while the girl insisted it was indeed his fault. Her heart was full of anxiety and worry. She had to beg him to admit she was at fault. If she got fired, she wouldn't even have money for tomorrow's meals, not to mention she'd still need to pay the rent. Suddenly, Kim Shin made a suggestion, "But sorry, just let it go. She doesn't need anything else? I will fulfill her request." This news is like a bolt from the blue to Michin. She thought to herself, what's really necessary? Right after that, her mind kept circling around the words money and wealth. She mustered all her courage to ask, if that's the case, then can you give the employees a raise? Outside, everyone was listening attentively and amazed. Michin is really bold. Yes, if it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to say a word. While they were buzzing with chatter, the young man suddenly stepped forward and asked, "What's going on? Why is everyone gathered in front of the medical room?" The man signaled for silence and quietly replied, Michin had asked Director Kim Sin for a raise. The other party's face immediately changed upon hearing that. What? The other party continued, if it's done today. Maybe today will become a historic day. Inside the room, Michin looked at the person in front of her with anticipation. Kim Sin is carefully considering this matter. He asked how the salary system for employees is currently, and at that moment, Bumtae interjected, apologizing to Director Kim. This is not something a busy executive like you should worry about. I will handle this well. Hearing these words, Michin was slightly disappointed. Suddenly, the main character spoke up, Deputy Director Bumtae. Even if it's just a title, I'm the director of Durim at Runbao. Shouldn't I know the employees' salaries? The man realized his rudeness and bowed to apologize to the director. Kim Sin turned to the girl and continued the conversation, interrupting her. Can you tell me what your salary is? Michin honestly replied, depending on the project, the salary varies. Usually, I get about 2 to 3 million kwon. The guy curiously asked about the project. The other party quickly responded, yes, we get paid by the project, not by the month. The male lead then asked how long each project lasts. Michin confessed that it could be as short as 4 months, but normally it would be 6 months. Hearing this, Kim Sin suddenly froze, hesitatingly asking, could it be? She worked for 4 to 6 months for only 2 to 3 million won. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he got. Wait until the girl fully admits that this is absolutely true. Kim Sin immediately turned to question Vice Director Bumtae. What's going on here? The man quickly justified that this has long been the standard practice in the industry. If you want to make some extra income, what should you do? The air around suddenly became quiet. Bumtae asked again what to do about this, and the young man replied, what to do? Discussing with the directors to adjust the budget. I will handle it by increasing the salary from around 10 to 20 months at a time. Bumtae bong len tiang fan doi dung lam vei. But this still didn't shake Kim Sin, as he firmly said, I will do just that. The minimum salary for each team is over 3 million won, naturally increasing with performance. I will cover all night shift allowances and holiday allowances, and bonuses will be paid based on actual quarterly results. The guy made a statement, I will take responsibility for the losses. All you need to do is work hard. Hearing these words, everyone felt as happy as a child. The cheers of the crowd drew the attention of those inside the room. At this moment, the young man outside exclaimed, this kid Michin did it. The man immediately called his family to let them know. Yeah, it's me. Of course, I'm at the office now. There's nothing to worry about. Hearing this, the young man was moved to tears and choked up as he said he had just gotten a raise. He would receive money every month now and no longer had to bow his head to ask for money to buy baby formula. Actually, you've been through a lot lately, Mina. Inside the room, Michin stood frozen. She couldn't believe that what she had longed for so much had finally come true. On the other side, Bumtae sighed. No matter what, there would be fierce opposition in the industry. Kim Sin quickly reassured the deputy director to just focus on production. I'll handle the situation outside. The scene shifts as he steps onto the stage under pressure from reporters. Director Kim, please share your thoughts on the sudden labor cost increase. There's been an industry-wide emergency. Is it true that it's meant to steal talent from other companies? I'd like to ask how you plan to compensate the businesses that have suffered. The protagonist stepped up to the podium and spoke, saying there would never be any change or apology from me regarding this matter. I believe I did the right thing. Suddenly, someone shouted in protest. If that's the case, does that mean all other industries will collapse? Kim Sin tried to persuade him, suggesting he reconsider his stance. Imagine if the reporter here had landed the job he dreamed of, and the company only paid him 1.2 million won. He would endure and work reluctantly, but it would be hard to make a living. So you don't feel any doubts about the career you're in? Surely you do, the other person answered, confused. Kim Sin said again, but the director changed and raised his salary to 4 million won. Life became peaceful, the more effort, the more reward. At that time, he talked about the industry and going back to a salary of 1.2 million won. Hearing these words, the man was left speechless. The main character continued, on the contrary, I want to ask in the industry, what should we do when there are still corrupt practices in the field? In a different corner, before the article about Kim Sin declaring war on the film industry, Min Ji-Yusi wondered if there was any hope. Sin made it to the front page again. The other person laughed and said, that's not the first or second time, just recently he even developed a vaccine. He has become a star to everyone. Minguk put his phone down on the table and said, disappointed. It's been a long time since I wondered whether I should reach out to him or not, almost bothering him. Suddenly, the door opened. The waiter invited them in. Kim-sun slowly walked into the shop. So there's a fried chicken shop here. Seeing him appear, the boy earlier was extremely confused. He teared up at Kim-sun's question. Can I sit with you? Min-guk suddenly recalled the day when the main character was just starting out. Hello everyone, from today, Kim-sun will be joining the business support team. Department head Min-guk, I know you're busy, but may I ask you a question? Has your boss finished work yet? How about grabbing a drink tonight? Lost in his thoughts, the main character's voice rang out, bringing Min-guk back to reality. Chiefin. I'll pour you a drink, the cheerful man replied. Sure, pour me a glass. Right after that, they sat down at the table and raised their glasses. Min-guk took a refreshing gulp and said, It's been a while since I had a drink with Sin, so the wine is really too sweet. At this moment, the main character gently asked if there was anything special happening lately. The former colleague replied, Don't mention it, the business results are terrible. When Corona got worse, the surgery schedule at the eye hospital was cancelled indefinitely. Did they ask if I hated it? I couldn't run a business when surgeries were impossible like that. Actually, it's just like taking an indefinite leave of absence. Suddenly, Kim-sun asked, Do you know Bayo-Kampen? The man quickly replied, Of course, it's the #1 company in the country now. Kim-sun suddenly made a suggestion that left everyone astonished. Have you ever thought about moving to Bayo-Kampen? The young man wanted to confirm again with Bayo-Kampen. The male lead showed his agreement. The person was still astonished. Isn't that a vaccine research institute? How could someone like us in sales handle it? The protagonist explained that he needed someone to support business-related tasks, not research, since he was in the US and couldn't manage every detail himself. The position will likely be CEO. Luung's salary is probably around 300 million won. I will also adjust the individual benefits for you. Hearing these words, the man excitedly exclaimed, Hey Min-guk, what kind of luck is this? I'm so fed up with business, this is great. No matter what, I will do it. Min-guk, however, flatly declined. Sin, I'm sorry, but I probably can't do it. The person responded with confusion, asking why. Kim-sun was also curious, May I ask why? Min-guk downed his beer and replied, This is reality. I am currently the head of department at ACO, but I know my own abilities well. I don't have what it takes to be the director of a big company like Bayo-Kampen. Of course, I also want a title or a salary, but I don't want to cause you any loss because of my incompetence. That's the reason. At the table, the other person is sleeping soundly. The man was left speechless. And Kim-sun had a similar reaction. A moment later, he suddenly exclaimed, Department head on, do you remember the incident at the ophthalmology department in Nanhuan district years ago? The other party quickly responded, Oh, you mean the case where they removed the patient's eye? How could I forget? He tightened his grip on the beer and began reminiscing about the past. In the company, he is talking to his superior on the phone, apologizing. I'm truly sorry, yes, I have no face left. Yes, I understand, we will come to meet you soon. I am truly sorry. Min-guk hung up the phone. He gently said, Sin, you've caused trouble. At that moment the main character, a humble employee, could only bow his head and say I'm sorry. Min-guk sternly scolded me, saying, When working at a pharmaceutical company, you have to learn to forget what you've seen and heard. If the employees of the pharmaceutical company keep exposing the doctor's mistakes, it's extremely unpleasant. How can hospitals be rated well? While Kim-sun was deep in thought, the man suddenly said something that jolted him awake. In terms of humanity, that's right. If you turn a blind eye to such actions, you can live like a regular pharmaceutical company employee. Everyone fails at some point, it's only human. Don't worry, I won't hurt you this time anyway. Kim-sun stared blankly for a moment. Both of them kept chatting, downing one cup after another, to another cup without knowing when to stop. When the streets were empty, Kim-sun quietly stood alone, waiting for a ride home. Suddenly, something filthy like a rag covered his head from behind. Push him into a pitch-black car. Maybe you realize now that you're actually being kidnapped. The car sped swiftly through the dark night. On the bus right now are CEO Kyung, and another staff member. Kyung was in a hurry, furious, constantly ordering Secretary Nam to step on the gas. Secretary Nam, now terrified and shaken, hesitated and replied, This is the maximum speed already. The employee asked, Director Kyung, why are we suddenly in such a hurry? Kyung answered more convincingly than ever, I had a feeling it would be like that. She was worried, her heart burning with anxiety. She tried to calm down and spoke of the worst-case scenario. If they didn't find Kim-sun soon, maybe I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Cut to Kimsin, who is being held by the kidnapper, with his head covered, hands and feet bound, in a very frightening situation. At that moment, Kimsin was sweating profusely, constantly shouting, "Where am I going? What should I do? It's so frustrating. If this necktie were loosened just a bit. There's a high risk of danger." A few guys rushed in and started stripping him down. Kimsin shouted, "Not that! Why are you taking off my shirt? Stop, no!" Then the car slowed down, preparing to drop someone off. Then he started the engine and sped away. Kimsin was released by them. He inhaled the smoke from the car and started coughing heavily. Then, once he recovered, Kimsin was extremely shocked and surprised to find himself wearing a very sharp, handsome, and neat outfit. He had to ask himself, what's going on here? Isn't it that I'm being kidnapped? Suddenly, from a distance, a girl called out to him, "Kimsin." Kimsin looked up and gazed into the distance to see who it was. Then he was surprised, bewildered when he saw her. Turns out it was Sue slowly walking towards me. She smiled brightly like a flower and said, "It's been a long time since we last met." They walked together, but at this point, no one was willing to say anything, so the atmosphere was a bit awkward and uncomfortable. Kimsin felt a bit nervous. He was extremely confused and thought to himself, "I'm going crazy, clearly. If I could see her again. There are so many things I want to say, but when I see her, I can't open my mouth. Ain't we grown-ups now?" Then Sue spoke up first. "Hey Sin." Kimsin was startled and mumbled a few words. Sue asked, "You got something to do back in Korea?" Kimsin replied, "Oh, just this and that." Sue, still very concerned, asked again, "Did the work go well?" Sin nodded and said, "Yeah, almost done." Sue accused Kimsin, saying, "The job is done, yet you haven't even bothered to contact me once." Hearing that, Kimsin was flustered and fumbled awkwardly, quickly explaining, "It's not like that, I was planning to contact you first thing tomorrow morning." Sue laughed and said, "I trust you." Suddenly she stopped, didn't take another step, and confessed her feelings to Sin. "I really like you." Kimsin still looked confused, not understanding what was happening anymore. Sue continued, "You know it too, right?" Kimsin's face was as red as a tomato. Then he gently replied, he also vaguely guessed. Sue looked straight into his eyes and said, "Do you remember the old days when we went to have our fortunes told together?" In the past, they both went together to see a fortune teller. Kimsin nodded and replied, "Of course," he remembered. Sue continued to confide in Sin, "I've deeply regretted missing that chance. Why didn't I muster a bit more courage? So I tried to forget, and just see you as a close, ordinary brother." Then, Sue tightly grabbed Kimsin's hand, both of their faces flushed red. She concluded the matter, "But today, I will seize that luck once again." Sue was very nervous, sweating profusely, with her heart pounding, anxiously waiting for an answer from Kimsin. Kimsin is very confused and doesn't know how to respond. He was hesitating when suddenly a long, loud beep went off, startling them and leaving them confused about what was happening. From a distance, a black car was speeding towards us at an astonishingly high speed. Kyung replaced Secretary Nam to drive this black car. She was incredibly cool, pressing the gas pedal and shouting loudly from inside the car, "Absolutely not!" while continuously honking the horn. Secretary Nam, sitting in the passenger seat, was terrified, clutching the seatbelt and saying, "Director, this is a pedestrian zone." Kimsin immediately recognized that it was Kyung speeding toward him. Suddenly, the commander's voice came through, "Alpha Team, everyone charge forward." I don't know where they came from, but a lot of people in black armor, carrying shields, charged in from all directions. A majestic helicopter is flying in the sky. Sue was a bit scared. She hugged Kimsin. He didn't understand what was happening anymore. What was that? Chaesun drops the rope and jumps down from the helicopter. Kimsin was quite surprised to see Chaesun here. Chaesun patted his shoulder and said, "Hello, boss. Please allow me to do this." Chaesun hugged Kimsin and Sue, then dragged them onto the helicopter. Kimsin screamed in shock, "No way." As for Kyung, she was furious, pulling at her hair. Secretary Nam, noticing that the director's hands were no longer on the wheel, was terrified, panicking and shouting, "The steering wheel, director!" Chaesun got both of them on the helicopter safely, and quickly relayed the message, "This is Deota. The goal has been achieved." Then a voice spoke up, "Hey, you're really surprised, aren't you?" Kimsin was shocked to hear this voice. He silently guessed, "Is this Wyop?" Wyop was sitting in the cockpit, laughing loudly and saying, "Thanks to me, you get to fly in a helicopter now. Indeed, having a lot of money is the greatest joy on earth." Kimsin heard this and immediately asked, "So is this all part of your plan?" Wyop replied, You probably have a lot of questions, but just bear with it for now. For now, you must definitely. I will take the two of you to a special space reserved just for the two of you. Yop flew the helicopter, landing Sue and Kimson at a famous, high-end hotel. They stepped into the room and were left speechless, stunned by the romantic setting filled with candles and roses. The bed was adorned with rose petals arranged in an intricate heart shape, marking the end of the story, and Kim Sin's current assets totaled 137,569,900,000 kwon. Sue-A's face looked very sad. She didn't know what to do. Kim Sin was feeling quite shy and hesitant to continue the conversation with her. Sue-A glanced over at Kim Sin and noticed he was about to say something. Kim Sin then asked, "Have you eaten?" Sue-A, startled, hesitated and replied yes. Kim Sin found Sue-A's reaction hard to understand. "Did I say something wrong?" He scratched his head and awkwardly said that if he hadn't eaten yet, he was trying to decide what to eat first. Sue-A, though very shocked, awkwardly replied yes. After that, Kim Sin quickly prepared a table of lavish, high-end dishes. Kim Sin cuts a piece of steak and puts it in his mouth, slowly savoring it. Sue also tried these dishes. The two of them just focused on eating without talking or communicating at all. The atmosphere became very somber, uncomfortably quiet. After that, Kim Sin started chatting with Sue. He said, "It's a good thing there's food in the kitchen, but isn't it a bit too obvious, this Wyop guy?" Compared to back then, Kim Sin kept stammering and couldn't finish his sentences. He felt extremely nervous, and sweat poured down his face. "I'm so confused. I don't understand why my heart has been racing like crazy this whole time." In his mind, the image of Sue confessing her feelings kept replaying, "I like you." Then Kim Sin choked, and all the food in his mouth spilled out. Sue panicked and asked, "Sin, are you okay?" Kim Sin wiped his mouth with a handkerchief and nodded, "It's okay, sorry." At this moment, Sin's mind was flooded with different thoughts. What kind of situation is this? Please calm down, take a deep breath. Kim Sin is very tense. Once again, Sue-A's voice echoes in his ear saying, "I like you?" Kim Sin couldn't stop thinking about that image. He coughed violently, repeatedly apologizing to Sue. Sue sadly said, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. It seems like I bothered you for no reason. I just wanted to express my feelings. I'm really sorry." Kim Sin hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That's not it." Kim Sin kept hesitating, unable to form a complete sentence. Finally, he tried to calm down and said, "I'm really happy." After he finished speaking, he shyly covered his face. Sue was stunned when she heard that, completely frozen, her face now flushed red like a tomato. Both of them were shy and didn't know what to say next. Sue then asked, "When did you realize my feelings for you?" Kim Sin replied, "Sue, it seems like it's been more than a year." She asked, "So you knew but still pretended not to?" Sin replied honestly, "I thought there was no way you liked me. You could meet many better and wealthier men than me anyway." Kim Sin thought to himself, "I still can't believe it. Since joining the company, the girl I've had a crush on, does she still have feelings for me?" At that time, even though I knew Sue's feelings, I couldn't approach her quickly. I didn't know how to express my emotions. Because at that time I had nothing at all. So I always wondered, personality, virtues, appearance, why does that girl have them all? Kim Sin continued to Sue. "What do you like about me?" Sue asked after a moment of silence. Then she replied, "The reason, I think there are many. Things like when you send a heartfelt greeting, or the way you give thoughtful guidance. Paying attention to the little things and making you feel comfortable." Then she concluded, "If you look at it that way, every aspect of you seems perfect." Hearing that, Kim Sin's eyes went wide, mouth agape. He thought to himself, "This is big trouble. What should I do when I feel like this? I think I was advised on how to act in situations like this." Kim Sin remembered what Min Ji-Yusi once told him, "Sin, listen carefully. In your life, there will be moments when you feel, this girl. At that point you must endure. If you can't handle it, it's over. Do you know what I'm saying? You need to remember it. If you miss it, it's all over. When you come to your senses, you'll be on the red carpet. You can't run away. All you need is you." After that, Sue suddenly went blank. It turns out that Kim Sin slowly moved closer to her and gave her a sweet kiss. Sue was so surprised that she couldn't blink. Didn't expect Kim Sin to push the climax so quickly. Then the two kissed passionately. On the rooftop of the hotel, the helicopter is landing. Fireworks shot up into the sky. The heart shape is incredibly beautiful and sparkling. It's like a message of congratulations for the couple's happiness. After Kim Sin and Sue had confirmed their feelings for each other. At another place, Min-guk was sitting on a bench, lost in thought about something. He muttered to himself absent-mindedly, I still haven't found it yet. Meeting Sin and getting a job transfer offer, from an executive director position to the highest salary level, can good things really happen all at once like this? Suddenly, Minji-Yusi's phone rang. His wife was calling. Minguk picked up the phone. Yeah, it's me, I'm here. Minguk was excitedly telling his wife about something great he had planned for the day. Before he could finish, his wife yelled from the other end, What have you been doing all day that you're only calling now? After listening, Minguk's ears were deafened. He lowered himself and said sorry, because he had something important to do and couldn't call you. His wife kept scolding him, asking what could be more important. It's Friday night after all, isn't family important? Minguk hesitated and continued, Listen to me first, the good news is. His wife didn't give him a chance to speak. She interrupted him and launched into a continuous tirade, drinking since, seeing his wife struggling at home, he should think about hurrying back to help out. He always wants to drink, and only now is he calling to check when he plans to come home. If you have something to say, just speak up. Why are you so quiet? At this moment, Minguk, feeling sad, resolutely said, My dear, today I won't be coming home. Memories of his family flooded his mind. Minguk's family consists of 3 people. Transitioning, Kyung reminisces about the time he met Minguk, the first time I met my husband. Minguk, arranged by both parents, was quite naive at the time, awkwardly introducing himself. At that time, arranged marriages were not uncommon, and I, someone eager to marry for love, was not entirely satisfied. So I was planning to decline after responding in a moderate way. But Minguk said to me right at our first meeting, I fell in love with you at first sight, I won't let a single drop of water touch your hand. Can you meet me with the purpose of moving towards marriage? At that moment, I was in shock. Proposing at first sight, how can one say such an old-fashioned thing? But at that moment, I didn't think it was so bad. I said, why don't we meet a few more times? After a few real meetings, we held a ceremony and officially became husband and wife. Although starting out with little to spare. I don't think it's really that difficult. Because family happiness brings such immense joy. But it's not like a dream, reality has changed drastically now. Kyung was washing the dishes and grumbled. I've been washing dishes for nearly 20 years without a single drop of water on my hands. It's not like I'm asking you to wash them, I just need you to help out a bit when you get off work. Is that so difficult? Let it be and try it out, the result is really. Can't understand. It's not that I don't understand my husband. He clearly has his own stress at work, so he also wants to relieve his tension. But just a little bit. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The girl happily ran to the door, saying Dad is home. When the door opened, it was really Minguk who had come back. The little girl ran out and hugged him tightly. Minguk patted her head and said, Daddy's princess, did you miss me? The little girl shouted loudly. Yes, I did. Kyung put his hands on his hips, angrily about to shout. Then she sighed again, gathering her strength to start writing. Kyung went ballistic, shouting loudly. Why did you say you wouldn't come back today? Just recently you were so full of yourself. Do you even have the nerve to show up now? If that's the case, Minguk interrupted her, not letting her continue. He said, Kyung, let's go out and get some fresh air. Minguk took his wife and daughter down to the parking lot, in front of a luxury car. Kyung gasped and said, Honey, this is a Bentley. Minguk replied. It was a gift. Kyung suddenly asked, You said that was the gift we received, right? Minguk replied, I already told you earlier there was something important. Today, I met Director Kim Sin. Kyung was shocked. He said, Kim Sin, the richest person in South Korea? Minguk continued, he was very surprised when that person reached out, offering him the position of CEO at Bio with a salary of 300 million won, along with various allowances and bonuses. Minguk grabbed Kyung's hand and said, Sorry for making things tough for you all this time. I didn't keep my promise to keep a single drop of water from touching your hands. I'm sorry for making you handle everything around the house on your own. Because I was useless and made you suffer all this time, now I'll repay you little by little. I am always grateful to you. Kyung heard these words and was deeply moved, bursting into tears. She held my hand tightly, sobbing as she spoke. I am always grateful to you. In front of the Blue House, a lady personally came to welcome Kim Sin. When she saw him, she immediately expressed, You have saved the people of England from the virus disaster, therefore, to acknowledge your contribution, our country will award you a medal, hoping that you will continue to strive for world peace in the future. Then, the presentation ceremony began, and the royal sword was placed on Kim Sin's shoulders. Finally, The president personally draped the medal on him. Kim Sin bowed his head respectfully to thank her. This is an honor for me. At the company Sue just transferred to, she introduced herself in front of everyone. Hello everyone, starting today, Mr. Sin. No, I am Sue, the secretary of Director Kim. I hope for your support. Every member of the company was not surprised because she was a person of great potential. They took turns praising her. Sister-in-law, please help me out. Human ambition is truly limitless. People keep making the same mistakes. She looked just like a beautiful young woman. Kim Sin gently reassured, everything is a bit unusual, but they're very well behaved, you'll get used to it soon, yes. Pao asked about the reason why Kim Sin gathered everyone here, and it was revealed that Kim Sin had something to announce. Kim Sin said to provide media services to receive more information from customers. Then he talked about the last time. Do you remember he mentioned wanting to create an environment with the funds? Yes, he had thought a lot about it, and it seemed there was nothing better than creating an environment like the service he just mentioned. Based on social media platforms like movies, TV shows, and video games, various digital content can be created. Pao gently asked, the currency of that environment is Sukhoi, right? That's correct. First, the core content is the video materials our company has produced and secured over time, and we will focus on games developed and received from Earth Research as our main product. Gradually, the program will be broadcast more frequently. Right at that moment, Eddie interrupted Kim Shin. A question was raised by you. To achieve that, isn't it necessary to ensure public accessibility? It's like making it easy for an ordinary person to get a Sukhoi. Currently, besides exploiting Sukhoi, it's very difficult to obtain it, and there are still many negative opinions about coin. Kim Sin was one step ahead. He pulled out a contract and responded, so he came up with this idea. All three people, Eddie, Pao, and Yop, quickly grabbed and read it. The general content inside is all understood. Yobi felt amazed. Of course, with this method, anyone could easily get coins, right? Well done, you're a genius. In response to their expectations, Kim Sin said the name of the project is Earth Channel. He also shows his confidence in his own strong strategy. Create a new model for which industry? On the television side, Chaegwon plays the role of the production director here. He seems to be dissatisfied with something and is determined to overthrow it. The damage is significant due to Kim Sin's plan to increase labor costs in the industry. His assistant painstakingly wrote everything down in the meeting summary. The reason Chaegwon is so upset is that the media is reporting that Kim Sin's Earth Channel is an act of killing all Korean TV stations. He shouted, no matter what, the public will be provoked. Chaegwon labels this as the reckless business venture of a newcomer. Returning to YOP, you received information that many news outlets had posted a lot of negative articles, and now they want to bite back at us. SUA keeps giving updates, she replied. Luckily public opinion is still 50-50, should we act? Kim Sin said this wasn't necessary, anyway now. Everything will be announced. Kim Sin's company is currently starting a live broadcast with him as the representative. Hello everyone, I am Kim Sin. As I mentioned earlier, today I will announce the launch of the Earth Channel project. It wouldn't be exciting to introduce it without any events, right? So today I invited some special guests here to introduce the project. Since it took a lot of effort to invite them, I hope you will warmly welcome them. This masterful guidance has quickly spread the project's reach and attracted thousands of shares. The screen began to display. A red beam streaked across the night. Along with that was the shattering of glass fragments. The special guest is Tom. He appeared exactly like in the Miss Revolution where he auditioned. I couldn't avoid being assigned impossible tasks, but I will challenge myself. The next guest is gradually being revealed. This time it's a hand reaching through the glass. A gentleman stepped out with a courteous greeting. I am a wizard from the magical world, Hano. Even though there are only two guests, the entire audience is going crazy. After the appearance ended, Kim Sin stood up to speak. Seeing the reaction of the friends, it was worth the effort I made to invite them despite the difficulties. So, let me introduce our final guest. As usual, the glass panel showed signs of cracking. A loud explosion went off, and the girl with red hair appeared through the aura. These full lips, this alluring red hair. No one else, she is Chin and I, the global star with an incredibly large fan base. The endless gossip keeps bubbling up, and all the Goa of the industry emerge. You can't just invite them whenever you want. So, what exactly is Kentrei Dat? Kim Sin continued to make an announcement. I've already introduced the guests, now I'll announce it right away. This is what I will introduce today, none other than the Earth Channel. Everyone started to focus intensely. The comments kept coming in, asking if it was ever a 3D image. I work in the natural sciences, And that's exactly it. Let me through. Is it possible to have 4 functions all the time? Kim Sin quickly confirmed. That's right, you're very perceptive. The Earth Channel is an app with a total of 4 platforms. The world of film is a place where you can watch content like movies or television shows. In the world of gaming, where you can play a variety of different games. In the world of play, users can freely upload or watch videos. Visit world stores where you can shop to your heart's content. It consists of 4 such platforms, and this information makes everyone incredibly excited. An app with 4 functions? Are you really planning to dominate the market? Not stopping there, he added, and above all, the biggest difference between the Earth Channel and other services is that using the source currency as the currency. Understanding the confusion of the witnesses. Kim Sin also hurriedly mentioned that you can pay the periodic registration fee through the source currency. You can also sponsor the creator of the playlist, or make small payments in the game world, turning the source currency into digital currency. Of course, you can use the existing currency, it doesn't have to be the source currency, and vice versa, buying and using the source currency as well. While Mongju was still questioning everything, I kept thinking he was just a joker, but it turns out he is very ambitious. Then Kyung proudly exclaimed, truly the man I chose. At that moment, Wyopi appeared from behind and shyly called out, Dad, that was truly wonderful, I will. He couldn't even finish his sentence before receiving a stern look, making him awkwardly apologize, sorry, Dad. Finally, Mongyu ignored his son and turned to ask, Kyung, can you explain why it went extinct? She quickly and confidently asserted, think about the original purpose of coin, simply put, it's decentralized finance, a type of currency created to be used as the main medium of exchange, right? But no coin has truly achieved that goal. Prices fluctuate wildly and unevenly because, above all, there is no device that guarantees its value. The source currency not only converts directly into $1 but also has a market where it can be used. This means he created a new type of currency. But there is still a major dilemma. Depending on how that issue is resolved, it will determine the success or failure of this project. After some focused research, everyone finally realized that the coin could only be used on Earth's channel. If you break a world record in a game or exploit it, you will receive a source coin. Despite this, there are some mixed comments. The intention is good, but it seems a bit early, to the point where it feels a bit annoying. There might be some important features in the exploitation, but in the end, it still just means spending money. No matter the form, it is still a project with just Kim Sin's stomach. Questions kept coming up. Can I just use the Earth Channel without playing the game? Can I use another coin? But was there anything worth watching from the start? I barely play the game anyway, and coins were currency from the beginning. Kim Sin immediately used a big clap to get attention. Thank you for your support, and for asking a great question. Clearly, on the current system, it's very difficult for the public to get source coin. Sometimes, I also wonder what I should do. But I have found a solution. And that is exactly exploiting through mobile phones. This information left everyone stunned for a moment, and constantly questioning. Exploit what? Kim Sin quickly added that if you install the Earth Channel app and agree to the terms, smartphones, tablets, and laptops can do anything, which made the director immediately order Secretary Han. Stop the development of the smartphone project, summon everyone from director level and above. Here is the opportunity to become a genius of the Lisung Corporation. Kim Sin then continued to offer features where the extraction time could be decided by the user. You could extract it even before you stop using your phone, like when you go to sleep, if this is possible thanks to the AI technology of Bio Company, CERN, and the world's top programmers. The official service of Earth Channel will open in 1 month, expected to start at 7 p.m. I really hope to be loved by you all. After his persuasion, he received many approving comments like loyal. About my phone being a gold mine. Sell land to get money. Even using a phone can make money. Let's all shout together, the god of wealth. It was 7 o'clock in the evening at the Pepper Street building. The Earth Channel service has begun. But the current subscribers. The number has reached 0 people. He wondered why this happened. After all, isn't it too much that no one signed up? There were 500 million viewers during the broadcast, and the audience's reaction was great. Could it be? Someone is causing trouble, and at the same time, ED informed him that Savio has been restored. Once, there were too many people accessing the server, causing it to crash. It's now back to normal, and you just need to press the restart button on the desk. ETD once again called out for Sin, but there was still no response. Suddenly, he turned to praise, of course it's Eddie, You didn't say anything, but he already noticed your request. Did you know? Of course. Who am I? It's definitely Jean. You're truly a genius. His charming smile terrified Pao behind him. A request was sent down to the staff by Kim Sin. He pressed the red button on the table as ETD instructed, rebooting the Earth channel. A team of employees carried out the inspection and security measures, along with a team counting the number of registrants. The number keeps rising, from 4 to 8. Transitioning to a park scene, as Dunsang passed by, he saw two boys playing with each other. However, something was off. Your brother is trying to pull you up, Hyun, stay awake, you can't give up. Chung-hoo, I'm sorry. I just wanted to play with you once, that's all. Both tightly grasped the rope. Unfortunately, the little brother couldn't hold on any longer and let go. Goodbye, Chung-hoo. It was all just a rehearsal for the two boys. After landing, the two brothers ran around happily. The octopus game was so much fun. This time I'll be Chung-hoo, so let's play rooster fighting. As for Dunsang, he seemed like a soul lost, walking very unsteadily. At the same time, he ran into one of his friends. After confirming a few familiar details, he and Minsik chatted animatedly. Minsik, did you watch The Zombie Queen too? Dunsang looks down on me. I almost stayed up all night binge-watching it. To protect the people who have turned into zombies due to an unknown virus, the story follows the main queen as she turns into a zombie herself. I cried my heart out, Minsik continued, finally injected the cure into his own heart truly. Both of them then promised, let's go to school with a Kosan-style zombie dance. In a certain family, the son was scolded by his mother for being glued to his phone all day. All day on the phone, always on the phone, how is that supposed to make any money or food? The boy turned the situation around by showing his mother that the current coin he had was 6 pieces. This was beyond the mother's expectations, making it hard for her to believe. From anger, she suddenly began to dote on her son in a strange way, discovering Sukoi that even children could do. Stay close to your family? The situation was created by Bumty. He said that I made an ad that gave this feeling. Director Kim thought otherwise. Kimson simply stated, reject. At the same time, Sue spoke up, Director Sin. Here is the list of brands wanting to advertise on the Earth Channel project. Please check it for me. Kim Sin's attitude quickly changed, and he sweetly said, Sue, just do whatever you want, do everything the way you like. This directly hurts the tender heart of Bumty. Forget about that, Pao asked Kim Sin if that important decision was okay. At least take a look once. He said he always trusted Sue, making Pao admit defeat. Sounds pretty good. But a famous brand has already asked for an ad. That's really impressive. Yeah, my heart skipped a beat when there were no subscribers yet. The number of subscribers has already exceeded 400 million. Manhwa's fortune is really something. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to make any money. Manhwa smiled with satisfaction, knowing that it was a good thing. Kimson continued, so I want to fulfill your wish. Manhwa asked in surprise, could it be what I mentioned before? Kimson laughed out loud and replied, that's right. Any amount is fine, just give it a try. Manhwa sighed, he really is. A loud voice said, Mr. Sin, you have a phone call. Manhwa was saying something, then suddenly stopped and asked, this voice, could it be Sue? Kim Sin nodded, yeah, I always want to hear her voice. Wait a minute, Manhwa. Kim Sin quickly picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? On the other end of the line, a raspy voice spoke up, who, if you're talking about me, the leader of the world, the 46th President of the United States of America. I am Joe Biden. In a secret cave. A projector in the middle of the table displayed an image of 3 dikes with 6 people. Turns out, these people are 6 of the richest billionaires in the world. At this moment, Rid Houghton, the general director of Netflix, spoke up, thanking everyone for being present despite their busy schedules. Tim O, the CEO of APH, also spoke up. Is there an urgent matter? Since I need to prepare for the presentation, I'll keep it brief. Seeing this, Chap, the CEO of AMAC, started to feel frustrated, yawning repeatedly. Billionaire Bin Gao from the company Mix Shop immediately wondered if it had something to do with Kim Sin. Rid responded worriedly, Kim Sin is developing too fast. If he keeps this up, he will become a threat to us. Suddenly, Chap interrupted him, you're talking too much. Hearing that, Rid asked in surprise, what? Chap cut straight to the point, think about it, Rid, let's be honest. Then, he frowned and continued, I said Kim Sin was terrifying. Saying this, Rid immediately showed his irritation, his face flushing with anger as he said, Bio, we're colleagues after all. You should think carefully before you speak. Chap pointed to his head and spoke with a disdainful tone. Ha, colleagues, yes, that's right, but... He continued angrily, frowning. I don't remember us always living together. Houghton, upon hearing this, was stunned, and a sense of fear came rushing back. Kwoki, standing nearby, saw things were getting out of hand and stepped in. Bio, that's enough. Chap crossed his arms and looked her way. Kwoki cheerfully asked, Are we gathering to argue? Lai Chuang looked at Chap and said, Su-san is right. Chap feels annoyed when everyone tries to stop him, turns away, and rests his chin on his hand with a huff. Lai Chuang crossed his arms and continued, This is not the time for us to argue. Lai Chang continued, Now we have to decide. Lai Chang said, Should we eliminate Kim Sin or bring him over to our side? His words caught everyone's attention as they looked at him. Houghton looked extremely uncomfortable. Timo showed no expression and kept the same demeanor since the start of the meeting. Kwoki smiled at Lai Chang's advice, while Chep Bio and Bingjio flashed a malicious grin as if they had been planning something bad all along. Lai Jiang rested his chin in his hand, looked at everyone with boredom, and said decided to leave. Transitioning to the next scene, early the following morning at a conference where many people were gathered outside, Ho-chin, overwhelmed by the view in front of him, exclaimed, Oh wow. Chae-sin, standing next to him, looked equally bewildered, while Kim-sin, ahead of them, displayed no emotion on his face, though deep down he was surprised at how many people had shown up to the conference. Ho-chin continued, So this is the level of the World Economic Conference. Bingjio was smiling and talking to everyone, some were happily cooking dishes, there were famous people here too, others were holding selfie sticks capturing this moment. Ho-chin, feeling flustered, said, They must all be celebrities. Of course, Director Kim is the best of them all. Kim-shin turned to him, forced a smile, and said, I'll help you make sure the photos turn out great today. Suddenly, a group of people wearing dark glasses appeared. One of them spoke up, You're Mr. Sin, right? Kim-sin responded, Yes. The man raised his hand toward him and continued, Thank you for traveling such a long way to get here, we will guide you to the VIP seat. Kim-sin asked in confusion, The good seat? The man replied, Yes, let's go. He followed them to a luxurious room, where a bright red door stood before him. The man said, He has personally invited you. The door opened, and the light inside spilled out. Kim-sin walked into the room and saw the celebrities already seated. Everyone glanced at him as the meeting host spoke, one of the 5 distinguished guests. He stood there, mouth agape, looking around in amazement, while secretly feeling excited. Wow, more people joined than I expected. He noticed the reporters pointing their cameras at him. Kim-sin kept quiet and thought calmly. As a guest, now that I've thought it through, you should come and sit in your place. The light was shining on you, and as you continued to think, you could now sit in this position. Lai Chang glanced over at him. Then he smiled as if he was plotting something with you. The first reporter unexpectedly spoke up, Isn't that guy the 5th richest person in the world? The second reporter said in amazement, Just meeting one person would be big news, and here are 5 people. The third reporter snapped a few quick photos, surprised, saying, These aren't just simple billionaires. The third reporter gasped in surprise, so taken aback that he stopped taking pictures and said, This is unbelievable. First is Aoneo, the person with the most money, casually standing with arms crossed and smiling at everyone. Next is Muosi, the second wealthiest person, with his hands clasped together, his face stern as he looks at the hall. Lai Chang is the third person with the largest amount of assets, and he is closing his eyes to relax. And next, Kim-sin is the 4th wealthiest person. He smiled at everyone with a smug look. Finally, Chepio is the 5th richest person. He is irritated, loosens his button and says, So frustrating. Kim-sin thought to himself, the billion-dollar stars. Suddenly, a sound came from the red curtains, drawing everyone's attention. Suddenly, a man stepped out from there, his foot slamming hard on the floor. It turns out Boden is slowly moving towards the podium. Everyone was silent, looking towards Boden. Boden cheerfully said, Hello to all the distinguished guests, I am Chio Boda, the 46th president-elect. Thank you all very much for attending this economic conference. So right after this, Boden continued, the World Economic Conference is now starting. After he finished speaking, the reporters kept taking pictures of him. Boden cheerfully raised his hand and said, The Federal Reserve's medium-term goal is to achieve 2% inflation, which can be easily accomplished. I will spare no effort to fully support the growth of the U.S. economy and improve labor recruitment. The president continued speaking, adding that interest rates are at 0 and the guidance remains loose. Kim-sin and Lee Chang sat next to each other, both attentively listening to the speech. But deep down, you're feeling, how boring. Kim-sin looked at the president and thought, What they called an economic conference was just a simple event of hospitality. You imagine everyone clapping enthusiastically at the president's humorous remark, Kim-sin thought, as the president talked about future policies, asking reputable figures like himself to affirm positively, increasing the credibility of the new policy, and giving the guests a special favor. Returning to reality, Kim-sin felt puzzled, but something still seemed missing. Boden said, "Let's now hear the guest's opinion." Then the president called out your name, Mr. Sin, which startled you and made you anxious, while you cursed inwardly. Kim-sin turned to look at the guard holding the microphone, feeling confused and questioning why he had been chosen for this. Boden looked at him with a cheerful expression and said, "Mr. Sin here is known as the investment guru. Feel free to share your thoughts. According to Mr. Sin, what will the future economic outlook of the United States be like?" Kim-sin took the mic, stood up, and hesitated in silence for a moment. "You're so worried that sweat is dripping down. You're trying to calm yourself, telling yourself not to panic, just say some nice and moderate words." Kim-sin thought to himself, trying to stay calm despite his growing anxiety. In the end, he decided to speak up about the current state of the U.S. stock market. The light from the lamp shone towards Kim-sin. He clenched his fist and held the mic in his other hand, answering calmly. He thought it was completely absurd. He couldn't believe he could respond so mindlessly. He thought to himself, your words left the reporters filming you frozen, bewildered, and mixed with concern. Everyone at the conference was surprised and turned to whisper among themselves. The first reporter nervously said, criticizing the U.S. stock market in front of the president. The second reporter, confused, added, "Isn't this a big deal?" The third reporter, scared, said, "In the worst-case scenario, I'll stay far away from the U.S. What the heck is he thinking?" The fourth reporter was so worried that he didn't know what to say. He thought that although it was not unprecedented to contradict the president's policy in the history of the conference, this was a question and answer that had been arranged in advance. Such a surprise had never happened before. The fourth reporter looked towards Kim-sin and continued thinking. He looked at the president and pondered, depending on how the president decided. Boden looked at Kim-sin, hesitated for a moment, then said, "May I ask the reason?" Kim-sin closed his eyes in fear, trying to calm himself down. After regaining his composure, he opened his eyes. Kim-sin calmly raised his hand, took the mic, and spoke. "Since the COVID-19 pandemic subsided, money has flooded everywhere. The government and Fed said that inflation wouldn't happen even with trillions of dollars in circulation. But do you know how much money is circulating in the investment market? You continue to speak, and that money is becoming a bubble, growing into real estate and virtual currency. I'm sure the president is aware of all this." Kim-sin's eyes suddenly turned serious as he asked, "Do you think it's right to keep circulating money continuously?" That statement made Boden angry and stare at him intensely. The conference went silent, everyone worried as they listened to his speech. Sang-guk and Aoneo looked toward Kim-sin. Sang-guk whistled because he thought his answer was pretty good. Lai Chang looked at him with a slight smile, while Chap crossed his arms and looked at him with a disdainful gaze and a sneering smile. Kim-sin and Boden stared at each other without saying a word. Then, Boden spoke up, "Mr. Sin," and suddenly the president responded cheerfully, "Indeed, you made a good point. Thank you for your perspective, Mr. Sin." The words left you astonished, unable to believe your eyes. The president continued, "Those words were very brave, and I will remember them deeply." Boden said he hopes you will continue to give plenty of advice for America. Kim-sin could only stand there in shock, not knowing what else to say. Transitioning to a high-end building in the city, Yoli angrily scolded the person on the other end of the phone, asking, "So what exactly are you saying?" Kim-sin was sitting in a chair, looking confused, and said, "Well," Yoli shouted, "I told you it's not well, but in front of the whole world, the U.S. president, you completely said the opposite," she yelled at him, making him move his phone away. You hesitated for a moment and asked, "So I really did cause trouble, didn't I?" Yoli emphasized her answer. "Super troublesome." Yori continued, "I can't survive. If this happens, don't even mention American aid." She said again, "Business in the future will definitely become more challenging." Kim-sin replied, "But I really think so." Yoli, frustrated, leaned back in the chair and asked, "So you'll stick to the plan, right?" He answered, "Yeah." He firmly said, "Sell all the American stocks we own. I will once again bet on options when the U.S. stock market declines." Kim-sin was afraid of saying something that would make Yoli scold him again, so he put the phone down and closed his eyes like he was bracing himself. You didn't hear anything, so you glanced at the phone lying far away. It seemed like she was at a loss for words. Yoli said, "I know, I will form a task force, Kim-sin was unexpectedly in disbelief of the truth. He stared blankly at his phone, wondering, "What's going on?" She asked back, "What's wrong?" He replied, "Nothing. Every time I talk about investing you always get mad." She angrily questioned him, "Do you want me to get mad?" Yoli closed his eyes and continued, "Now I am the manager, not the consultant. The manager's job is to fully support the client in making their choice." She opened her eyes and said, "Isn't that my task?" Kim-sin hesitated for a moment, then cheerfully replied, "Yes, that's right. You keep talking, relying on her. Yeah, see you later." Suddenly someone is approaching you from behind. It turns out to be Sue. She approached with a wicked smile and a menacing aura, demanding to know, "Who is it?" Kim-sin was startled, turned around, and stammered, What?" He looked up at her, confused, and replied, "Oh, she's the manager in charge of the Emogon work." She looked at him and said, "Still, the two of them are very close, right?" He hesitated and said, "Yeah, we've known each other for a long time." She replied, "Aha." Kim-sin, feeling fearful and thoughtful, wondered if she could really call Chin her boyfriend. What should she do in moments like this? But... He looked at her, shy and scratching her face, and thought to himself, "Sue looks so cute when she's jealous." Sue, embarrassed, said, "It's not that I don't trust you, but how should I put it, anyway, you two look really close." Kim-sin's train of thought was interrupted when he heard Sue's words. He stood up abruptly and asked her, "Sue, are you busy right now?" Sue responded in surprise, "Well, the work is almost done, but..." He immediately replied, "Oh, I see." Kim-sin approached Sue and said, "So, let's go." Suddenly, a voice interrupted their romantic moment, "You guys are making things really difficult for us." They looked at each other in surprise. Outside in the hallway, the assistant hurriedly chased after someone, looking anxious and saying, "No matter how urgent the matter is," after making the appointment correctly. Before Lai Chuang could finish speaking, his group burst into Kim-sin's room rudely, making him and Sue turn their heads. Lai Jiang cheerfully said, "Hello, Director Sin." Behind him were two close bodyguards, one of them covered in tattoos, carrying a large black bag. Lai Jiang continued, "Sorry to be abrupt, but I must be a little impolite." Sue was surprised to see them, while Kim-sin showed a wary look and thought to himself, "That person." Lai Chang said, "First I brought gifts here." After he finished speaking, the guard behind him brought the gifts forward and then dropped them roughly on the ground. He gave a creepy smile and said, "Do you like meat?" The gift on the ground suddenly started bleeding onto the floor. On a beautiful morning, in a fancy white villa, Boden is standing there watering the plants with a delighted expression, saying, "This conference is very interesting, don't you think so?" He continued. Ao. He was sitting with his legs crossed, looking at Boden. Ao now replied, "Being Kim-sin, he must be quite an interesting person. I didn't expect him to dare to voice his opinion against your statement in front of the whole world." He continued, "Leaving it like that won't be an issue, but it might become an obstacle for your policy." Aoneo's words made Boden ponder for a moment. Boden picked up the scissors and moved them slightly. Then, he cut the branch decisively and said, "I will overlook this matter." Aoneo asked curiously why that was, and Boden, while cutting, replied, "Because Kim-sin's perspective could also be right." After cutting, Boden looked at the branch, seriously continued, "The best way right now is to prove my policy is right. In case Kim-sin is correct, public criticism for stupid policies is inevitable, so I will let him off for now. That way, it can also create the impression that I am a tolerant person and open to opposing opinions." Boden continued to speak, "We just need Aoneo to smile with his chin resting on his hand, looking at him while he was rambling." Boden said, "Just fight to win." Scene shifts. At Lai Chuang's place, he and two disciples behind him just finished killing someone, the body lying on the floor, blood everywhere. He looked ahead with a savage smile. Kim-sin and Lai Song are standing opposite each other. Kim-sin looks at him nervously, while Lai Song looks at him smugly. Lai Chang scoffed and said, "Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you're scared." As soon as he finished, his lackeys beside him cracked their knuckles like they were getting ready for a fierce fight. Kim-sin put his hands in his pockets, ignoring what he said, while Sue behind him looked worried. Lai Song saw that you didn't answer and continued, "Then this side first." But before he could finish, Kim-sin cut him off with a firm, "No." He continued, "Chai-sin." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood behind two of Lai Song's subordinates, holding two guns pointed straight at them, leaving them startled. Then the two subordinates turned around and punched Chai-sin at the same time. Sue saw this and immediately felt anxious, hesitating as she called his name, Chai-sin. Cho-sin cheerfully said, "Aha, don't worry, Mr. Sue. Jason's glasses were askew, his forehead vein bulging, and with a pleased expression, he continued, I am very tough. Two of his subordinates were surprised and worried to see that he was unharmed. Before they could react, Jason had hurled both of them away, revealing a remarkably toned and flawless physique. Kim-sin and Sue saw this scene and didn't know what to say except that they raised their hands with a score of 100, which wasn't there. Jason said, these guys' muscles are as flabby as jelly, and the two unconscious ones are floating in midair. He sneered and said, train your lower body again, you brats. The two of them landed on the ground with a thud. Jason revealed his glowing teeth and said with pleasure, so. He moved his wrist and continued, now it's just you. Li Chang clasped his hands behind his back and looked over at him. Lai Song calmly replied, you have quite a capable subordinate. He continued speaking, but Sue had an unsettling feeling when she heard him. Behind her was a woman completely covered in a veil, exuding an extremely frightening aura. Li Chang said, you're not the only one with outstanding subordinates. She covered Sue's mouth, holding her tightly, surprising her, struggling and shouting, oops. Kim-sin saw this and immediately worriedly called her name, Sue. Seeing the opponent's fearful expression, Li Xiang smugly said, go on, choose. He continued, keep fighting like this, he said. Or how about sharing a conversation with me? Kim-sin, furious, shot him a look as if he wanted to tear him into 100 pieces. After calming down, they both sat together, and Li Xiang calmly drank tea. He sipped his tea and cheerfully asked, this tea is really good. Is it Korean tea? Kim-sin clasped his hands together, his face serious as he said, please be brief with what you want to say. Li Xiang lowered his head, closed his eyes, and replied, it seems I've been bitterly hated. Fine then, I'll just ask you one question. He looked at him and asked, what's your goal? He questioned back, what do you mean? He replied, the literal meaning. Lai Song clasped his hands together and continued, I have investigated you. You lived a very poor life under the rule of a gambling-addicted father, spending your whole life taking care of him. Eventually, your father died in a traffic accident. You married but soon got divorced. Hearing his story, Kim-sin frowned in anger. He said again, but the so-called life is a mix of luck and misfortune. Lai Song said the number of coins that his father invested while he was still alive had skyrocketed to 25 billion won. And with that money, he had lived a completely new life. Hearing what he said, Kim-sin was startled and asked, are you still not satisfied? Lai Chang spoke like a demon, you are just an ordinary person. No, you have gained wealth that even a political tycoon could never achieve. He said, is that all? Thanks to the vaccine development, you have the honor of being a world hero, wealthy, and respected. Lai Song flashed a devilish grin, raising his fists and saying with amusement, if you're human, everyone wants to achieve those two things, so why do you crave even more? Kim-sin hesitated for a moment but calmly replied, I don't understand the point of the question. Lai Song was so furious that veins popped out in his eyes. He shouted loudly, stop lying. He revealed a devilish smile and continued, if it's you then I understand. Lai Song said, constantly wavering inside us, is an endless greed. The right eye of Kim-sin suddenly lit up. Lai Chang revealed a terrifying devilish smile, his right eye gleaming. Sue saw that the situation was off and glanced at him, feeling worried and thinking to herself, Sin. Lai Shuang raised his hand and said, Kim-sin, please cooperate with us. He calmly closed his eyes and said, if it were us, we could satisfy more than just your greed. Kim-sin hesitated for a moment and then said, what is your goal? Li Xiang smiled with a smirk upon hearing the question. He slipped his hand inside his coat, answered cheerfully, everything, it's having everything in the world in your hands. Kim-sin praised without hesitation, this is truly a great goal, you are really talented. Lai Chang silently listened to the boys' chatter, while the woman behind them, for some reason, became more and more engrossed in their conversation. It's because you follow the ways of famous people, first accepting praise, then declining. This isn't an easy goal, you must have struggled a lot. I hear you clearly, so please step outside. He couldn't understand the reasoning you gave. After a brief moment of confusion, he casually asked, do you know who I am? If Li Xiang asked, then Kim-sin would like to answer. Yes, I know, senior. You are the one who built the largest financial empire in China and invented the Taibwa coin. Aren't you the owner of Tet-Let coin? After Kim-sin finished his report, he simply asked, so you understand what you'll get if you shake hands with me, right? Let's just say so, you replied, half-hearted and unclear. After seriously explaining again, as you mentioned, I have greater ambitions than others. But this is not something that just anyone can fulfill. if there is another person who starts to fulfill it. That's when the life of a slave begins. After hearing Kim-sin speak, Lai Sung couldn't help but laugh with delight. I thought you were just a kid trying to get into business. If you've thought that way, then I have no other choice. I have to go now, and I'll maintain a calm and composed demeanor. Seeing your reaction, Li Chang asked in surprise, what's so shocking? Didn't I say from the start that I only came here to talk? If I had intended to harm you, suddenly the room would be filled with countless footsteps, big and small, approaching and surrounding Li Chang. He stood up straight, dignified among the crowd of forces, and continued, I already greeted in a different way. He looked coldly at the line of people in front of him. Lai Chang turned his back and left, not forgetting to compliment. That was a fun conversation. So see you next time. After leaving a message, they all left one by one. She couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. My legs feel like they're about to break. The argument among the tycoons, which I only see on TV, is really surprising. She complained, but he had no choice. It's also his first time working like this. After the two exchanged a few words, Chai-sun finally dared to ask. Boss, what should we do about this? He hesitated and asked, this probably isn't that thing, right? What is that thing? She wondered and asked him as both of them bent down to watch Chai-sun operate. First we need to take a look. So, Chai-sun decisively used a utility knife to open the package. Inside the blood-soaked phone box. Everyone couldn't hide their surprise. This, Chai-sun confusedly called its name. Crocodile meat is rich in protein. Sorry, I'm really sorry. He was panicking, pleading because beneath him was another large family of hungry crocodiles. The person hanging from the ceiling above the crocodile tank made Sang-ki scream desperately. I will definitely repay the damages no matter the cost, so please, just stop and forgive me, Chai-sun explained. Do you know this? Crocodile meat has a high protein content, low fat, and fewer calories than pork. Kim-sun cluelessly turned to her and asked, but why crocodile meat? Let's see, she pondered, while Chai-sun was still excitedly exploring this gift. So Kim-sun took her hand and suggested, let's get to know each other. Where? He flirtatiously replied, anywhere it's just the two of us. She thought she misheard, yes. Suddenly, Dondeep ran frantically and asked, Sin, are you okay? Both turned around in surprise, still holding hands tightly. Chai-sun is going crazy with the crocodile, which is also curiously looking up. She blushed and turned away to let Kim-sun handle it. Dondeep, you're on vacation, right? Yes, but I rushed here as soon as I heard your news. I see. Kim-sun looked as if he understood. Dondeep sighed. Well, at least you look fine, he agreed. Lucky that no one got hurt. Hearing that, Dondeep immediately asked, why does reading a book hurt people? Even Kim-sun found it strange and asked again, Sach, making Dondeep even more confused. Didn't you already know? I heard that Chai-kwan has finally written a book, is that true? Dondeep said it, and it felt like lightning striking my ears. Kim-sun was lost in thought, and wanted to ask. Sach, Dondeep continued to tell the story of his marriage. She thought that if she just spoke the truth, she wouldn't be able to write it down, but in the end, she still wrote it out. At the moment, I have received the PI deep draft. Kim-sun has immersed himself in his own world, and is writing a book about married life. You feel overwhelmed by the curses from before. That's always been your problem. Stop repeating what you've said. Are you really reflecting on yourself? You're not listening to me again, are you? You really are pathetic. Countless words from him and followed by countless complaints covering Kim-sun's entire body. He couldn't bear it and fainted. Ane, she called out worriedly. Chae-gwon placed a manuscript on the table. This is the manuscript as promised. From start to finish, there isn't a single lie. This draft contains the entirety of my married life with Kim-sun over the past year. The title of the book is, I Used to Be a Villain. On the Luxurious Ship. A young man gently said to the person he loves, Chai-won, I have something to tell you. Even though he shouted himself hoarse to stop, no way. But the memory goes on. The young man still kneels and proposes. Will you accept? He cried out in pain, please don't do that. Until the ring box was opened, he still wanted to scream, please stop. Unfortunately, Kim-sun still lingers in memory, promising to stay by his side for a lifetime. Kim-sun woke up in shock from the nightmare, not aloud. Around, there's only you. Kim-sun, in agony, clutched his head and couldn't help but swear. The image of Chae-kwan binding Kim-sun with the engagement ring kept swirling in his mind. Kim-sun gloomily looked at the book titled I Used to Be a Villainess in front of him. Gloom envelopes the space. Dondeep said sadly, sorry, I didn't expect Chae-kwan to write a book. Although it was frustrating, Kim-sun didn't scold because of that. It's okay, You didn't know either. To redeem his work, Dondep proactively requested. Try your hand at it, Kim Sin. Clarifying that Dondep was essentially just taking a risk. Regardless, we must dig deep to find any flaws and cancel the publication. Of course, you won't agree. This is not acceptable. After that, he calmly explained, whatever the reason, the contract was already signed. Chaegwon wrote the book according to the contract, so she has to keep her promise. Dondep now nenoi, xin loi. Suddenly, Kim Sin picked up the book and opened the first page. First of all, he will try reading it. Though extremely annoyed, Kim Sin still reluctantly starts from the beginning. The first time I met Kim Sin was on a rainy day in front of the company. She thought in frustration, I've tied my hair neatly and worn my favorite outfit, so why does it have to rain on days like this? How about calling Hogu, the one we met yesterday? Suddenly, from behind, Kim Sin called out, Hey you! At that moment, it was the first time I knew the flame of love. At that moment Kim Sin cheerfully suggested, if you don't have an umbrella, I'll cover for you until you get to the subway station. Kim Sin, elegant and poised, stood there with his umbrella, and her heart fluttered, or the flame of love within her was suddenly ignited. Reading this, Kim Sin felt a pang of nostalgia, realizing that from the beginning, it wasn't that he didn't have any goodwill. The story quickly moves to the part where Kim Sin proposed to me, and we got married, but people say marriage is reality. I, who couldn't stand playing with fire for even a second, ended up living like a bug in a small villa on the outskirts of Seoul, while my friends, who married good husbands, are living luxurious lives in apartments in Gangnam. I feel so frustrated. I, someone who has only ever looked out for myself, have become a beggar, while my friends, who are worse off than I am, live a comfortable life. Since then, I've taken out my anger on Kim Sin in every way, taking control of finances, assigning all the housework, cutting off pocket money. At this point, Kim Sin couldn't help but frown, thinking, this is truly an unbelievable reason. Dondep tentatively called out, An. After seeing Kim Sin reading intently and responding, What's up? Dondep expressed his concern, You're reading more intently than I thought. After a moment of silence, Kim Sin suddenly replied, This is different from what you expected. That's interesting, and then I continued reading intently, making Dondep and her very surprised. At this point, Kim Sin stopped reading and shared his thoughts. From the very first day they met and got engaged, to the moment they married and he started manipulating and lying, he was quite surprised that it was written more truthfully than he had imagined. He knew it was a dead end but still wanted to see how it would turn out. So, Dondep hesitated, leaving Kim Sin to question himself deeply. He frowned deeply, caught between choices. Finally made the decision, publish it. Dondep asked, But wouldn't that be too revealing about your personal life? Kim Sin replied simply, Anyway, everything has already been resolved. On the other hand, he thinks it's better this way. It seems he has been overestimated by everyone, and this might be a good opportunity to shed some illusions. And most importantly, how many of these types of books are sold? The result is that across the board, it is reported that the best-selling book is I Used to Be a Villain. Hello, I'm Rin, the one who reports on controversial issues. Today, I'd like to introduce to you a book that's been trending lately. Yes, it's none other than the book I Used to Be a Villainess. This is the memoir of Kim Sin's ex-wife. It had such an impact that an elderly man started crying after finishing the book, reflecting, After reading this book, I realize how wonderful my wife is. At the same time, the news outlets reported a decrease in divorce rates thanks to the Kim Sin effect, as well as the fact that 10 million copies have been sold with an additional 20 million, making it the best-selling book. Looking at those results, he gave his opinion, Director Kim. This book has been adapted into a movie, making Kim Sin dumbfounded. Hey, but there's no denying its formidable appeal that has pushed the current sales of I Was Once a Villain to 28.6 million, and sold out in the blink of an eye. The wealthy fiancé of Chaekwon has opened the future wedding photo samples and asked her to come and take a look. Inside the main screen is a couple looking deeply in love. Director Chung suggested that if we get married, we should take photos like this. I wonder what Chaekwon is thinking because she looks very tense. Suddenly, a notification popped up on Director Chung's phone. The bank had sent the account balance to him as usual, and what caught her eye was the figure of 20 billion won, a number that 10 Chaekwon would never dare to dream of earning in a lifetime, leaving Chaekwon completely stunned. Director Chung was deeply worried when he saw his fiancée looking so dazed. Honey, what are you watching? He asked. Unexpectedly, Chaekwon slapped him hard across the face. While he was still confused and couldn't understand what was going on, only able to ask a few simple questions like, Baby, Why all of a sudden, Chae-won made an unexpected move. She directly removed both engagement rings to confirm the relationship with Director Chung. Chae-won firmly threw it back to him, under that astonished gaze. Not only that, she also said, "I won't ramble on. Get out of my life." The sudden situation caught Director Jung off guard, and he was kicked out of the apartment by her after having it in his name. Outside the door, Director Jung kept pestering, "Let's talk a bit, okay? Do you really want to end things like this?" From the device attached to the doorbell, Chae-won growled, "Did I say something unclear? Stop acting like that." Director Jung stubbornly responded, "No, there must be some reason why you're behaving this way." The reason why? Chae-won immediately pointed out what she considered the causes of this breakup: old age, ugliness, big belly, and now even less money than me. So, do I need to meet him again? Director Chung understands everything now. It turns out that from the beginning, Chae-won's approach wasn't for romantic reasons but was just about the ambition for the assets behind it. He bowed his head in frustration, then said, "Well, I just want to ask you one last question. Did you really ever love me?" The other end remained silent, and the space seemed to stretch on endlessly. Until Chae-won admitted that she once had feelings for him. However, it was the following words that made Director Chung rueful, valuing money and his position. So, Director Chung no longer had any regrets, his hand no longer pushing against the door like earlier. Ilon left the place he once considered everything. Regarding the girl Chae-won, after hanging up, she felt more excited than ever. She recalled the 20 billion she had longed for and couldn't stop shouting. Finally, she had become rich. What should I do first, buy the things I want or buy a house with a view of the Han River? Reality has pulled her dreams back, and that string of numbers completely changed Chae-won's thoughts. Wait, why was I thinking such stupid things? I can do everything, no need to wait for a moment of wealth. Chae-won has turned herself into a glamorous wealthy woman, carrying hundreds of luxury bags. She looked at herself in the mirror, unable to contain her admiration. She was truly happy. No matter how much money she spent, it was never enough. This was the joy of spending money. Reaching the next shopping floor of the mall, Chae-won glanced around at the brands but still didn't know what to buy next. As she passed by two employees, she overheard them whispering something about her. "Is that Chae-won, the one who wrote the book I Used to Be a Villainess, the Evil Woman? She can be so cruel. Honestly, I was surprised reading her book, it was disgusting. And yet she still wants to go shopping, probably using Kim Sin's money to buy those things. It's really shameless." Unfortunately for the two female employees, the entire conversation was overheard by Chae-won, who immediately walked straight towards them. Contrary to what everyone thought, Chae-won showed gratitude because they had read his book. The two girls were utterly surprised to discover these were two completely different personalities of Chae-won. After that, Chae-won defended against those rumors by saying, "I can only make money by selling out my ex-husband. Whatever I can exploit, I'll definitely take advantage of, and that's how I'm living happily now." Chae-won leaned in closer to one of the two female staff members, his tone much firmer. "I hope to receive even more attention from you all in the future." That evening, Ilon wine is placed next to the bathtub, along with its humming sound. Chae-won is enjoying a luxurious life, even to the point of being financially set for life. She looked at the balance in her account, and wondered why some people find it hard to handle criticism. After all, it's just care and money. Chae-won was able to respond so confidently because her account had reached a solid 9 figures. This is probably what she feels most proud of about herself, even though there's no real talent involved. Even after spending lavishly, there's still over 8 billion left. Guess I'll have to write another book. If the book keeps selling well, there will definitely be more money, especially if there are additional projects like TV series. Let's put aside that bad girl and turn to Kim Sin. For some reason, his face looked really unpleasant. Next to him was Yop, both observing the situation inside the studio. Kim Sin spoke up, "Yop, can we keep going this way? Didn't we already decide to do it like this?" You replied, "Isn't it great that the movie is not based on Chekhov's book? But it is about his life. It seems like they have finished preparing everything and started the first scene of the day." A few monotonous lines were read by two professional actors. "What, Dad wants to borrow 10 million kwon from you. Recently, there has been something new called Kwan, and everyone believes it will become the currency of the future. Surely, 10 million kwon will become a huge sum of money. You value money earned through hard work more than money that's unclear, Cindy." As for Kim Shin, he seemed quite surprised by the way they bombarded the training ground. Who could that person be? In movies, it's natural for professional actors to participate, but compared to the original version, It's too different, and the content feels a bit. The actor playing the son shouted, "To escape poverty, you must understand the flow of money. Investing is the only way to survive." Which stocks will make waves this year? Recently, the pharmaceutical industry has been drawing attention. Buy low and sell high, this is the winning investment strategy. He then picked up the pen and signed the commitment document directly. Sure, I will succeed. Kim-sun saw himself in just a few seconds, just like last year, when he was struggling with life and thinking about investing to make a profit. In another scene, there's a tragic accident with everything shattered. The desperate cry of the child after seeing his father lying motionless on the street, "Dad, please wake up. Dad, it's a shame he passed away without us knowing." Of course, the father woke up and said a few last words, "Cindy, I bought the coin with your money. Why, you told me not to use that money." He placed his hand on his son's cheek and advised, "Remember this, those who persevere, persevere until the end. The winner." After those words, the father took his last breath, leaving behind a lingering despair in the child's mind. Bumty was moved to tears by this scene, and even those on set couldn't hold back their emotions. Everywhere you go, there are sobs. Regarding Kim-sun and Wyop, he looked stunning beyond words, almost unbelievable. I heard there's an adaptation, but I didn't expect them to change the content that much. Is it okay to make everything so complicated like that? Suddenly, a thought struck Kim-sun's mind. Hold on a second. Even making a movie about my own life already makes me feel disgusted, and now the content is like this, how can it succeed? If the movie is released like this, director Bumty, I'm sorry, but never let it succeed. After the film's release, the first screening premiered at theaters, and the number of viewers was countless. Their emotions are mostly quite varied, ranging from humor and family feelings to a touching ending. This is clearly reflected in each round of applause from the audience in the theater. Some prominent viewers have said it's unbelievable. The reason for Kim-sun's success is clearly shown in the movie. Perhaps training the ability to perceive from a young age is very important. Yes, I need to let the kids watch this movie right away. I'm already excited for part 2 of The God of Investment. These words go completely against Kim-sun's wishes. In the priority seating, he could only quietly observe. Bumty glanced over at him to check his reaction. He then expressed his satisfaction with Kim-sun. It's surprising that the movie moved you to tears. Your eyes were wet after watching the film about your life. Soon after, the film's press conference was held, and Kim-sun told Yoli that, "I sometimes wonder if my life is like a Truman show. Do you feel the same way?" Honestly, I've thought about it too. To explain a bit, Truman is a movie about a man who spends his entire life on a live broadcast without knowing it, where everything is staged and watched by millions every day. Yop scoffed, "Hey, could it be that everything you touch becomes a major milestone?" Crowds of fans came to greet the main character of the film. A young boy in a military uniform couldn't contain himself, and walked up to shake his hand. "Hello sir, I always follow your YouTube channel, may I shake your hand?" This is too easy for Kim-sun. In front of his camera, they both shook hands warmly. Ilan and others were showing off, so they told Kim-sun to sign his name on his back. So, the moment when the two words Kim-sun were printed on this fan's back was captured. The next person is a rather slender young man who expressed a desire to request some assets from Kim-sun. Before he could react, the security team had escorted the man out of the interview to Kim-sun's astonishment. He took a sip from the bottle to clear his head and admitted there were indeed a lot of strange people. The next audience member, a middle-aged man, spoke up, "Long time no see, my friend. Seeing how you've been following everyone's wishes so far, I guess you really aim to please your fans. So, can you fulfill my request?" Kim-sun slowly lifted his head and was stunned to realize he was. It was Elon, the richest billionaire on the planet, even the richest of all time, and he came here to suggest that Kim-sun join him on a trip to Mars. Mars? He was completely stunned. It's incredible that they actually took a trip to the distant planet Mars, in astronaut suits. Both were settled inside the rocket, the system in the cabin transmitted sound, takeoff preparations complete, countdown begins, 3, 2, 1. Missile, launch, what's happening? No one knows how long it has been, but Island and Kim-sun have successfully landed on Mars. Island seems very happy to have safely reached this distant planet, while Kim-sun looks utterly bored. Suddenly he called Ilan back, "Right here. It's just a film set." Ilan burst out laughing, and at the same time, the director called cut. "Anyway, it's pretty realistic, isn't it? Remember to take the recording home." Kim-sun called Ilan once again. "Can you tell me now why you brought me here?" Suddenly, Ilan's expression became mysteriously somber. He put his arm around Kim-sun and started to confess, "So man, Someone like you, Sin, doesn't know that? Well, there's no other way. First, let's try the racetrack. A series of unusual actions from Elon made it impossible for him to know whether his true intention was just to enjoy life with him, or if there was another shocking deal. A few minutes later, they arrived at Elon's private racetrack. Elon's supercar shot past with mind-blowing speed, making the bird startle and fly away. It's understandable. At 300 kilometers per hour, even Kimson would be terrified, let alone that bird. The guy in the car was gripping the seatbelt tightly. Hey, Elon, isn't this too fast? He reassured, don't worry, no one gets punished here, no, too fast. The next move by Elon really terrified him. He saw the man completely let go of the steering wheel, saying, if you're so worried, how about this? It turns out that this car is equipped with automatic control. Watching the steering wheel wobble back and forth, Kimson couldn't believe their eyes. Ahead lies a sharp 90-degree turn full of tension, he shouted, the steering wheel. As mentioned earlier, modernity and safety are among the top factors to become the car of billionaires. Without Island's intervention, it quickly steers and slows down. Make a stunning spin. From afar, the car's front perfectly hugged the racetrack barriers without a single mistake. After passing the challenge successfully, the supercar returned to the regular road. Island smiled slightly, quite interesting. He explained that the feature just demonstrated was the self-driving mode I'm very proud of, and for now, it only works on pre-programmed tracks. But I guarantee, it will soon become widespread, and at this rate, there's bound to be a transportation revolution. Certainly, when he cast his eyes toward Kimson. I was so carsick I was about to vomit from that sudden turnaround earlier. When Kimson woke up, he had been taken to the hospital. Right, I passed out while testing the track. Where is Island? A robotic arm on the opposite bed caught the attention of Kimson. It used a pre-prepared towel to wipe his face, scaring Kimson. At the same time, Island approached, but it was a mistake. The robot kept urging, get some care, human. While Kimson, who didn't understand what was happening, asked, Island, what is this? This is a robot being developed by the company. Currently, it has to be manually controlled like this, but we will create a robot that can think and move on its own. This barren, tasteless care reminded Kimson of how warmly he had once been cared for by Sue. Still with a pensive expression, you still don't understand why I brought you here, do you? It's no surprise if you don't know. So I'll ask you a question. How do you define yourself? Receiving a difficult question, Kimson didn't answer immediately but remained silent, thinking. Seeing this, Elon continued, it's really hard to put into words, you don't know where to start or how to explain, so I'll just show you everything about me. My dream, my passion, my goal, everything. So today, I think I've introduced myself enough, so now, let me know about yourself, Sin.